Wait, just have to close my door. Hi everyone, and hi and welcome so much to this live stream that I'm having today for like several reasons, mainly because like it takes a long time for me to finish my longest video, right? And it has been a week since I posted on this channel, so I decided to like, why not do it again? So now I will make a live stream. And I wanted to make this live stream for a long time. I have a lot of like response videos or live streams I want to do, but they still left hanging there because I've tried to prioritize other things, like working on my current video. But it's gonna take a while, so I'm probably gonna do live streams like sometimes. Probably not gonna do it more than once a week though. But anyhow, I decided to label this live stream in defense of peace. And the reason why I did that is actually going to be very apparent later. I keep saying that. And that is that it's very tricky title. Like me and like other people, we decide to name our videos in a kind of ambiguous way that still makes sense. And the reason we do that is because we don't want it to have like neon signs of what exactly it's all about. We just want to have like hints and stuff. And that's actually something I like far better than to just have like flat out. Yeah, and then for people, might not like that for various reasons. And also I want to keep the channel broad. I don't want to focus on specific topics. So therefore, if I keep more controversial and more political things and ambiguous on the streams, then it's going to be much easier to keep a broad channel, in my opinion. At least more comfortable for people. At least people who are like me in that regard. Because I don't want to alienate people. And if I had a lot of videos with controversial titles, then I might do so. I don't think this would be, but I still like the idea. It's interesting. But anyhow, rambling about this like forever. So let's get into like the real deal. That is that I actually have a surprisingly good experience with religion, which might sound crazy to most people, but even though I'm like gay as fuck, and when I have lived in places like France, South Africa, and also Sweden, like my experience with religious people with the Christians and the Muslims have always been like a good one, right? Because when I went to high school, I was really happy that there were a Muslim girl there as well as a Catholic girl. There was several, but not just one on one, but like that I could talk to, because I knew that they would be, they wouldn't like think it's acceptable to murder children, which was something I was worried about, that people would think it was acceptable, because I heard it coming out of, it's just kind of gross that people want to accept these abortion laws. And I don't want it all to get banned, but like the extreme late term abortion is like the people seem to support it like without any form of like, it's just gross. Like, I'm sorry, and therefore I'm appreciative of religious people, and I do have Christian relatives, and I do have lived in the Muslim family several times, different actually, and have both Christian and Muslim friends growing up. So overall, I have a kind of like positive opinions about the people who follow those respective religions. Doesn't mean like that I like the religions themselves, because I'm actually kind of like ambivalent about them. I guess I have some good things about it, but like also things that I don't like. But it's not my problem, because I'm not the one identifying with any given religion. So it kind of shows, gosh, I'm retarded. Follows that I will defend people religious people when they are being attacked by people that we both disagree with. And I already given examples of vaguely that there are a lot of times where I agree with the Abrahamitics, because the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, they're very much the same. Like, they agree more than they disagree. Sorry. And because of that, I decided to make this response video. So I hope that people will enjoy this. I haven't done a solo stream for like a long ass time, and because of that, I decided to do one today, because this is not really a stream that like is very fitting to have a lot of other people on it. This is a stream that I do best on my own, and because of that, this is gonna be my own live stream. Probably no one gonna watch it live, but like I don't really care, because like it's a video and I want to upload more videos, because I lost a subscriber. It's so embarrassing. Why would I even admit that if people don't have to see that? But I did, so therefore I wanted to make a new channel. No, I wanted to have make more subscribers, so therefore I'm trying to make more videos that people might like. So, in defense of peace, I will start. Oh, hello, Seagold. You actually did not miss anything. I was just like going over a lot of my personal experience with religion. So it's not very important. It's just like you don't need that context to know what is going to be said in this video. So now I'm going to do the response now. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Oh, for the record, if there is like if there is like an error when it comes to like sound doesn't work or sound doesn't come true, if you are in the stream chat and you see that, let me know so I can fix it immediately. So yeah, now I'm going to start this video and this response and see how things go. Oh yeah, I'm going to make a response to this motherfucker. I just call everybody I disagree with online motherfuckers. It's just what I do. Because he's like attacking Muhammad Tawhidi, right? Which is like, yeah, it's so interesting. A lot of religious people, rather the Christians and the Muslims, whenever the left go against them, I tend to side with the religious folks most of the time. That's just what I do. Yeah, and that's like that's just the way it is. So this was ideal. It's gonna be funny, and that's why I call it the defense of peace, because he goes by the imam. He goes by the name on Twitter, I think, Imam of Peace. Oh gosh, and let's see this. Which is a very fitting name. I like it. It's actually very brilliant.
Look, see, this is what I mean. She looks like a fucking Sith Lord. Do you see? Look, with the button up. See? Boop, 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 boop. See? Not the best picture. There's something, and she always wears like all black. It's like she knows she's evil. What about a hate fuck? No, I don't do that shit. I don't give dick to fucking Nazis. Nah, fuck that. It's like she knows she's evil. There's something I respect about that, you know?
Like, I would just have to say that I'm not really like, oh my god, Candace. I'm not like a Candace like fan or something. I'm usually quite ambivalent towards Candace Owens. So people want to see people like critiquing Candace Owens, and they can go and watch Tree of Logic. Oh, it's kind of funny that this donator is called Andy Drew, because my name is like Andrew, so that's funny too. But like, I'm kind of ambivalent towards Candace. I don't like hate her or anything. Although, yeah, she actually did once like my tweet. She actually liked it. It was kind of funny. I was like, what the fuck? That was like a long ass time ago. It's actually interesting that donors say, have you ever heard the term individualist or individualism, a term overused by Sargon, and what is on the ideology? Like, I'm actually going to respond to that too, because like, why not, right? And my response is that it is kind of, I can go on for this for an hour, but I would just have to say that my conclusion in many regards is that individualism, depending on if you are a liberal individualist or like individual rights is extremely important, right? But individualism is very easily abused. For example, when liberalism is just individualism when it's just bad, right? And the reason why I think that is because that's like, if you only care about the self, you don't really care about the world or your people or society, right? So therefore, if you only vote for what's best for you in your life and you don't care about thinking long term past your life, like if you only care about individuals and not about groups, then I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. Because for me, what I care about the most is my people. That's what I care about. Yeah, it's not just the individual. I think that groups are also important. We are not just an individual. We're not just all the same. We're different. So yeah, that's basically my thought. I can go more into that in the future. But if you respond to it, I'm probably gonna respond to that too.
She always wears like black turtlenecks and shit. She's wearing one in this. Anyway, let's get to it, okay? Let's get to the Hatsi.
Yes, Greybow. He is cringe. He's so cringe, and he's like, oh gosh, he sucks so hard. You're probably gonna. Well, we're gonna watch him. So we're gonna. You probably already knew why. Was bashing like was bashing a black person that disagreed with him. What else is new? There you go. Kind of funny that I responded to his donations rather than he did. Fun fact is that individualism has been used by authoritarians to perpetrate the nation state being big government, right? So therefore, if the left want to go against individualism, I like it because they use like removing their tools. Because if you have a free market, you need to think more like groups. But if you have like just an individual, then the state can be your only like social interaction with other people. You can nationalize every interaction with others by the state, and that's why I have a lot of problems with individualism.
The Candace Owens Show with Imam in big fucking quotations because he's been stripped of that title, at least by some Muslim organizations.
They're most likely Islamist if they stripped him of this title. He has been talking about it. He has been speaking out against Islamists and how extremists within his own religion have been doing a lot of bad stuff, which he's going to go into, to Muslims and that's harmed Muslims and other people, right? But of course, leftists don't care about that because why would they, right? They're harming everybody, and also like it's funny to see the left always using Islamist or like extremist sources to like crash the normal Muslim people because they tend to be kind of conservative, which shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone.
Mohammed Tawhidi. Actually, let's go over the pronunciation one more time. And let me know how the audio levels are, okay?
I also want to know that, by the way. So if anybody have anything to say about that, please do.
Come to that. Oh, by the way, Tawhidi.
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 Just like Tahiti, the island.
Tawhidi.
Yep. There you go.
Tawhidi. You guys ready? Okay, guys, we are rolling into another episode of the Candace Owens Show.
We're probably going to 1.25 this. This is not a flattering frame to have stopped on.
Strangest weeks of my life, and I would say one of the strangest incidents of my life was
Wait,
when I
this
woke
is-
up in London
This
at
is
about 3 a.m.
1.25.
to my phone ringing off the hook, people telling me that the left was blaming me, Candace Owens, for a mosque shooting that took place in New Zealand.
She's still mad. Wait, when did this interview get done? May 26th? Yesterday? Oh God, yesterday, and it already has 100,000 views.
I think
She's
it's-
still fucking mad. She's
like 2 years
still
ago from
mad.
now.
For those of you who don't know, after the Christchurch shootings, in which the shooter specifically said that he was like radicalized by Candace Owens, but even he doesn't go that far, which was obviously a joke. But listen, I'm not in any fucking Nazi shooter manifestos, okay? Yet. Anyway, she she woke up to the news that she had been implicated in this thing, and she went off on a fucking tweet storm where she was what is with the F's in chat? The bitrate is fine. It's over 4K. God, you
I think it like if people are mad about being like I think it's kind of like a good reason to be mad. So I don't really like disagree with her on that, to be quite honest.
fucking people. Hey, White Nervosa, your decision to make an F emote was a very bad one, and I hate you. It's the website? Oh, well, I don't know. White Nervosa, I love you.
My computer is retarded. Given all the crap he's been saying for over a year, I'm surprised that Watch isn't on a watch list. I'm so too, but it's probably because the people that keep the watch list are usually aligned with him politically, so why would they? Just a thought. I don't have proof for that, but he's like feeling.
Now, as I was saying, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Candace Owens learned that learned about this shit. Candace Owens learned like, oh, I've been implicated, and she went off on a tweet storm where she was like, "Lamau, haters calling me a Nazi because they're mad." Haha, crying, laughing emoji. Like right after a shooting. Like,
I would like to say that people calling her a Nazi, like I just have to say this about retarded about Candace. She literally said, on a live stream, she literally said, if Hitler is wanted to make Germany great enough, things run well. Okay, fine. The problem is he has plans outside of Germany, and people are like, "Oh my god, oh my!" That's like, I mean, like, what the fuck? This is so dumb. I mean, like, holy shit. Yeah, it's not a bashing Candace video. Like, Tree of Logic made a video bashing that. I'm probably gonna link that in the description or somewhere because, like, it's fucking funny as fuck. Holy shit. But it's not about that, so let's just move on.
no decorum whatsoever.
Blaming me, Candace Owens, for a mosque shooting that took place in New Zealand.
She's so mad.
This was strange, of course, for a lot of reasons. First being that I don't talk about Islam. I talk about Black America. I talk about the left. I talk about the Democrat Party. I talk about the Republican Party. But at no event that I've ever done in my life have I talked about Islam.
I don't, to her credit, I don't actually know if that's true. She's almost certainly lying because Nazis always lie. But I have never.
Why did they call a black woman a Nazi? Like, it's so fucking dumb. Oh my god. Like, how can she be a Nazi if, like, the Nazis fucking... it's just fucking retarded. Like, they didn't even like black Germans. And when I say black Germans, I mean the ones that actually were there ever since the colonial empire. I'm not talking about recent migrants when I say black German, or Afro-German is more accurately, to avoid confusion with Black Sea German. But anyhow, like, it's kind of interesting, like kind of funny because, like, the thing she said about what Hitler, and I linked that in the chat. So if you want to watch Tree of Logic's live video response to that, it's much better.
Myself.
Safe bet that Vosh won't make any arguments in this video. I believe you. I believe you usually don't. Well, you have made like the worst arguments ever. It's like completely. It's like. It's crazy. It's so stupid.
Master Moose TV, fucking watch yourself. I have never myself seen her talk about like Islam. The problem is you don't need to talk about Islam specifically to radicalize white nationalist far right shooters. It's not all you need to do. You can talk about Western civilization. You can talk about immigration. You can talk about the loss of conservative values.
This is the reason why people who are like, oh, the West, the West, the West, they are like appealing to this stupid, to like this idea rather than to just think about the people, right? Who, like, the West is such a vague, stupid concept. I don't like it at all. So therefore, when the left are going against the normicons, normie conservative, then I just think it's kind of funny because like I'd rather have them going after them than going after people like me who actually defend my own people. And I want to, trust me, I want rights for everyone. I want full property rights for everyone. Except those who want to violate my property rights, because then if people want to violate my rights, they don't have rights. That's just how I see it. But until that point, everybody have rights. My rights end when your rights begin, and vice versa. But also, like, why shouldn't you talk about immigration? The immigration policy in most Western countries, right, are genocidal. What I mean by that is that the tax rates are crippling the birth rates artificially, right? And then importing people that makes the job market, the wages lower, that's genocidal. I'm sorry, it is. Like, it is. And therefore, when people use the West, and we're going to defend the West from immigration, you're like, the West is the only fucking historical region that actually does this. No other countries are this stupid. It's only the West. Why? So therefore, defending the West. Like, so I love that he's like going against these stupid people, right? You know what? I agree with that. I agree 100%. That's definitely true, because like anybody with like a brain, like if you're a Black American, for example, right? Or even if you are, if you're a Black person from Britain, France, United States, Canada, who lived in like, they are like colonial population, colonial stock. They are like a native, not indigenous. Indigenous are the original people, and native is any ethnicity who developed their region. And if you are Black, French Black, or Black Nova Scotian, you are native ethnic group. You're just not the indigenous one, right? But yeah, that's like colonial stock populations, right? Those people would just be as Western as any other population in the respective countries, which is correct. So therefore, when people try to say, "Oh no, we don't talk about race, we just talk about the West," right? And then the left should go against it. It's like it's almost like they're trying to appease them, and then it doesn't work, which is kind of funny to me because I don't. I care about my people, and also other people, my friends and innocent people, and I want all people to have property rights. That's what I care about. I only care about the West. If that makes sense.
You can talk about the individual need to rise up against the people who are destroying our society. They're
But we do need to rise up against that. Like, the children of the lie. A lot of people in politics, they are trying to destroy and oppress the people in the respective countries. And they're terrible. We need to do something about that. I'm sorry, which is true. And if they don't like when people are violent, then just stop being so oppressive. It's kind of simple. If you don't want people to be violent, then why does it violent, right? In response to government action, the government shouldn't do actions to cause people to be violent. Okay, that might be a stupid argument, but like, if your government oppresses you, right, and then people get angry about that, and some people get violent because of that, the government had it coming. I'm sorry, they just did. I mean, real oppression there, when you take away people's property rights.
There are actually a lot of ways that you can sort of contribute to the radicalization of a white supremacist.
when I perused the articles that were accusing me of being an inspiration
Aren't
for such a
white
horrible,
supremacists
tragic event,
always radical?
they said
No.
Candace Owens once critiqued the mayor of London, who is Muslim. Therefore, because she critiqued a Muslim politician, she is therefore Islamophobic. This is very strange.
Who was the wait, hold on. Who was the person she critiqued?
Candace Owens once critiqued the mayor of London, who is Muslim.
She critiqued Sadiq Khan, and I usually call him Sadiq Kant because he's terrible. He's a Labour politician, so what do you expect? They're awful.
Oh! How surprising! Candace Owens not only talking about Islam, Candace Owens talking about birth rates leading to Europe falling and becoming a Muslim continent by 2050.
Like, that would be a bad thing for Christians, especially if you look to Muslim majority countries like Malaysia, right, and like other parts of the world that are treating the Christian minorities kind of bad. And if you look to like the support, like most Muslims, I don't have a problem with Muslims, but there are a lot of people who are like Islamists and like extremists, right? And if you have there is only a minority being bad, this is my assumption now, I might not be correct, and then a minority of a minority being bad is not that much of an issue, but we still have a lot of terrorism because of that, right? If there was a minority of a majority that was being violence against a minority, you kind of see that's going to be a problem. And also, like, if you have a problem with people talking about birth rates, then you are pro-genocide. I'm sorry, but you are. Like, my peoples, which are the ones I'm going to mention this example, are going to be the Germans and the Greek Cypriots, right? We have too low birth rates for our native homelands, right? That's a bad thing. I want to fix that because I don't want to go extinct. It's in every biological organism to protect their DNA. It's our instinct to do so. And if you reject that, then you are going to be the loser of this triathlon of biological existence. You just are. And if I protect my people, right, and which share my DNA, because my ethnicity share my DNA, then then I'm going. If I do that and succeed, that's going to be normative for people to do in the future. And anybody who didn't do it in the past would all go extinct. People who did it would prosper. So if you're opposed to that, you want people to die. It's just what you do. And that's the reason why a lot of the left going against individualism, because liberalism, that version of individualism, is doing just that. It's telling people, no, don't care about your DNA, you only care about the individual. And then other people say, I'm going to care about my DNA, not the individual. Who's going to win? The people who want to protect their DNA, or someone who just care about their individual and their lifestyle? Who's going to win? Who is going to be the next generation? Who's going to have kids? Obvious. The ones who care about the people. They care about the DNA. And if she wants that to do that, right? She is Afro-Caribbean American. She's from the Virgin Islands. She has families in France. Yeah. Yes, Western isn't a race, right? If you are a Western person, right, you probably would maybe, have cultural affinities with like people in Europe, which he probably does, right? And if you have mass migration, you have a cultural shift. There's just no way around that. They had mass migration in the United States, which led to cultural shifts, and they had a civil war because of that.
Fascinating. So not only did she talk about Islam in this one tweet I was easily able to Google in 10 seconds, she perpetuated the Nazi conspiracy theory about falling birth rates and immigration leading to a great replacement of white people. This is literally white genocide talk. How?
That's just fucking retarded. Like, that's not the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, if you care about the white birth rates, and if the main immigrants come from the Middle East, and white people are defined as the native people of Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, then how is that going to? Oh, by the way, birth rates. I'm gonna go from birth rates here. Let me just go and find something about birth rates. Kind of interesting here. Let me just find something. Sorry, it's gonna take a while because I'm fucking retarded. I have it here. Okay, let me see global fertility rate. I have it real here. I have it global fertility rate. Oh my god, isn't that brilliant? Yes, it is brilliant. Here you go. Yeah, you see right here. Oh, you see here is the birth rates. Here are the Afghanistan, Albania. It's a Muslim country in Europe, I might add, right? Andorra, Armenia, Aruba, black majority, but still like it's not in North America. Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan is a Muslim country, but still. Bahamas, Barbados, Belarus, Belgium, Bermuda, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Brazil, Brunei, Bulgaria, Canada, Channel Islands, Chile, China, Colombia. How is it a Nazi conspiracy? This is a fact. This is a fact. Look at this. Fertility rates. Total birth per woman. Look, it's a fucking fact. See here. I'm gonna link it. Here you go. See this? Here you go. Here you have. Here you got. Here you see. You see this. You see what I'm going for. You see this fact. You see this fact, right? This is a fact. A fact of birth. You see other things like in Africa, right? It's like a little Croatia, Cuba, Curacao, Cyprus, Czechia, Denmark. How is that a problem? Yes, they don't care about bad things happening to Christians. No, they don't. A culture is more important than genes. What if we say a secular Arab than ethnically European religious person? I mean, like on an individual basis, you probably care about the individual that you like the most, right? So I care about groups and individuals, which is kind of normative to do as a human. Like I care about protecting my DNA from survival, right? And if Denmark, Cyprus, and Germany have too low birth rates, and my people are from those regions, then not having massive migration to those regions and having more birth rates there would be protecting my DNA. That's just in my best interest to do as a biological organism. If I do that, my DNA is going to exist in the future. My people will exist in the future. If I do not, my people might not. Like, if that's just in nature. But I will always protect individuals. So individuals' rights are invaluable. I could not care about my people if I didn't have individual rights, because I need those rights to make the world better for my own people. We all need property rights and individual rights, which, well, most of them are. Well, if you have property rights, you have both individual and collective rights. But like, we need those things. And yeah, technically, like if an Arab, right, I mean, like, it kind of depends on the religiosity. If the Arab secular person, well, if you're secular, you're probably much religious, but not in government. While if you're ethnically European, you're probably a religious person. You might be. Yeah, I don't really quite understand, but like if you're an atheist, you're not secular. You are just like secular is like you are religious, but you want to keep the religion out of the state. which is actually more religious than being in the state. Because if you want to put your religion in the state, let's use reverse Pascal's wager. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes no sense at all to have your religion in the state. So secular people are usually more intelligent than religious people, because if you're religious and you're not secular, I actually don't know if then you basically don't have faith. You basically like saying that, well, like first you take the Pascal wages reverse to say, oh, if I might not have eternity in heaven or paradise, I want to have this piece of cake too, and I want to get involved in politics. And then you want your religion involved in politics. Like if you believe your religion is correct, then you wouldn't need to put it into politics. Then they probably don't have faith. They probably don't. They don't. If you're religious, if you want theocracy, you don't have faith. Basically, it's stupid to be that way. It really is. But like that statement makes sense. Like the culture is more important than genes. But like, if people adopt a culture, then they're going to filtrate their culture with their DNA, the genetics are influencing the culture and society on which you're in, right? And vice versa, right? Your genetics can influence the culture, and your culture can influence genetics, because in different cultures, different people are going to breed more than others. So therefore, if you have a culture in place, it's going to affect the people breeding. And if you care about the culture being more important, well, you should want a culture that is going to result in betterment of your DNA. Otherwise, you're not going to survive. And if the culture is not going to let the people like you survive, I don't understand why you would want it. Well, you could want people that are better than you, of your own people, to survive. That makes sense, technically. So therefore, you might improve the culture. Like, if your people are mainly on welfare, and you want to remove the welfare state so that your people will be better off and not have dysgenesis fertility, then yes, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, that part of culture is extremely important. But let's move on now.
Oh, wow. This would be very embarrassing for Candace Owens if it weren't for the fact that I'm a random irrelevant YouTuber and Candace Owens is like nationally syndicated and fucking appeared before Congress a month ago. Yeah, where is the mask? Where did the mask go?
Can't he?
Also, she says we're forced to save you guys again, implying that like Sadiq Khan is part of like the grand conspiracy. It's pretty good, but okay.
Sadiq Khan,
you got him.
Terrible. Fuck him.
Good one, Candace. You had me going for almost 20 entire seconds there before I found you propagating Islamophobic Nazi conspiracy theories.
Fun fact is that they were actually Muslim. When it was gonna bring up, oh, the Nazis. Okay. Like, I've already been over that religious people probably don't want to be involved in politics if they really have faith. But also, like, did you know that both the Axis powers as well as the Allied forces actually had Muslims within their ranks? For example, the Nazis, they actually recruited some people from Palestine to fight for their side. Even the Grand Mufti of Palestine was on the side of the Nazi. And actually, when it comes to the Allied forces, I think Poland had like maybe Russia too. They basically had an Islamic unit who were like soldiers who were like all Muslim Tartars who fought against the Nazis. So it's kind of interesting how there were Muslims on both sides on that war. Just like there were Christians on both sides of that war. Hitler even said that the so-called Aryan race, being Christian, was a shortcoming in a way. He actually thought that Islam would be more easier to propagate his ideology with. So his word, not mine. Just if you want to bring up the Nazis in regards to Islamophobia, well, I'm happy that there were a lot of Muslims who fought the Nazis, and we should not forget about that. That was really good. They did.
Therefore, because she critiqued a Muslim politician.
critiqued.
You see, someone called Gas Good says white genocide, best genocide.
She is
I think she means Europe because of the U.S. saved Europe during World War II. Vosh. That's also a reasonable interpretation. It doesn't do much to dissuade the fact that that's literally like white genocide, great replacement theory talking. But yeah.
Muslims also helped. Well, America saved like with Normandy, but Muslims were like on the other side helping out. Small force, but still, it's kind of relevant here. But like, look at birth rates and look at immigration. Like I don't think this is going to be like a replacement ratio, but like if you do it artificial, then you're promoting genocide. And you're not just targeting one group; you're targeting several groups of people because there are people of non-European descent who live in Europe who would be negatively affected by mass migration. Actually, more than so. Actually, there are Muslim people in both Germany and Sweden who have been persecuted by immigration. But we get to that later, I suppose.
For sure. Yeah, boy. Actually, wait. I'm not big enough. There we go. I want to be bigger on YouTube. Here we are.
is therefore Islamophobic. This is very strange. Strange, I would say, because the insinuation is that if any
Oh wait, wouldn't that mean that parallel to the U.S. saving Europe from Nazis, which we didn't do, this would be U.S. saving Europe from Muslim immigration, as though Muslims are Nazis and Muslims are pouring into the... Well, that's actually a little bit confusing, because if Muslims were Nazis, I think Candace Owens would actually kind of like them.
She does like some of them. She's gonna mention this in this fucking video. What the fuck?
Individual critiques or discusses someone that is Muslim, it makes them Islamophobic. Does that...
Well, only if you propagate white nationalist talking points.
Work in other categories?
Why does these leftists want to say if you are against demographic replacement, you promote white nationalism? Like, if it's either promoting white nationalism or be okay with mass migration, then you're basically going to tell people that they should be white nationalists, which is kind of counterproductive.
If you say something about a Jewish person or critique a Jewish person, does that make you anti-Semitic?
It totally depends. I'm so glad you asked, Candace. It totally depends on how you do it, actually. So let me try and cock up sort of two critiques of who's a Jewish person. Adam Sandler, right? Yeah.
Jewish people are meth ethnicity. They also have a religion, but not all Jewish people believe in their religion, and doesn't believe it to the same extent. And they have different interpretations.
Actually, how about one that I like? Andy Samberg, okay?
Oh no, poor Andy Samberg.
Hey, I think that Andy Samberg's acting has been a little bit stilted lately. He seems to rely on basically the same 2 or 3 sort of emotes or reactions to given situations and only like slots in words. It's kind of like an ad-lib approach to comedy. I think that Andy Samberg has a lot of talent, but he really needs to expand outside his current sort of like bound of comedic range and try something a little bit more experimental. Okay, so that was me criticizing a Jewish person. Okay, now let me try this as a slightly different way. Okay, Andy Samberg is a reminder to every white man in America that no matter how placid and friendly and warm the face of a Jew is, underneath them is the millions of dollars and the hundreds of social connections that they have built up throughout Hollywood and our other mainstream media networks, so that when the time comes, they can tighten the rope and drive the white man out of their God-given country. Okay, Andy Samberg may not himself be bringing in blacks and browns and Muslims into this country, but he's complicit in a broader system which is seeking to do so. So both of those...
It would be funny to see this guy talking to, like, imagine, oh my god, like it's never gonna happen. But imagine if he would talk to Catboy Cammy. Probably never gonna do that because that guy doesn't like debates because they're pointless, which I agree with, by the way. So, but it would be fun to see.
Those were me critiquing a Jewish person. Did we notice perhaps a slight tonal change right there, a little shift, maybe a slight dissonance.
I mean, like, people get called anti-Semitic for saying that they want people to have bodily integrity.
Fascinating. Amazing. For real, though, you can criticize Jewish people for their Judaism, and you can criticize Muslim people for their Islamic beliefs without being bigoted. It's actually super easy. Let's let her take it away.
Very, very bizarre. Of course, what I think was happening here at the root
Amazing.
was that they wanted to send a fire shot to tell me, because I speak about so many different topics, that it was not okay for me to ever talk about Islam.
Well, no, you were directly implicated in the manifesto. That wasn't like the left conspiring to smear you. You were literally named in the manifesto, right? That literally happened.
And because I'm Candace Owens, of course, this only piqued my interest. I don't know much about Islam. I don't know if many of the people that follow me know much about Islam, but I do want to take you on this journey as we find out and we ask important questions, because we need more speech, not less speech when things happen. Here to talk about all things.
I like the disingenuous framing right there, that after the shooting, anyone was calling for less speech. Nobody is calling for less speech.
Except the New Zealand government, who literally said, you cannot share this memo anymore. You cannot prefer, you cannot read it. He said in that he's an escalationist, and he wants, and this is going to lead to them to like gun restrictions, right? And then the New Zealand government did exactly what he wanted them to do. They say less speech. It's FYI.
Candace Owens, we're just calling for less Nazi rhetoric that motivates white nationalist shootings. So there's a difference there. You can actually talk quite a bit. I talk.
Well, if you want to limit a certain type of speech, then you still want to limit speech. I don't really see why one is... Okay, good. If that's on the table, then I can expand speech by adding more speech. And therefore, I want to make it illegal for communist organizations to exist. They're illegal in South Korea. Why can't it be illegal here? In South Africa, there are communist organizations killing innocent people, mainly black people. And that's a problem, because I believe that black lives do matter. And because black lives matter, we should ban communist groups, because they kill people, and mainly black people. Is that why? No, I actually believe that. If you believe that Nazism is a problem and should be like that, okay, then we should prosecute communism too. And anybody who thinks that racist, like, here's the deal. Here's why I hate anti-racism. It's literally saying that genocide and communism is not as bad as racism, because all anti-racists are pro-genocide, 100%. Exactly. There's still less speech. Like, these people are so fucking retarded. We don't want less speech. We just want less of speech we don't like. I'm like, well, everybody who wants less speech wants less of speech they don't like. It's like, so it's like, oh, I don't want that, but I want that, exactly that. Yeah. These people are fucking retarded.
Non-stop.
Islam with me is Imam Tawhidi. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
Damn,
very
she
much for having
filling.
me.
She's
So
filling
exciting
those
to be
jeans
here
out.
with you. You're like a Twitter person that I follow, and now you're in life. Sometimes it can feel like people are characters on Twitter.
Indeed. I am very blessed to.
She was quoted in the manifesto, but it was kind of clear he was trolling about her. She's a piece of shit, but I don't think she actually motivated, to be honest. Yeah, that doesn't really matter, though. If you're in the eyes of like a white nationalist, somebody who you can facetiously quote as an example of like a far-right radicalizer, that's already an implication that it doesn't matter whether or not she specifically is the one who radicalized the shooting. That's not really relevant to me. What matters is that she's sort of part of the machine. She's a cog in the machine that motivates these people, which is unquestionably true. And the fact that she was named deliberately just puts the spotlight on her in that respect. The spotlight on her to disavow the actions of the shooter and to make it clear that she's not a part of that machine. But instead of doing that, she had a fucking rage fit on Twitter and threw a bunch of laughing, crying emojis over a mass shooting.
be here, and I'm a big fan of what you do, and more power
Holy
to you.
fuck.
Right. And
This dude's beard is clean as fuck. Jesus Christ, is that beard wax? Look at that shit. That's the cleanest swoop I've ever seen. Does this guy go to a black barber? Holy fuck. They do like the thing. Yeah, they do the thing where they put like I don't know what it is. It's that stuff that the black barbers put in the hair to make it like really fucking clean looking. I have no idea. Damn that looking good.
I would say what you do.
Well, he actually makes his own oil because he's a Muslim, right? So therefore he prays 5 times a day, right? And then you have to wash your hands and your face, right, before you pray. Because I live in a Muslim family, I know this. And also he said that in an interview, so we double know it. So therefore he made his own oil, and he actually like said on another stream with Roman Millennial that he wanted to, thinking about selling his oil and then use that oil to oppose terrorism, because there are so many beards. His words, not mine. Beards supporting terrorism, and then his Muslim beard would be the beard fighting terrorism, which is like kind of awesome. It's hard to not like this guy. I'm sorry, but I do like this guy for real. I do.
Is arguably more interesting and definitely more dangerous in terms of being an imam that speaks about reforming Islam, which you don't think is a possibility. But I want to start from the beginning here.
Like, how is this guy, as I just mentioned, how is he not Muslim? He's like so Muslim. He's like really religious. It's like he believes that Muhammad is like the prophet of God, and there's only one God. Like he also holds all the Quran, the Bible, and I think either the Torah or Talmud, I don't know, are sacred, but that the Bible is distorted. Like Muslims believe that. It's like Jesus is also a prophet. Yeah, he believed in all the Muslim things, like, and he also practiced. He doesn't just say, "Oh, I believe in Muslim Islam." He basically said, "No, I believe, and also I practice." Like he pray, and he does the other things, right? And I've lived with Muslims. I know all the practices that they do. And if you say he does that, then why wouldn't he's a Muslim?
I want to go back into little girl Candace, the first time that I ever heard about Islam, the first time that I ever heard about, Muslims in the context of a political ideology or religion. And that was...
Vosh, did you hear this guy isn't even a real imam? You mean did I hear over the course of like the dozen times that I've mentioned it over the course of this very stream in the past 20 minutes? News to me.
First memory that I had was in 3rd grade.
He is actually a real imam. It is the extremists and the Islamists want to discredit him because they're in league with the Western left, which he's going to mention later. And they don't like when Muslims are against extremists. Like, he's just as much a Muslim as they are. He's not less. But they want to say he is. And the left's going to give them all the power they need. It's kind of awful, actually. That's why all the Muslims in, like, Europe are suffering. And if the left got more migration, if they could impose the migration that have affected Germany and Sweden, if they could impose it to Poland, it's happening to Muslims in Britain, France, Germany, Sweden. The Muslims lived there before are being oppressed by immigrants. They're being persecuted and like attacked by them, like for real, right? And if Poland were to concede to mass migration, which they probably wouldn't, then their Muslims in their country, they're also going to be affected by this. Because if you have Muslim immigrants that are extreme, they're going to go to the mosque of the local ones. And if there are too many immigrants, they could take over. It's terrible. These people, the left, they don't care about the Muslims. They really don't.
And we were reading a book, and they were saying in this book that being a Muslim is just like being a Christian. Islam is exactly like Christianity, is exactly like Judaism. And we were told that the Prophet Muhammad is exactly like Jesus Christ. I believe this as a child. I think that a lot of Americans that are watching this can relate to this sort of the religion of peace. It's just like Christianity. Is any of that true?
Before he answers, he's going to say this. I think that Christianity and Islam and Judaism have very much in common. That's all I say. I'm going to agree with what he's going to say later.
I'm always getting in trouble because I like to be realistic.
Yeah, like this is literally like when I grew up, I learned that like white people and black people and brown people we're all like basically the same. Like, yeah, we had different skin colors, but yeah, we were all basically the same. Now, hello, with me we have Jesse Lee Peterson. Care to comment? That's book written by children of the lie. Black people are stupid and immoral, and they have turned their hearts away from God.
No, here's what Jesse would say.
I'm just being realistic.
Jesse would say this. Black people, not all, but most, are here on this earth is to destroy. Most blacks don't believe in God. Satan is their father. Jesse would say, it wasn't like that when I was growing up. Blacks were much better then. Blacks were leading the way when I was growing up. Back when men and boys were boys, right? That's what Jesse said. Jesse said that the black people were good in the past, but then they were destroyed by the destruction of the family. Is he wrong? Well, of course he's wrong according to leftists who don't believe in marriage. So, but it's a completely different thing. It's like a religion's group, when the interpretation of their religion on a global scale is shifting towards extremism due to the spread of Salafism, which is terrible for many Muslims who have been affected by that in a negative way. They've been persecuted, right? We don't have that with Christianity today. And the scriptures are different. Like, Jesus died a martyr. Muhammad believed in peace, right? But he was also a warlord. Like, I'm sorry, but like I do believe I don't want to discredit Muslims and Islam in this with this argument. I really don't. If I wanted, I would have another argument, but it's a difference, and not just differently in the religion itself, how they are in the by the book, but also how they are in the world. And it's not all like race. It's completely different. It's not, races are genetically bound, while religions are theologically bound. Like, how is that? Like, it's like, what the fuck? It's completely different. It's not similar at all. What the fuck? It's such a stretch. Jesus Christ is on. My gosh.
Like, this is all right. Now we can keep it going. This is some good comedy.
He's gonna be more racist.
Some of
by the way,
it is true. Most of it.
Wash can be more racist. The Imam isn't racist. Yes, I think most people get that, but like, just FYI, because he might be confusing.
Is not. And I say this because Christianity is very well organized. If you have a problem with a Christian church, you know who to turn to, you know who the hierarchy is, you know the Pope is the head of the Catholic Church. The same with Judaism, you know, there's a rabbi, they have their own council. In Islam, there is no leading figure.
Who's the leading figure of Protestantism? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Okay, listen, I'm not a religious scholar, but I'm pretty sure I can call out some of the obvious bullshit. Catholicism has their pope, and Islam occasionally has a caliphate. But who the fuck is the leader of Protestantism?
Well, when Islam have caliphate, usually, most Muslim, there's like very few caliphates. I don't even know if there's been plural, who have united all the Muslims. Most caliphates there have been Muslims outside of it.
Wait, am I wrong? Can someone link? Wait, no. If you have a problem with like a church's behavior, there are like local organizations at like boards that like say make it like give you the certification to be a minister or a preacher or a fucking cardinal or whatever. No, the cardinal's a Catholic thing, but you know what I mean. That you can turn to, but it's the exact same way in Islam. Islam also has their mosques, and if you take issue with the behavior of a mosque leader, there are higher organizations that sort of give permission for someone to be an imam. The same organizations that denied him this permission.
I would like to know what that council was, because I don't know, and I think it's going to be an extremist one. I just think it is, because he has said that he's been targeted by extremists, so it's very possible. And also that the left tend to cozy up with the extremists, so that makes it even more possible. Do you mind if I just go to the bathroom? Is that okay with you guys?
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Wash. How is this guy still a thing? I missed the last couple minutes, so there's gonna be some radio silence here. Worst things have happened. I wonder if he already defended pedophilia, though. It's always interesting with Wash.
I'm sorry for leaving you at the
I just
with the
didn't have
steering wheel.
context to rant.
Oh,
I think I said a
I'm just gonna-
normal word just now. As I said, I wonder if he already mentioned Liam. I hope the algorithm didn't catch that.
I think he did mention that, but I don't know.
It would be so funny if it's like literally every video that he does, he at some point defends it. Though I guess if he keeps doing that, someone should like look into it legally, because like that's concerning. Anyways, your viewers have been put on hold long enough.
True.
It's either caliphs who lead Islamic governments or leaders of communities, and that's endless. You can have 1,000 communities, which we do have
It's the same. It's the same with Protestantism.
in every country, and every community has its own leader. So you can't really hold anyone responsible for any theology, for any fatwas, for anything. And this is why the moment you point a finger when something happens from the Muslim community, the most of us say, it's got nothing to do with me. It's somebody.
Yeah, Protestants do the same thing. What the fuck are you talking about? Every time a Protestant church is found to do some creepy fucking shit, or some little priest is fucking diddling boys, or like some crazy shit about like money laundering or exploitation or radicalization, everyone else says, "Oh yeah, well, they're not. That's not my church." This exact same shit happens to Protestants.
Well, it's kind of different within like Protestant different nominations. Like if you are a Lutheran, a Baptist, or a Calvinist, right?
Evangelical? I don't know the old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that one too, right? And it's a different denomination within Protestantism. Do something. You can say it's nothing to do with me, but if you have Sunni Islam, how many denominations are there of Sunni Islam? It's like, I don't know. I know Sufi Islam, Alevi Islam, and Shia Islam are different, but Sunni Islam is like so, like it's far more like homogenized, if that makes sense, in a way.
Also, if creepy shit happens, if it's within your denomination of that Christian church, everyone condemns it and says we need to really work on that. And I've never heard like a Catholic say, "Oh no, that's not my way of Catholicism." It's like, "Oh my God, that's horrible. We need to do something about that."
Yeah, because Catholicism is like one thing.
They never say, "Oh, actually, that's not true Catholicism," because they know that it's bad and they know that there is work to be done. They don't just take themselves out of the equation saying, "Oh, it wasn't me, it wasn't my priest."
I'm just gonna leave this thing up there without commenting on it because I don't want to get a strike.
That's a good one. Yeah, leave this on as long as you like.
But like, I feel a bit bullied here because I used shave today, so I'm like the only one on the screen who doesn't have a beard.
Yeah, actually, in this company, it makes me want to shave, but.
Why don't you? I want you to as well.
And I can't, like, if someone asks me, "Hey, why did you shave your beard?" Yeah, because wash. That's a weird conversation starter.
But you have to tell them. You can just say, "Because my friend told me so."
Fair enough.
Indeed.
And to Catholics, because the existence of a pope. What do you think that, like, if a Catholic church does something wrong, you just mail the fucking pope? And the fact that there's centralized leadership means the problem is going to get taken care of. Centralized leadership is the reason why the Catholic Church has gotten away of pounding so many fucking choirable assholes. Like, that's the reason why. Centralized leadership doesn't just allow you to solve problems effectively, it allows you to cover them up effectively. This is a complete fucking non sequitur.
Else, right? So, whereby the Catholic Church, they can't run away from issues that happen within their church because it's an entire body that the world deals with. Islam doesn't have this.
Vosh, you're kind of being a smooth brain here. Slippy Tiger, right now in chat, ban or explain? Explain. That's or ban. I mean, I guess I gave you two choices there. It would be presumptuous of me. It would be presumptuous of me to say that you can't just accept the ban. The fact that the Catholic Church has centralized leadership is the literal fucking reason they were able to get away and are continuing to get away with the abuse and exploitation for so long. Protestantism is a fractured church, hundreds of different churches, individual hierarchies, which they're not. Yeah, Kiwi, I know, I just said that. Protestantism, all the churches, they have different religious leaders with different like interpretations of the Bible. Yeah. How am I being a smooth brain? Slippy Tiger.
Well, everywhere.
I'm willing to accept the L on this one because I'm not a fucking religious scholar. You don't really know what you're talking about. You use the wrong or give me fuck. Come on now. Explanation. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do you like this shit? I'm dyslexic.
Actually, no,
ban Slippy Tiger. Mods. Wasting my time.
It's body.
Okay.
All of
And
our
what about
time.
particularly the figures, you know, modeling yourself after Jesus Christ versus modeling yourself after the Prophet Muhammad? That's something that's very interesting to me.
The Catholic Church is a defined organization, so it can't deny the association with pedophile priests in charge of covering things up. Non-authority. Yeah, they can't deny association, but they do. They deny association all the time, and then they use their centralized power to fucking shuffle around the priests. So, hey, this abuse gets kind of covered up, and they cover this up, and then they move this priest over to another place with new, fresh boys to fuck. This shit happens all the time. The suggestion that the decentralized nature of Muslim leadership is like a problem ignores both
he
the
didn't
fact
say
that
it was
the
a
Catholic
problem. What
Church,
the fuck?
with its centralized leadership, has more evidently visible problems in the developed world than any of the other major organized religions, and that Protestantism is decentralized. There is no argument against this. There is literally no argument against this. This is an incontrovertible fact. I am spilling fucking truth nut all over the place.
They deny
Let's just
association
kind of
by
dissect that
moving
for a
them,
little bit, okay?
keeping them.
So-
Yeah, sure. What?
It's just.
Has this guy ever listened to a video of himself? Like, wow.
Well,
When
I
he's
usually.
right about it, it's a terrible thing where they shuffle the priests and everything, but that's the opposite of denying association. Like, you keep them in the flock and you try to shove it under the rug. It's terrible, but it's not denying association.
That is correct. It actually isn't. It's just like covering up for you. Like, and you wouldn't do this if you want to associate with him. You say, "Oh my God, look at this foreign person who doesn't have anything to do with me. Fuck him," right?
Yeah, throw him under the bus. Say, no, none of this happens. He was a rogue agent. He did this all by himself. We had no knowledge of this. That would be denying association.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it actually makes it worse that they didn't do that. But still, like, his man has, like one of his chatters said, smooth brain. So smooth.
Absolutely.
So
I gotta stop
versus
this
modeling
second.
yourself after the Prophet Muhammad. That's something that's very interesting to me. Let's just kind of dissect that for a little bit, okay? So was the Prophet Muhammad, would you say he was a good man?
Right. The thing is, with this question itself,
Mhm.
it's not a fair question,
Okay.
because you're speaking to a Muslim
Right.
from one school of thought, whereby Muhammad is seen differently by all schools of thought.
That's
Okay.
true.
So ISIS would say, yes, Muhammad went out, butchered, killed, did what he did, took slaves, booty, and that's the man we love, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, you have to be a member of ISIS to say that the Prophet Muhammad was a good guy.
No.
Ooh, that framing, Jesus Christ. No. Well,
He's
hey,
not
listen up.
finished.
There are
Oh my
many
God, he's getting
different
so stupid.
Muslim beliefs. Some people, like ISIS, say that Muhammad was a cool dude.
He's going to explain how secular or modern or Muslims like him see Muhammad soon. But he interrupted before. He did. Oh my God, this is like so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Does he know how to respond to videos? Really?
Yeah, I thought they would watch them first if they're like complex and only do direct responses if there's like silly stuff. But he seems to take this quite seriously. I don't know.
He's going to respond to something and then he's going to explain away that like immediately so fucking stupid.
We're going to follow him
Okay. So he did butcher people.
according to an ISIS reading of his character.
Exactly.
Then
Back up. According to an ISIS reading of his character. So what are they reading exactly that they're getting that interpretation of?
the traditions 100 to 200 years after the death of the Prophet that were compiled by Islamic scholars about what happened within the history of the prophetic era.
Okay. Is this found in the Quran?
The second most sacred book outside the Quran that interprets the verses in the Quran,
The Hadith.
the Hadith.
Hadith.
Yes.
Pardon.
No problem.
Okay.
So men interpret the Quran and it becomes sacred because it becomes promoted by governments. So, don't speak about this book. It's put on the shelf right beside the Quran, the Bukhari. And it influences all other Islamic denominations, including the Shia school of thought, which I belong to. And ISIS, for example, come and say, this is how Muhammad was, and we're going to follow him. Not only Muhammad, this is how Muhammad was and his caliphs. So if the caliphs are like that and they lived with him, then it's definitely how he was like. But then again, in my book, I also have to be balanced. There is the minority of Muslims. See, I say minority, which means I don't deny that the majority of Muslims believe.
Follow this interpretation,
Correct.
okay, of who the Prophet Muhammad was.
Correct.
But there is a minority.
A minority. And when I say majority, I'm not speaking about the majority in schools of thought. So I'm not saying the Sunni Muslims. I'm saying the majority of Sunni and Shia Muslims believe that Muhammad was a man who went out for jihad and had no mercy whatsoever. And I'm not saying they believe it because they studied it. I'm just saying they revere books that hold these traditions.
Okay, so I need to get this shit out of the way right fucking now, okay? Muhammad was probably a bad fucking hombre, right? Like, didn't he take wife at, like, she was 10, but then she lost her virginity at 14? Like, but that's the thing. I don't fucking care. By modern standards, literally any person with power back in those times would have been a monstrous fucking brute. Literally every single one of them.
I don't
The
really believe that's
raping,
true.
the murdering, the pillaging, the warlordship, the fucking taking multiple wives, the pedophilia. It wasn't even called pedophilia back then. If you were a powerful dude, you would just rape children.
What the fuck? Oh my
Like he kind of started off on that tangent. Like I thought he would be a little bit more I thought he was going to be a bit more subtle about it, but that's not what. Like you could hear in the tone of his voice, like, "I wish I was a powerful man back then. Could have gotten
Well,
away. They
it's like-
didn't call it that back then."
I think he's like doing what all the feminist men are doing, right? Because they basically are rapists, right? Which is abnormal. And if the feminists say that that's just a normal male behavior, they basically say, "Oh, I'm normal. I'm actually better because I recognize it," right? Which is
So
not
that's
normal.
the appeal. It makes them feel normal because feminists say all men are like that.
Yeah, and the reason why I said this because the idea that everyone with power were like that in the past, it's like saying that people with power would just be awful all the time, right? And that is, and that's not true. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that humans are always shit. Okay,
Yeah, but that's a statement that comes from the kind of person who only doesn't do horrible things because they fear the persecution that comes after. Like,
exactly.
no moral centerpiece, no moral grounding. Like, you could give me all the power in the world, and I wouldn't rape anybody. But
Yes.
Wash kind of sounds like he would if he was just powerful enough.
But he basically,
Probably
that's what
regrets that
everybody did.
Epstein
I'm like,
Island isn't
no.
around anymore. Sorry?
Like, that's not what everybody did. That's like not true.
Of course not.
But like, you need, like, here's the deal. You need to have proof. You can't like condemn people. And here's the deal. I'm actually not going to say that Muhammad was like a terrible guy, because the idea that he had a 9-year-old wife has actually been rationalized and debunked by different people. I remember when I was watching the Honey Badgers, and Brian basically said that the reason why they would probably take wives that young in that age, I think he said that, was because the lack of like women and like the lack of survival. So if you wanted someone to get married, you married them as soon as possible so that they would be protected, right? But like that don't mean that they were gonna have sex at that age. Do you think they're just gonna get married at that age, if that makes sense?
I actually don't remember if it states that he consumed the marriage or what age. Like, that's debatable. Maybe it's written. I don't know.
I think I want to address that, but like in this video, the email was gonna address this, right? But like, yeah, I don't think that most. I don't think it. Well, maybe most. No, I would say not all, but most of them probably believe that he did, but I don't think all of them did. I think that's the reason why so many Islamic government basically have the Sharia standard for like an adult, or like at 9, right? That's why you can get married when you're 9, and if you're right, but if you're a boy at 9, right, you would be the legal guardian of like your mother. Because I remember like one guy I was talking to, right, when he was living in like Saudi Arabia, I believe, and then when he was 9, he went out to shop with his mother. He legally speaking, his mother was actually under his guardianship when they were out, because he was a male relative and he was above the age of 9, right? And that's like the majority interpretation of like that the imam is going to address it is a problem, right? But he doesn't believe that interpretation is correct. He just believes it's like an interpretation that is incorrect, and it's been promoted by all these people. But he gets to it later, I suppose.
Yeah, like there's actual regions in the world where the mother has to take the 9-year-old boy by hand so she can leave the house.
Exactly, that happened. This is in Saudi. He had to do that, even though they were like not Muslims, right? Not, but they still have to abide by the laws.
It is a thing, but this guy sounds like he really doesn't like that, and I don't know why Wash is attacking that point that this guy is clearly not trying to make. I don't really know why Wash says anything that he says.
Well, probably because he's retarded. Maybe that's a bit too extreme. But before we go on, if I need to get something to drink later, which I probably need to do soon, should I keep the video running or should I pause it?
I guess pause it. Your reactions are better.
Yeah, but if I pause it and I get something to drink, then you have to react for me instead, if that's okay with you.
I hope I will have something to say instead of just ranting about how horrible Wash is. We will see.
Well, both would work, actually.
Like, why not? Muhammad was a pedophile mass murderer. I don't care, Sadabre. Everyone was.
No.
All of them were. Everyone back then was.
Including the women?
Seriously. Do you think the fucking Roman soldiers... Do you think the Roman soldiers who like fucking crucified Christ went back to their home to talk about like the validity of a like age of consent at 18 and not raping and murder? No, everyone back then was a massive piece of shit.
No, like this is like extremely bigoted because if you go to societies that have not gone through the, like if you go to other more primitive societies or more isolated groups, who's to say that, like, it's kind of racist actually.
It's literally him assuming that all men are like he is.
Exactly, which is what all feminist men do. That's why they're feminists. That's why they always want to glom on to this ideology that men are just this bad. But if you recognize that you are, then you are a good one. Oh, it's like that. That's why Onision was a feminist. Oh my god, this is like, he's a lot like Onision, but like more retarded and less funny.
He's only funny in that he's a horrible person.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard. Like, fuck this guy. Not the imam, the retard.
Literally all of them.
No.
It just so happens to be that Christianity and Judaism picked their respective fucking homeboys, Jesus Christ and Moses, who are both little pussy bitch babies who never threw no fists. Except for Jesus that one time in the temple when he flipped the tables, okay? But besides that, the idea that Muhammad was like an especially bad person for his time is ludicrous. And I have never seen
he might not be
any
a bad person at all.
historical like records to suggest that he was like especially bad or anything like that. It seems like he was like what a lot of people were back then, which was a
Not anymore,
religiously
okay.
motivated person who was eager in the spreading of their values and in uniting sort of the tribes in there. Like this happened so many fucking times throughout history. Okay, so point A, Muhammad was no better, and that's not true. There have been studies on indigenous cultures. Rape, pedophilia, and incest are very rare. Confident.
Exactly.
Bert told Brett that is not fucking true. The idea that like no. Bert told Brett, you can provide those studies if you like. The suggestion that rape, pedophilia, and incest were uncommon at that time is fucking laughable. It is. I am going to bust a fucking gut.
Normal.
If I damage my rib cage while laughing about this, ha, then I am billing you, okay? Because that was a very funny post that you just put right there in my fucking chat, okay? Also, that's about indigenous cultures. We're not talking about indigenous culture.
Exactly.
Pussy, you wouldn't have sex with a child. What kind of pussy are you? Wash, stop it.
You're just gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back.
It's just insane. Oh, also he forgot. Actually, Jesus took a whip and whipped the merchants out of the temple. But who is he to actually quote things that he knows? But yeah, you're a pussy if you didn't rape, murder, do incest, have sex with children. That's the new gold standard, I suppose, according to Walsh. Anyone who doesn't do that when they can is a pussy. I don't even know what to add to that. Like, Walsh, wow. Wow. Amazing. I guess most of the people that ever lived are just fucking pussies then. Jesus fucking Christ. I guess then in his book, Muhammad is a great guy because of the way that he thinks about him. Like he probably wishes he was Muhammad. Who knows? Maybe he invents a time machine. Oh, that's unlikely. But it's still. Why, Wash? Why? Also, gotta say that this Muslim dude is so far making quite the sense. Well, I guess good secular Muslim there. Unless he says something stupid later, I'm not gonna do a wash and just pretend that I can see the future. I'm gonna wait and see what else he has to say. Oh, good, you're back.
I hope you had an interesting observation while I was gone.
I ran out of things to say like halfway through the thing, but I refuse to rant off topic.
No, please do. That would be make it so. That would be
No,
so much fun.
it could be summed up like what I implied earlier. Like Jesus fucking Christ, Wash. I know you want to invent a time
Whatever
machine.
the case may be, I have never seen any historical records to suggest that Muhammad was any more or less of a shitty dude than like the people around him, or like the standard of the time. Okay, haven't you all watched Game of Thrones? It gets nasty back there.
But
all right?
that's not
Secondly,
reality.
The idea that the values of a religion are derivative of what's written in the book or how peaceful your prophet is equally fucking stupid. Okay. For all the people, for all of the fucking people who say that like Islam needs a reformation, Islam is so barbaric and brutal. Oh, take a look at the text. Look at the fucking Bible, dude. The Bible is fucking brutal. Look at the Old Testament. Look at the fucking Torah. Nobody goes quote sniping shit back there because the people who are quote sniping that shit from the fucking Quran recognize the fact that nobody in the West practices Christianity as is written in the book. And if this is the case, if Islam's book necessitates that it's this brutal, barbaric religion, and Christianity's religious text is somehow more tolerant and peaceful and progressive, then why is it that back when the Catholic Church was fucking dominating Western Europe, when we lived in like feudal serfdom, where women and fucking every single indigenous and minority group in Europe had absolutely no fucking rights, nobody had any rights, the world was shit, everything was shit?
Does he really think that there was like a gender difference between how men and women were treated like shit during that time? Is he that stupid?
He apparently does. Also, he apparently doesn't realize that all of the things that the church did back then, none of this is justifiable by the text of the New Testament. They could do that because they were the only ones who could read it. All the plebeians, they just had to take the priest's words as truth.
Yeah, because they didn't understand fucking Latin. It's like most people in the Muslim world today doesn't understand fucking Arabic. That's why the people in charge can just read what they want from it and let people believe it.
Oh my god!
Isn't that like his entire argument is completely null and void?
God.
And meanwhile, Muslims were enjoying a golden age of Islam, an unprecedented era of peace, prosperity, tolerance, progressivism, insight, religious wisdom, philosophy, and scientific discovery. How
No.
strange.
It's actually. Do you know the reason why they actually were able to have such a golden age? It's actually kind of simple. It is because, most likely because they were like very little opponents.
There was like in Persia back then, there was literal massive conflict with massive death tolls.
And also, like, one of the reasons why they could have such a good Islamic golden age is because Arabic way of counting, right, is actually, which is like the language of mathematics and the language of the Quran are actually very similar in the writing system because they're Arabic. And if you go to like any other part of the world, you have a disconnect in the math, any type of math, especially when it comes to counting time, if you're not Arabic. But like if your religion comes from the same source linguistically as math, of course you're going to have more easier to get scientific knowledge in a time period like that. Isn't that kind of simple?
Yeah, it was a whole connect with the Greeks, but we'd have to map it out on a timeline for it to make sense. But there's a lot that he doesn't understand. I think there's more. It would be a shorter list of things that, if you want a list of things that he understands, it's easier to list those from the things that he said, that the things he doesn't understand. Is like literally ignorant about all of these things, but very arrogant and saying these things.
100%.
Strange, because it seems to me, and this is just my sociologist talking, it's that if you look at the history of Christianity and the history of Islam, the way in which these verses in their holy book are interpreted has a hell of a lot more to do with the socioeconomic circumstances of the time than it does with the actual text in the book, which is the reason why Christians for the past century and a half have been opposed to every single progressive measure brought about in this country. Slaves? Well, you know what? Supremacy over the beasts of the earth, which the blacks certainly are.
Does he know that like the most religious people at the time in the United States actually were the most vocal? They actually were if you go to the South, they were the most deeply religious, were the ones who were the most opposed to slavery. When it was like they were the ones that, oh, the Quakers were like, but this slavery is a moral abomination, to stop it immediately, right? And then the less Christian people, they were like, no, right? And then the northern people, who were mainly immigrants, right, from Germany, they were like, no, slavery is wrong, right? So the most Christian people actually were against slavery the most, and also the slaves were Christian.
And not to mention that there's still, and there was never a break in this, there's still Muslim cultures that do slavery.
Oh my God, like, I actually have seen, I met this girl, she's a Somali girl, she's very nice. She's Muslim, she's very nice. And she said, oh my God, I don't want to be in the Middle East. I hate being there because the people are like so racist. Like the people in like Lebanon and like Saudi Arabia and like Qatar, like they're so racist. It's like, oh my God. And the term abed, which is like mean racing head in Arabic, is usually referred to as calling to black people. And if you want to talk about slavery, do you know why there were so many slaves in America? Oh, you know who started the slave trade? Oh, wait. Arab Muslims were starting the slave trade. The Islam was,
and they never abolished it. Like never abolished it. Like when Gaddafi went down in Libya, one of the first things that was reestablished was the slave trade.
Yeah, and even Tuaregs, not all, but a lot of them, which is like a Berber people in like West Africa, they have slaves of Nilotic origin who are black, and they are, well,
no, it's the Christians who did slavery. We are just very misinformed, man.
That's kind of interesting. He'd like to shit on his own country. It's like, that's the reason why immigration is a bad thing, because you have immigrants coming to your country, then the descendants shit on the people who were in the country before. It's really like kind of like sad. And that's the reason why people don't like immigration for the people who are around in early on this conversation before you came.
Is written here in the good book. Oh, I'm sorry. Fucking suffrage? A woman should stand by her husband and should not utter any fucking voting shit. Bam! Religious authority against suffrage. The second wave feminist movement? Bam! The fucking...
Is he gonna mention that like women are the only American citizens who actually have voting rights?
He doesn't understand that.
Anybody who doesn't understand it is an idiot. It's like wait, if someone say, oh, we want voting rights, but nobody have voting rights, but we want it. The Christians say no, then good on them. I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna give voting rights to people who, when I don't have.
That sounds quite egalitarian in the time period.
Yes, it's like this guy's fucking stupid. He doesn't know anything about history.
Civil rights movement? Bam! Gay rights? Bam!
Okay, I will give him the last one. Actually, the gay rights was actually kind of. Wait.
Yeah, but
he's
comparing it to Islam.
If you go to like,
keep in mind,
yeah,
they still throw them off of buildings in many countries, so not really a point in favor of Islam, right?
exactly. That is so true. Like if you look to Islamic countries, oh, Christians are homophobic. I'm like, yeah, can you be executed for being gay in United States? No, you can't be in fucking Saudi Arabia. Is it bad to be gay? Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Somalia, Iraq. The reason why I don't Iran. Oh my God, Morocco. Oman, yeah, that too. You see, like name a Christian. The only Christian country where persecute gays in a high basis is fucking Uganda.
And I have a hunch that it's not about Christianity.
What you say?
I have a hunch that it might not be strictly because of Christianity there. Sounds more like a cultural thing to me. Though the Bible is against gays, it never actually states that you should kill them. Oh, I'm not sure if the Quran states that either, but massive killings of gay people when they are found to be gay, that's currently quite a Muslim issue worldwide. Yeah. Not a good argument, Mr. Walsh. Not a good argument.
No, that's a very bad argument, but what do we expect?
Trans rights? Bam! Roe v. Wade? Bam! Christian and religious affiliation in school, separation of church and state, the teaching of evolution over creationism? Bam, bam, bam!
Does he understand that everybody who doesn't believe in a separation between church and state doesn't actually have faith in their own religion?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's a peculiar point to make, but I can see how it makes sense, but I don't think he thinks in dimensions of logic and reason at this point. I'm pretty convinced.
And also, like, but why women? I'm like, but why only women? Like, you know, like this is the reason why most men that are like this, they don't deserve to have rights. I actually don't believe that they do, and neither do most women believe that. Because if people don't respect themselves, then why would anybody else respect them?
Yeah, these people seem to have the idea that men in the past were all like feudal rulers, and I hate to break it to those people, but men were fucked just as much as women were throughout history. In Europe, we even had kind of gynocentric laws that if there was a marital dispute in certain countries, there would be a fist fight between the wife and the husband would have to stand in a hole so she could kick him in the head. Because he was oppressing her so hard that the rule of the common law allowed those things to happen, where I don't even know if a man could win that fight. I guess the physical prowess would allow it, but I don't even want to imagine how that went down. It just doesn't sound like I can't point to any like medieval culture or pre-industrial culture where there was any kind of acceptance of men actually fucking with their wives physically, because like that would have been bad for procreation. If husbands killed their wives left and right, we probably wouldn't be alive if that was the case.
Exactly. So yeah, that now he's gonna. This guy's fucking retarded. He doesn't know anything what he's talking about.
At every point in time throughout American history, Christians have stood opposed to every single element of social, scientific progress that we have enjoyed. Everything we have is in spite of them.
Don't believe that the Jews so the Jews and Muslims are like better somehow. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like that's why I basically say they're very similar. They agree more than they disagree, right? This guy's fucking dumb.
Like, if he just said like religion could be a fair point. Like, he would still be wrong about many things, but Christianity in isolation, no, that's not unique. Not unique properties of the Christian people, religion, whatever.
Exactly. It's like this guy's so fucking stupid. Like oh, America. Like, this is the reason why America. Like, it's so stupid people.
Meanwhile, over in the Middle East, things were actually pretty okay for a really long time. I know you guys might not believe me when I say that.
Oh my god!
Because you're wrong. Because
No,
you're
the reason
wrong,
why if
dude.
you use the same standards for the Middle East as those for America, they would be both bad, right? But he basically say that it is all bad. America's on okay, and the Middle East, they were not. They did exactly the same thing, right? Like, how are they? It's not that it's the same thing. It's like, oh my god.
Oh god.
This guy's so fucking dumb. It's like he's like, I mean, they didn't persecute gay people. They didn't persecute. They didn't have gender-based laws.
No.
Because like Saudi Arabia, they gave women the voting rights. Oh my god, what is like 2019, 17?
they didn't have like what was his name, Mossadegh, and none of that happened. Like, they were all peaceful. Like, it was like that scene from The Simpsons. Imagine a world without laws. Everyone's holding hands and dancing. That was the Muslim world, according to his. I don't even know where he gets this
I would
idea.
like to give him some credit though, because like technically America still have a gender-based voting right, but Saudi Arabia doesn't. So in that way, they are better.
Fair enough.
But during the time of the Ottoman Empire, sometime following that, the states which were not thoroughly picked apart by Western imperialism were actually pretty fucking okay, especially compared to how they are today.
Oh my god, you want to know a country that was so okay because of the Ottoman Empire? Armenia, Kurdistan.
Nothing happened to the Armenians. Nothing happened to
the
the
Kurds.
No. There was no genocide. That's no. That was just fabrication.
Like, this is fucking. This is
the Ottoman Empire is the gold standard for human rights and peace. What's a little genocide here and there? Come on. People not having all the rights at the same time in the US, that's the real problem.
Yes, exactly, right? Because don't you see that? No, I had lost my train of thought. Like, this is like so fucking stupid. Like, like the Ottoman Empire went to fucking genocide, Armenian genocide. You know what they also did? They also had, I don't know, gender-based slavery for the Janissaries. Have you ever heard about the Janissaries? You know, when they took Christian boys from their families.
Yeah, to turn them into loyal servants and soldiers. That never happened. No, that was completely peaceful.
But like the idea like that, like he basically ignored all the male anti-male oppression history is just like really fucking funny. That's the reason why he doesn't deserve any rights. You know, people who watched initially who said, "I want everyone to have property rights unless they want to valid property rights." Yeah, if people don't respect themselves and don't respect and don't want property rights and doesn't want other people to have the property rights either, then why shouldn't they have rights too? I don't get it.
We should respect his wishes and treat him as he would treat others if he had power.
Which means that he doesn't have any rights. That's only fair.
I'm all down with treating people how they want to be treated, and he obviously wants to be treated like a piece of shit.
But like you know, the Ottoman Empire was actually defeated by Western governments, and they were not like that was because of they were at war because they allied with the fucking Central Powers. If they didn't want to have people coming and snatching out the empire, they shouldn't be at war with them. Like if you join a war and you lose the war, you're gonna lose a lot of territory.
That's how wars work, as far as I know. Yeah.
And also just FYI, they actually didn't they snatch up Europe? Didn't the Barbary slave trade like took slaves in like Europe, and that's the reason why Western imperialism by colonizing the Ottoman Algeria. It was a cell. Oh god, it's like one-sided and it's like so fucking dumb. It's like this guy cannot fucking think. He's like really, really dumb. He's like really stupid. He's like so ignorant, it's fucking ridiculous. I don't know how people could be this stupid.
I guess he has a whole life of experience to be that stupid.
But like, how the fuck? This is like not controversial information. This is like open facts. Like everybody knows about this.
Oh well. I'm depending on what you mean. Maybe not everybody, but apparently not he. Like everybody who cares and informs himself will know these things.
Yes, we know about this shit. Oh Lord, he's stupid.
It is only after they were meddled in to the extent that their governments collapsed, their economies caved in, and the artificial fucking lines that were drawn in the sand to denote new boundaries following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire did things get really fucking rough over there.
Also, yeah, that's actually true that the British Empire and the French Empire like kind of like fucked up things there. But like
the only after that is wrong, but that statement is half right. I'm gonna give him a little star right here.
Well, he's also gonna ignore that the thing that Muhammad, Muhammad Tahiri, Prophet Muhammad, I know, have said in the past. He basically said the difference between Islam and Christianity is like in Salafism is a problem, and Salafism and the power of Saudi Arabia became a problem because of British imperialism. That's actually true, and the Imam is actually going to explain it. But he's not. Rather than to like say that and give Imam that, he's rather ignoring facts than agreeing with the Imam. It's like so immature.
We let him talk much more while we comment on his stuff than he lets the Imam talk.
Exactly.
Weird reaction combination.
I know.
Moving on.
So it's almost as though the actual text of their holy book has literally nothing to do with how those people behave. And it has everything to do with how the socioeconomic circumstances of the time dictate they interpret the verses.
Also because they can't read the verse. Like, they're kind of like important too. Why they like, here's basically what they always do. Basically say everything is due to socioeconomics. It's like nothing else.
Right,
like everybody's
used my hands clean. I know I made you all proud.
It's like there's nothing else. That's basically what he believes.
Whatever the case may be, and this is super.
Will he
fucking
let
important.
the video continue?
There is nothing wrong with hating Islam.
Probably not. But it's like so stupid. They basically always say this. They basically say that like, oh, it's just socioeconomics. The reason why they are different crime rates in different countries is just because socioeconomics. The reason why they are stupid things like the reason why all the crimes in the United States and South Africa is by race often is because of socioeconomics. Like, we're just fucking retarded. It's not.
I will always argue that it is actually a large factor, but the perpetuation of certain groups staying in certain socioeconomic groups
It's the government.
has also many reasons to it. And
mainly government regulations, actually.
Unless the government that claims to want to uplift the black man starts to actually suppress the black man and keeping him down, we will never know how much is socioeconomic. Like, people have been saying this for like, what, 20, 30 years, but no one's doing anything about it. So we can never really know for sure. It's certainly a factor. We can see it in other groups of people that live in like poor conditions with no prospect of social mobility, of course.
You know why they don't have social mobility?
It is a factor.
They have it because of government regulation that all the people on the people to the left that are as far left as he is are in favor of. So
yeah, he's part of the problem. Like, people like him are actually keeping the people down, so we can't know how much of it is just social economic.
And if you want to see a country,
I'm quite convinced it's a large proportion, but he doesn't seem to want to change that. Like, his kind of people don't want to change that.
And also, like, social economics stagnation when it comes to social mobility is due to government regulation, including taxation, which they're in favor of. They basically want the cause of the problem to solve the problem, which doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not going to solve anything. It's just going to make it worse. And keep the left in power forever, because that's all they fucking care about. And it's also funny that they basically don't see anything good with Western countries, anything bad with non-Western countries. It's like really funny, because like, it's kind of funny because we should tell them that anti-racism is a Western thing, it's an imperialist Western thing that's actually oppressive to other people, because that's actually true, right? And that's why I don't like the West. But the only reason why I don't like the West is because of the leftist ideas that only have power in the West. So it's like very paradoxical in a way.
No, like they have to completely ignore that it was actually the British who did a lot of work to abolish slave trade and slave labor.
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire
that didn't originate in Africa. That didn't originate with Muslims. It originated in, honestly, in my opinion, quite arrogant culture that developed in Great Britain, which was also why they let Gandhi do his hunger strike thing and actually have a little impact. Because if they were the monsters that people like Walsh thinks they are, they would have just said, "Ha ha, go and starve to death, you little," I don't even know the slur for Indian, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting because technically the British Empire are horrible because they were responsible for spreading feminism as well as affirmative action based on race and gender, as well as spreading ideas such as Salafism unintentionally. So
yeah, but
so technically I think the British Empire awful because with everything that the left are in favor of anyway. So I don't. That's like the paradox again.
They should be their heroes by that standard.
Right? It's so true. But it's also funny. Whenever you see someone on the right critiquing anything in the West, the left is gonna flip to say like, "Oh, this culture that we enjoy." They're gonna like. Then they're gonna be like super patriotic all the time. The second someone critiques like leftist policies in the wrong country, like, "Oh, but this is so good. This is so great." They're always gonna do it. It's so fucking funny.
Indeed.
Islam, okay? Islam is, as with all organized religions, a barbarous authoritarian cult designed to keep people subservient and complacent about their mortal well-being. Okay? That's why they're there. That's what they do. There is everything wrong with shitting on Muslims, because most Muslims, as are all religious people, victims of the circumstances into which they were born.
I realized that he basically cannot give anybody any agency. Everybody's just, "Oh, you're victim of your circumstances." Like this, like if it's like this, basically like it doesn't matter what you do, what you want. Like you have no like will or agency or like brain. It's just like, "Oh, you're born in this circumstance." That means like that everything you do then is just like it's something that happens to you, that happened to you.
But he
That's what you
gave
see
agency to the Christians earlier because he blamed them individually.
Well, that's because he's a hypocrite. But like the whole idea that you don't have agency, the whole idea that you can't do better, the idea that no, if you're born in this situation, then you just will do these bad things. Like, no, you don't. You actually have a choice because you're a fucking human with a brain. Holy shit, this guy fucking is so
Unless that choice results in a direct imprisonment or death. Yes, you have agency, and that's not very common. Like maybe under Soviets or Nazi or Maoist or current day China rule, you can't really express your agency without major risk to your well-being. But it's not the standard case. Hasn't been in most countries, at least for a long while.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. They were
No.
born Muslim. They're probably going to die Muslim. That doesn't make them bad people. It just means they're part of a system they can't really control.
Oh, it's systematic. It's all the system. It's the system. It's like it's the system. I mean, they are like first of all the people. There's three logic saying this. He basically talking about. She's talking about the low IQ blacks who basically kill a shot, and then they say, "Oh, white supremacy," but why did you kill the other black man? And they're like, "It's the system." And then the low IQ white will then say, "Oh, I'm a virgin in my basement with my mother and I have no jobs and no girlfriend." Why? It's the Jews! It's the Jews! It's the Jews! Right? And he's the same thing. He's like, it's the system. Oh, it's not your fault, poor blacks. It's not fault you're puzzling. It's the system. It's like, you know what? All our people, everybody on the left, come to us because nothing is your fault. If you're a man who wants to rape people, it's not your fault. It's the system. If you don't get a much salary because you choose to study gender studies rather than to go into, I don't know, accounting, it's the system. It's like always the system. So like, isn't it kind of interesting? Like, oh, here, no responsibility for anyone. It's coming to us, and then we will take other fake shots to give it to you. Because the only reason why you aren't accessible as them, it's the system. It's the system. It's like
ultimate boogeyman.
Fucking dumb. It's so fucking stupid. It's low IQ. It's so low IQ. Fucking dumb. No agency for anybody. And if you say Muslims have no agency, you actually are being belittling them. So if you're gonna use some Islamophobic for other people, then I can use it on him.
It's quite dehumanizing, actually.
It is, but he doesn't really seem to recognize human agency. So.
I was merely countering the notion that less civilized people were less moral. Oh, Bert told Brett, I didn't say anything about less civilized people being less moral, only that in brutal, chaotic, war-torn regions 600 years ago, or however long ago Muhammad was doing his shit, people were a hell of a lot less concerned about like incest and rape and murdering than we are today.
It's not that hard to remember that Muhammad lived in the 700s.
What'd you say?
It's not that hard to remember that Muhammad lived in the 700s. It's not 600 years ago. It's 1,300 something years ago.
That's actually quite funny.
There's a huge difference between 600 years ago and 1,300 to 400 years ago. There's a massive difference. Like, God.
Indeed. Oh, finally, we're gonna hear the smart guy talk.
He's gonna let him talk.
Yes.
Good.
Them on the street, and you say, "Is it true that Muhammad was a terrorist?" They'll say, "No." But
wait, a terrorist? Whoa! Way to buy into the loaded Jesus fucking Christ! A terrorist? How could? What possible definition? Wasn't Muhammad just a warlord that united local tribes? Terrorism is about attacking civilian populations to achieve a political message in a state. Terrorism can't exist without statehood because you have to be attacking a super system. There was no state for him to attack. He can't be a terrorist by definition. It doesn't fit the fucking definition.
Maybe let the guy talk first. Oh my God.
But it's like the law you left to do to basically say, oh, the definition. He basically say the definitions define what reality. It's like when he talk with Blaze, like, well, they're also trans by definition. I'm like, this is like so fucking dumb. The definition doesn't like reality exists independent of words. Words are explaining reality. Words doesn't define reality. He thinks words define reality. He really thinks it's the reason why she's a trans woman is because the definition of trans fits her. It's like, what? That doesn't make him. That's so fucking dumb, right? And in terms of terrorism exists regardless of the word terrorism. Terrorism is literally political violence. That's the definition, actually. If you're gonna have
and, yeah, his definition is actually he just shat that out of his mouth. But I like the still shot of the Muslim in the background, because anyone who can read body language can see this man is mid-sentence. He's literally going to add another sentence to what it just said because he was trying to make an argument or a point. That's not the moment you pause a video to react to it. You wait for him to finish what he has to say, unless you're a fucking retard and are named Wash.
Exactly. It's so fucking retarded. But I also would like to say that I need to help promote something. Before I'm gonna respond to that, I just kind of say that like it's like one of my friends, he wants to like a PayPal, which is like because they're like raising funds to buy disadvantaged things to disadvantaged kids, like shoes and socks, right? And I'm gonna put that link in the description so people who feel like they want to help out can help out. And I'm also gonna put it on Twitter. So you have to say that before I'm gonna respond to that. And that is that safe to say that no woman is safe around Wash. That's probably true because he admitted to sexually assaulting a woman, I believe he did. So don't quote me on that because it might be incorrect. But then, like when Sydney Watson was telling, like on a place, she's talking to a lot of women, right, that she was raped, and then he like mocked her for telling that she was raped, and because when she went to the cops were like, well, he's an immigrant with a different background, so we're not gonna arrest him. And he was like mocking her for saying it. Like, that's kind of gross. He's like shaming like female rape victims.
Not to mention that he basically said multiple times that it is in the nature of men to rape women and children.
It's his nature, right? But like, it's also like he basically said that the rapists like have no agency either. It's like rape apology, actually.
It's just a system, man. Also, it's
Right.
your nature and it's a system. Like he said both things in this video, which is quite telling. Like he can't decide whether his urge to rape women and children comes from his innate manness or from the system.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you can, for example, say that it's like everything to do with gender, right? And with like the system. But if you say genetics, actually most rapist men are actually more distinction between male rapists and non-rapists as there are between heterosexual and homosexual males too.
Interesting.
Yep, indeed. So, but when I say genetics, they're like, oh, no, you can't say genetics.
Genetics don't exist, man. It's just a system, man.
It's just a social construct, probably would say that. Like, XY chromosome lines. Like, let's not go into that.
Stop teaching boys to rape, even though it's in their nature, according to him.
Yeah, that's what I say. Teach boys not to rape, which is like awful.
But I know why I would call Muhammad a terrorist if I was a self-hating fucking Uncle Tom Muslim.
He has
who wanted to paint myself with the same red brush every person like Candace Owens does, the Muslims. Yeah.
But he's doing the opposite. He's actually saying that Muslims are not bad. And this works because a lot of people who would otherwise be very anti-Muslim, when they see him, they probably will be like, well, maybe they're not all that bad.
Yeah, so far from what I've heard, he seems like one of the reasonable, secular maybe not that secular. It
Well, he is
depends.
very secular, but that's just because he's very religious, right?
Yeah,
because
but
like
like
if you're secular,
he seems to be so far an upstanding example of how Muslims can be, and depending on the region where you live, who you live with, the Muslims actually are like that. I don't have any statistic on how many people are like that, but those are the people I respect. I don't like religious people in general, but if you're like that, that's fine by me.
yes, I agree with that 100%. It's like, well, I said earlier that I usually like a lot of religious people because a lot of Muslims and Christians I grew up with, like, or lived around, made a very good impression. So, but I already know that, so I'm just gonna move on now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think I might do it then.
In their own books, which they don't read because language barriers or they haven't been taught, or only the Imam quotes it
Exactly.
in Friday prayers, those books do teach, such as Bukhari, that Muhammad was a man who was violent.
Right. He was violent.
Yeah, there's a difference between being violent and being a fucking terrorist. There's nothing inherently wrong with being violent. You know what? I'm gonna hit you with the V.
A
With the
leftist being
V
okay with
dizzy.
violence, how novel.
Fucking honesty right now. If I was living in a brutal, war-torn area and people were starving to death and couldn't get their fucking water and shit, and I thought that I could unite everyone into a centralized people that would benefit the lives of everyone, you bet your fucking ass I would get violent. I'd be slamming that the fucking axe, beheading apostates every other minute. I'll get swole as fuck. My right arm, I won't even have time to jerk off how many fucking apostates I'm.
I just have to add that, like, all this violence would solve that when it's not true. Violence is usually the cause for people being poor. If people had all property rights, which he doesn't really support, then they would then they would be like, then you wouldn't be in a situation like that.
Yeah, he just keeps showing that it's a good thing that he lives in a society and that he's sitting in front of a computer, because, I mean, first of all, I'm not worried if push came to shove and we devolved into the kind of society that is corrupt. I'm pretty sure he would die the first day. But if he didn't, he would be one of the most terrible people that would be alive in that society. But he wouldn't, because he would die immediately.
He would not be as powerful as Muhammad were, that's for sure. It's kind of funny where you can be where they basically compare him to someone like Muhammad, right? In any time period, and Muhammad would always like be the better man. I'm not saying that's a shit on Muhammad, by the way, because it's actually really low bar. But he doesn't really seem to have that how good opinion about Muhammad. But yeah, he said Muhammad is bad, but he wouldn't be better. He basically, if I was in a situation, I would be bad too. Well, Muhammad wasn't really that bad, according to the Imam, right? Which I hope is true, right? So I can accept that, right? So therefore, yeah, you see, he's basically more of an apologist than I am, even though I'm like massively apologetic when it comes to religion compared to most people.
Ironically so, yes.
I think I'm gonna post the link if people want to help out with the with helping disadvantaged kids. Just if anybody were able to, or just felt the need to do that. So like it's good that this. Why not? You know.
Beheading, if I was at the time. Okay.
And he killed people, he raped people, and what you're telling me is that the
God.
majority, but there is a minority.
This how to say someone in the chat said terrorist equals being violent while not being white. These are the people. These people are so fucking stupid. Oh, fuck off with this bullshit. These people are awful fuckers.
I really hate
second, but the majority
saying
of
read the definitions, but read the definitions, because there was a shit ton of white terrorists that were classified as such.
Yeah, they think that like white terrorists are not taken seriously, which is ridiculous. They take it more seriously than any other. Probably because if there is a racism, that would be that they don't think the other races could be like dangerous.
They literally take a much smaller amount of crime that they classify as terrorists from the far right in Germany as the thing that needs a lot of resources to monitor while they have a massively larger amount of Muslim crime that they refuse to even classify as terrorism. Like, of course, he did kill that Jew in front of that synagogue, but we don't know if it's politically motivated. We're not going to call this like terrorism, or he probably was just a deranged person. Like, they literally do the opposite. I don't know about America. I assume that if a white person commits an act of terror, they call him a terrorist. They did that in the past. If they stopped, that's wrong, but they did classify a lot of white violence as terrorism, and rightfully so.
Yes, they did. So now we'll move on.
People who follow this understand that.
Not necessarily understand it, but they revere books.
Okay.
So just like how...
Can you imagine if anyone talked about like a pope this way? Do you know how many popes have over the history of Catholicism been brutal fucking warlords?
I know.
Just monstrous fucking people who ordered genocides and like tried to conquer other. Like, do you have any idea how bad the popes were who ordered the fucking crusades?
Yes.
People are
I
very
do
much
know
aware of that. And
We are like,
it is-
who doesn't know that? Like, there's like
it's
common knowledge
widely
everywhere.
condemned.
It's also like interesting to say Muhammad was basically Genghis Khan. I mean, like, not really, because Genghis Khan was far more violent than Muhammad was. But imagine paying Wash to say that. Like, never mind. I don't want to imagine that.
Do you have any fucking idea? But nobody does this. Hey, let's sit down. Hey, I can't help but notice that like the Christianity, there's an organization, and people say that the Pope is good, but if you look at it, this Pope is really
fuck the
bad.
Pope.
Let's take a look at all the bad the Pope did.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck the
fine
Pope.
with doing that because I'm not promoting a radical white supremacist agenda. But
Who
Candace
is?
is, and this
Oh,
guy
Lord.
is playing into that.
Christianity and Judaism, they have their holy books.
Mhm. Not
These-
everybody reads the entire book.
Not everybody.
Nobody reads the fucking holy book except for the fucking try-hard Catholic school members.
But even though
You should talk about the ultra-Orthodox Jews in Switzerland and Israel about reading their holy book, but that's like, I don't want to go into that tangent. I just had to mention that.
Some people do.
they
He's
get
right.
paid.
Most people don't read it, but I think he underestimates. Like even Christians, there's a bunch of people who actually read that. It's just a minority, but still, it's not nobody.
Yes, exactly. That is so true.
those who memorize it, they just like parrots, they repeat the words, they don't know what it's really saying.
Okay.
So yes, there is a reading of Prophet Muhammad, which is the most promoted one. The majority of people believe in. That is not a good reading. It's a violent one.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with
I mean, like, if you're conservative...
in the Torah, didn't fucking God kill the first son of every Egyptian? And that was why and then the Pharaoh sent the armies after the fucking the Jewish people.
I mean, like, it's very different if you're religious, because if God commits, like, if you do something that God, like killing people, then you're literally you're like, if God wants someone to die, then he will just make sure they die. And if God wants someone to live, he make sure they live. And if mortals go and killing people, they're like messing with that. So like, if you're religious, then you're probably going to think it's then you probably murder is condemned for them usually.
Yeah.
And like, he's not saying, the Imam isn't saying that everything Muhammad did was that it was bad to be violent. He literally said in another interview that not every religious text has to be peaceful, and that's okay. Which sure, it's fine. It doesn't have to be peaceful all the time. So he's just projecting like a false narrative on Tawhid that Tawhid isn't even making. It's so fucking ridiculous.
And if he wanted to use an example, don't use the plagues. Use where was this in the Old Testament where the Jews, they kind of lost, and but was a proposed marriage to like was it princess or like the daughter of a important man, and they told I think it was the Romans, yes, but we can only make this happen if all of your troops get circumcised. And then they agreed to that, and while they were weak after their foreskin has fucking been violently torn off, they murdered them all while they were weak. And God didn't tell them to do that. that would be a better example than actually God saying, "If you didn't let my people go, I'm gonna kill your firstborns." Because one is a thing that actually likely historically happened, and the other thing is myth.
Yes, but he's retarded, so
And Moses ran, then he parted the Red Sea or what? Like, violence is that? It's a fucking holy book. Of course, there's violence.
he
Jesus.
didn't deny it was
What
violence.
what the fuck is the point of a religious text if people don't fucking die? That's what we read that shit for.
No,
Yeah,
really.
you
Then we have
obviously
to give
didn't read
right
it.
to the minority.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Now the imam is gonna be good now, but he's never gonna let the imam be good, so it's fucking annoying.
Okay.
Because the minority, they also have a voice. Why only focus on the extremists? Because they have more money, so they can print more, they can get into government, they are more powerful, so their brand gets more attention.
So he just said that everyone who has a reading of Muhammad that paints him as violent, but that's okay, is an extremist. And since the vast majority of people, according to him, subscribe to this definition, he just called like 90% of Muslims extremists and are pushing a lie so they can get into higher government. Yikes! Ooh.
But
Oh
that's-
God!
What?
Ooh, pretty embarrassing for this guy,
But
who
he's
I
co-
bet definitely
he's
isn't trying
correct.
to profit off of throwing other Muslims under the bus.
He wants to
But the
help other
minority also
Muslims.
deserve to be heard, and the minority believe that Prophet Muhammad was only continuing what Jesus had come with, what Moses had come with. And yes, there were times of conflict, but it was in self-defense. And that's their reading of the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay.
It's a
Someone
very
like
good
me,
reading.
I'm a social reformist, not a reformist in religion. I focus on changing the Muslim society, the Muslim mentality, because I see it is not only capable of being changed, it is already changing. And I can give
That's
you
very
countries,
true, actually,
the
I know
UAE,
that.
Oman, Kuwait, where Americans and British love to work there and live there and honeymoon there.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Jordan, a Muslim country, was one of the very first places ever to legalize gay marriage, and we have
What?
like 3 million
When did
Muslims
they
in
do that?
America, and they're extremely well integrated. The Muslims in America proportionally commit significantly less crime than the non-Muslim domestic population, and we have like our the record of like domestic terrorist attacks from Muslim extremists is like substantially lower than that which we experience from far right or even far left terrorists. So
Yep. Do you want something interesting about something very interesting about most Muslims in America? If you take race, demographics, interesting. America includes all people of South Asia as Asian, not just East and Southeast Asia, right? And the white category includes people of the Middle East and North Africa. The majority of the Muslims are actually white and Asian in America. And in the world, by the way, by American standards. That means that he literally admitted to the racial crime statistics not being the way they are actually, because otherwise he couldn't make this argument.
Actually, I just looked this up. So the thing that he misunderstood is same-sex sexual activity is legalized in Jordan, making the country more advanced in the Middle East. However, people can be punished for public affection according to the morality code. So nothing about same-sex marriage. It's just that you don't get killed if they find out you're gay.
But I just need to say one thing. Can heterosexual couples also show affection in public?
There's a link here, but the morality code seems to be quite long. Maybe, yeah, but
Because
it's definitely not gay marriage. It's just if someone finds out you're gay, you don't get killed or punished for just being gay. Nothing about marriage.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because like usually like moral codes, moral codes,
It's probably allowed to move to travel to Jordan if you're a gay couple that is married in another country. I guess that's what from my reading of this, that's probably because they have a lot of tourists. They enjoy a lot of like income from that area. But no, you can't get married as a gay couple in Jordan. You just don't get persecuted if you're a gay couple in Jordan.
Exactly.
Unless you kiss in public, then you get whatever.
But then that can
punishment
happen
is.
to straight couples too, I suppose.
Yeah, but yeah, he's again just. I don't know who gives him this misinformation. Like, do people just tell him lies, or is he incapable of reading facts?
I think, but like, I basically feel this way. Like, I want this to be true about Jordan, but it's not. So therefore, well, it's not. This is just like most other countries, right? It's still like you can't still like be with some, like you wouldn't be, if I were to have a boyfriend, I were to move to that Jordan live, then I wouldn't like get persecuted for like just living my life, if that makes sense.
Which is already quite good. Like, not perfect, but compared to other countries where even foreigners would be punished if they realize that you were gay. It's better, but it's not legal gay marriage.
Do you want to see a country of what rights you have as a gay person in the world? Because I have a very interesting image of that, if I may share with people. Oh Lord, this is gonna be fucking fantastic. Let us see how this is going to show itself. Oh my God! You see where country where being gay is illegal. It is Muslim country, Muslim country, Muslim country, Muslim country, Muslim country, Muslim, Islamic, 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 sort of Islamic. It's like basically all countries on the planet besides Myanmar, and Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Tanzania, and Burundi, right?
And Russia is just like restrictions of expression.
Except in Chechnya where you can be killed. But like, yeah, and it's like, well, technically Jordan is better than Russia because you don't have to have expression, because the moral code applies to you regardless of your sexuality. So it's like, so yeah, so basically Jordan is it's like one of the few countries in the Islamic Muslim world where you don't get punished for being gay, with the other ones being Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Bahrain, and the West Bank. Really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, I guess Niger, I suppose too, but I think that's I don't know if that's a Muslim majority country, but like, regardless of that, this is this is crazy to say. Oh, but like Kuwait, it's illegal to be gay in Kuwait. Why does he promote Kuwait? Well, technically, all these people promote because like it's.
But yeah, let's just pretend like all Muslim countries are Jordan, where you don't get prosecuted. And let's just go a step ahead and say you can get married legally, which you can't, just to make an argument that makes no fucking sense about Islam.
Yeah. Like, there's actually no Muslim majority country you actually can get married if you're gay. Oh my God. Not even, like, none, not even Bosnia and, like, Albania. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, I don't like this. Why do you say that this are like, oh, it's like, no. Like, do you think I want this to be true? Like, do this, like,
yeah.
No.
Jesus, like, especially you, like, or me for what matters. Like, does anyone think we want this to be? No, it's just the truth. You can't fight the truth. It's just there. It exists whether or not you believe in it or not.
Exactly, but he believed in the definitions to find truth, so I guess that makes sense why he would be that stupid. Also, Bosch doesn't understand what the Imam is saying. No, he doesn't. That's true. And since he can't beat the actual argument, he puts words in the Imam's mouth. Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, Bosch is kind of Islamophobe there.
Yeah, but he doesn't respect Muslims. It's actually been very clear. If they use the victim circumstance, I'm like, well, not real. They actually have a choice. They can choose to be well. In many countries, it's not. You can't leave the religion, but you can choose. You can privately deconvert, even though you can't do it legally. Yeah, how many Christian countries is it illegal to deconvert?
Would say none. I'm pretty confident that it's none.
Yeah, This is like fucking. It's just so dumb.
That's fitting considering who it's coming from. Let's
No, that
move
makes
on.
sense.
Maybe he lets the Imam speak some more.
Well, I doubt it. I don't think he's ever gonna finish it, which I kind of prefer because
True that.
he's calling bootlicking. It's like so like bootlicker is like such a negative term because it's actually an ethnic group in Caucasus called the bootlicks. So to call people bootlickers as a negative thing is actually kind of racist.
Also, it's kink shaming as well.
That's true.
So our Muslim population in America is extremely well integrated. In fact, if you look at it, the Muslim population in America is more supportive of LGBT people than the like resident fucking Christian.
Volume of the video went down, man.
Oh, sorry. Oh shit! He basically said, but they are more supportive of so-called LGBT people. I'm like, stop calling people that. It's a slur. If you are a gay man, then you are not an LGBT person. That is that is in political terminology. It's actually insulting to say that if you're a gay, you're LGBT. That is a derogatory statement. It's an insult to say that. And it also leads to the Christian population of America to be more homophobic, by the way. So he don't really seem to care about other gay people at all, because otherwise he wouldn't make his case.
Considering how few gay people are actually self-identifying with the LGBT whatever label, it's like saying that, oh, you're an American, you must be libertarian.
Well,
What?
technically, America is very not libertarian at all, but
No, but there's
still, yeah.
there's a small group, like I don't know how big, of Americans who are libertarian, and like the American libertarians are all Americans. Therefore, if you're American, you're a libertarian. Just like if you're gay, you must be LGBT, because a small minority of the gay people are identifying with that insane movement. Like,
Yeah,
no,
for
I will never assume that you are part of any movement if people who are similar to you are part of that movement. That's a ridiculous statement, and anyone who says that should be ashamed of themselves.
It's also very bigoted to even say. It's like saying that it's literally it's bigotry. It really is. That's all it is.
Also,
Yeah.
hello Kapow in the comments.
Yeah, I wanted to say that. That's nice to see you here. The libertarian thing is a joke in America. That's probably because America is like very socialist, so we're just kind of fad. And the reason why they became that way, was because of individualism. If people are too individualistic, you can use that to promote big government, which happens everywhere. Because like if you only care about the individual and your lifestyle choices, you're gonna want the government to accommodate that. Because if you have only property rights and nothing else, which you don't need anything else, by the way, as libertarians believe, then you probably would need to be more collectivist in your way of thinking.
Makes sense. But that's a debate for another thing.
Mm-hmm.
So right now he's saying like Muslims are starting to reform, but this is a fact. We have millions of Muslims in America. If these people were like
nobody
violent,
disagrees with that,
dangerous, like religious zealots, then we would be experiencing the consequences of that. I don't want to be anecdote Andy over here, but I've met a fair number of Muslim people. When I first grew up, I grew up in Beverly Hills, and I went to Beverly Hills High School,
that
predominantly Jewish
it.
high school, more than 50%, I think. And being Jewish, and not just Jewish, mind you, these are Persian Jews, meaning that they're Iranian. They fled Iran after the revolution.
Almost like monarchies are a good thing, in that one should not support democracy in other countries, which literally he wants to do everywhere in the whole world by violence. So
meaning that essentially they were part of a Jewish community that got kicked out by Muslims. They had some very contentious opinions on Muslim people, and the few Muslims that I knew in my high school were picked on for it, which really sucks in hindsight. I didn't really care at the time.
Of course you didn't. You didn't have empathy.
My initial impression of Muslims was pretty much what I had gotten from my Jewish compatriots in that high school.
Fun fact is that my initial opinion about Muslims was I actually liked them, because when I went to school, I actually told a Muslim girl that I was happy she was a Muslim, because one other woman was like supporting like late-term abortion that made me so pissed off, and I was happy that I know a Muslim. I know that she would know that was wrong. So I wanted to talk to her about that because I felt really bad emotionally as a person, right? And that's the reason why my opinion about Muslims was very good in high school. So like he's actually kind of funny. He basically were bigoted in high school, and I was towards Muslims specifically, right? And he still is, and I'm not. It's kind of funny. It's actually funny that I'm actually defending Muslims, and I'm Muslim in particular, from him. And he's, oh god, it's so fucking fun. Do you see how funny this is? This is so fucking funny.
I really don't want to hold anyone's behavior when they were a child or a teenager against him, but how nonchalantly he mentioned that he didn't fucking care how these people were bullied.
I would care.
Like any empathetic person would care if they see anyone being bullied for whatever reason. But at the time I didn't care. I don't think you care right now, man. Like you don't sound like the kind of person who cares about another person's plight.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show it to the people, but I'm not gonna go on that kind of worm, if that's okay. I'm gonna leave it up for you later when I go to the toilet if you want me to.
Nah.
But like, I actually do believe that Israel should have the right to exist, because Israel is not like a country that I think, oh, it's a good country. No, I don't think that. But no country really is. Like the countries in Europe and Africa are, and the Middle East and the Americas, or shaking.
Hey, that's a huge can of worms right there. Like we should.
Yeah, they're all bad. Like they're all shit. All countries suck. 100%, no exception. Period.
And only after sort of like not buying into propaganda did I meet Muslim people, and they're really, guys, please, if there are any bigots listening to this right now, I know there probably aren't, or at least not that many. Please listen to me, please. They're really fine. They're super fine. They're totally fucking okay. It's super.
Yeah, we know that. That's what I said. But fuck, I lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ, I'm so retarded. But like, this is the reason why in Europe, right? If you go to places like Europe, in Sweden and Germany, and even Britain, and also maybe France, when there are more immigrants from the Muslim immigrants, the local Muslims are suffering because of that. Like Bosniak women who fled a genocide in Bosnia, right, to Sweden, and now the Sharia police have migrated recently, forcing them to wear a hijab when they don't want to, even though they're Muslim, by the way. If people care about the Muslims, they would oppose mass migration, which Candace did initially, and he called her a Nazi for it. You see how these people don't understand what the fuck they're talking about? When I say these people, I mean leftists. I don't mean Tawhidi and Candace. At least not. I don't mean Candace right now.
Yeah. It's the fact that people were so tilted in the dealing with the situation caused more suffering for like literally there's a large amount of people who moved away from situations in many Muslim countries where things got more radical. And because European countries, I don't know how America dealt with it, like the US, like because our governments refuse to acknowledge the difference between the more recent migrants from those regions and the ones who fled those regions for the reasons that the culture was
universalism changing. Right there.
Universalism
right there.
Yeah, we treated them like our countries treated them like they're all the same, which I think is quite ignorant and mean. The people who fled from radicalization are now suffering on the people who fled wars started by the US or incited by, manipulated by a country that should remain unnamed. And yeah, that's the plight of those people is equally terrible.
Totally fine. You looking at me? It's totally fine. It's all going to be fine. Muslims, they're totally fine. It's cool.
Yeah, I know
It's
that.
aight. Isn't this the same thing as the educated African immigrants thing you always bring up? Good faith questions don't ban you. Sada, bro, that's a good question, but no. When I'm referring to the educated African immigrants, I'm talking about the
Elon
ones
Musk?
that can make the flight from like Nigeria and stuff. But the reason why that's such a disproportionate sort of like portion
like
of the
Charlize
population
Theron.
is because there were other socioeconomic
She's a bit
circumstances
weird,
that
by the
prevent
way.
these people from migrating
But
without
she's
that.
successful.
There are Muslims and have been Muslims in America for generations. And the population of Muslims here in America don't have like a weirdly high rate of doctoral PhDs, and they're not all immigrants either. So it's different. It's not like only the best Muslims can make it over here. Also, when I'm talking about the educated African immigrants,
I just want to say something interesting. Is that that because America Christians are so conservative, and the same thing in South Africa, right? Then and then they're probably very much more similar to Muslims in that regard. Like the distinction between Christian and Muslim becomes less apparent.
Yeah.
referring to people who are educated and wealthy, not necessarily ones who have culturally integrated. For Muslims, I'm not referring to wealth or education. I'm only referring to integration, which they have done so remarkably well. And by the way, I don't have a problem with the integration in this respect.
What the fuck?
Like,
what would you have a problem with integration
I'm
anyhow?
not a cultural relativist at all. I think some cultures are fucking dog shit. I don't give a fuck about Arab culture. Nah, fuck that shit. It's rooted in more awful shit than we have right here, for the most part, not exclusively.
This is like so fucking stupid. What's wrong with Arab? Like, there are a lot of good and bad things in most cultures. Like, Arab culture isn't all bad. No ethnicities, cultures are bad. Inherently,
Like,
all bad.
There's literally, like, even with the ones that have terrible aspects to them, like, even the ones that do the horrible stuff to the gay people, if you were to just cut that all out of the frame, there's a lot, like, very good sense of community, hospitality, moral standards. I hate the fact that their moral standards include hating the gays, but if you're gonna be, if he's gonna be like completely be morally relativistic here, yeah, they're not bad people outside of the fact that they're horrible people, because like, well, the world is fucking complicated, and I don't want to defend them, but it's not like they're universally bad.
But I just want to say something interesting. Like, I do want to kind of make sense why the left would hate Arabic culture, because they seem to hate the logic we use for mathematics, which come from Arab culture. So,
but for people to come over here, for like Muslims to come over here, and like you have the grumpy Muslim like grandpa, and at first he thinks women have to all cover up, but then you get like one generation down, he thinks like, oh well, if she chooses to, it's like an element of modesty, and you get one generation down, you get like, only if you want to. It's basically a fashion accessory.
And then you get another generation later, and then they say it should be a must and it should be applied to the whole of society by force. Because that's what happened in Europe due to mass migration, which he's explicitly done, which he thinks a neo-Nazi thing to point out as a problem. Fucking retard.
I have no words.
100% okay with it. Jesus Fosh, that's a pretty dumb statement. I'm banning you. You know what? You know what's ban worthy from now on, forever in this chat? It's just telling me I'm dumb without fucking quantifying that.
It's very easy to quantify.
Can we somehow extract a list of people he banned? Because
if you have the okay, listen, this is just fucking, this is etiquette, okay?
Probably.
If you have a problem with what I say, type it into the original message, you dumb fuck. Don't just say fucking retard, up the fucking idiot, stupid idiot, fuck. Because I see it.
He did it to the imam all the time. What the fuck?
So what was I saying?
You were saying
I have no idea what I was
retard.
saying. Wow, I'm coming off really thin-skinned today, aren't I? It's probably because I haven't streamed in a few days. I'll get back to normal tomorrow. I love you guys. Everyone I've banned, I love you all. You're beautiful to me, okay?
And it's a Muslim country where they build synagogues and temples and churches. So a Muslim society can change. A Muslim religion can never change.
What?
So I say if we have two sources,
Wait. A Muslim society can change, a Muslim religion can't? Wait, what does that mean? What's the difference? Like,
It means that a religion is like a set of ideas that come from a source material. That doesn't change.
It's a monolith. Your interpretation of a religion can change, but the religion itself cannot.
Yeah, and he don't want it to change because according to the Islamic religion, Islam is perfect. Why would you change that?
the holy book can't change, right? But you could say Christian religion has changed over the past century, right? Even though the holy book hasn't changed, because what a religion is defined.
Well, the interpretations of it have changed, not the religion itself. Like this, the Bible, which is the basis for religion, that has not changed. It's static. Protestantism, and Catholicism, and Orthodoxy have changed, but not like Christianity. No.
Indeed.
Largely by its interpretation, not by the actual words in the text. Oh, Vosh just generalized Arab culture? Yeah, I generalized Arab culture. I'll generalize lots of fucking cultures. Listen, there are exceptions. There are Arabic countries that have cool fucking shit, and that's cool and great, okay? But generally speaking, I think that Arab cultures, if we were to distill them down into some sort of grayish-brown sludge where we could normalize their values on shit, I would be willing to bet that Arab culture probably disagrees with me on a lot of things. More so than American culture typically.
Oh, so America isn't all bad after all. That's interesting.
Jesus fucking Christ, this man is a walking contradiction.
He can't like hold one thing inside his hand. It's so fucking ridiculously stupid.
He does. So yeah, I'll stand by that statement.
Both authentic.
We have to say that it's kind of interesting that the left seem that he probably would be at also basically everything in most cultures, and basically everything that means anything to anyone.
Both dating back to the same era. Both reliable. Why do you follow the violent one?
Right.
Why not follow the peaceful reading?
Well, okay, so you're saying...
So what he's saying, I guess, what he's saying is that there are two major readings of the fucking Quran, and one of them paints and glorifies Muhammad as like a warlord, and one of them interprets him as a non-warlord. And the majority think he's a warlord. I have no fucking idea.
No, what he's saying is that the majority believes in interpretation that says that Muhammad was violent and he caused a lot of suffering and a lot of like he basically went into like doing these very bad things by today's standards, right? And then there is one other interpretation that said that he didn't do all that bad things, that he was far more peaceful, that he really were more a peaceful guy, and both are like authentic and equally old, right? So why do you follow the one that said that Muhammad would like have a 9-year-old wife and that he would like do all these like other violent things? I don't really know what it actually is, because I don't want to slander anybody. So, and if you have that, right, why would you choose the Wahhabi Saudi ISIS interpretation when there is a peaceful one that this guy had? It's kind of like that's what he's saying.
If there's like a much more palatable and actually, I guess, more human approach to it.
Exactly.
What you imagine to be Arab culture is a very reconstruction. Asta Vihat, I literally said that like 10 minutes ago in this stream, that the Arab countries were incredibly fucking progressive compared to the West up until very recently, until imperialist meddling.
Yeah, and that was because imperialist meddling led to the spread of Salafism, which is the problem that this imam is addressing here, and then he's shaming him for addressing it when most Muslims do not. He basically, oh, it's a problem, and then he agrees it's a problem, and then the imam's like, here's how I'm addressing the problem. And he's like, oh my god, why are you shaming all the Muslims that I agree are the problem? Like, it's extremely self-defeating. I need to go to the bathroom and be right back.
He's literally, he would do much better by himself than everyone if he just fucking listened to the guy. Because, I mean, as much as Wash is contradicting himself all the time, he keeps going back to the point that what I'm guessing the Muslim that he keeps interrupting is trying to say is exactly what Walsh claims to believe, is that actually this is not the majority position to be like extremist, violent, and Salafist, Wahhabi, in favor of terrorism, killing Jews and killing gays. Like that is not the majority position. But I suppose Walsh has decided that this person must be evil because he's talking to Candace Owens, and I guess that fits neatly into the mindset of the kind of person that people like Walsh are, that they always assume guilt by association. Therefore, this person must be crazy and talking crazy shit and must be evil, because why else would he talk to this white supremacist black woman? At first I thought I would have just said that's crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's what many of these people in Walsh actually believe, that this guilt by association goes so far that he probably heard that Candace Owens is a white supremacist black person, which is a term that I've never quite understood, but people say that about a bunch of conservative black people in America, quite unfairly so, I would say, because it's still very weird in the concept itself. And I've never followed Candace Owens much. I think she's quite the attention whore who just plays her cards right to get as much coverage as she can to make money doing what she does. I don't know how genuine she is. I don't care. I just know that it's insane to assume that you shouldn't listen to a person for a half sentence just because they're in an interview with Candace Owens. That's literally absurdly insane. Especially when it turns out the longer he lets the video play, the more it seems like what he claims to believe is what this man is actually saying. Seems to be quite the what's the word? Not just psychological, very mild-mannered man who makes a very great argument for secular Islam and against the radicals. And I don't know why Walsh isn't listening to him, because I think if he wasn't so fucking crazy, he would probably agree with him. But he's on Candace Owens' show, like I said, so he must be evil.
Yes, but I just have to say one thing. It's something very interesting. I actually have to let you all know. Okay, but I think that he have a point there. Oh Lord, I can't. Okay, here he have a point, and that is that secular coordinatism is going to solve all the problems in the West because of reasons.
Very good point. Sarcasm off.
Oh no, I just couldn't resist myself. Sorry, that was just too perfect.
I will now follow your example. You can continue with the video. I think your reactions are better than mine anyways. I'll be back quite soon.
Perfect.
Just taking the piss.
Nice. I'm gonna take the piss out of this guy in the meantime. Not the Imam the retard. He's quiet.
Neither of those views are correct. I can actually speak to perceptions of Muhammad and the Quran. Well, it doesn't really matter to me, not authority. I don't give a fuck about interpretation of religious texts. I'm anti-theist. I want it all gone. What I care about is this dumb fuck Uncle Tom speaking with a literal fucking white supremacist about ways in which he can kowtow to the far right's expectations of what Islam should be.
I don't. Wait. Even the people that the Imam is opposing, like, wouldn't the far right agree with the violent versions more than the thing that he's promoting? Like, by his definition of far right, because like the we actually far right, which would be a more anarcho-capitalist stance, would be like more agreement with Islam, secular Islam, and what Roche would call far right would be far more agreement with the violent Islam, right? It's like, aren't Muslims conservative? Most of them are if you are believe in your religion, you are conservative. So why the fuck does he want, like, oh, he's shitting a Muslim? No, he wants the Muslim to be better off because he don't think they are well off. And then watch me about, no, you can't tell them to be better because it's like, you basically want to shit on Muslims and then complain about an imam who doesn't do that, and then say he does. It doesn't really make any fucking sense.
Which is, I imagine, quiet.
There is a minority of people that read this peacefully, but you are acknowledging that even under that interpretation, the Prophet Muhammad, there was in fact violence, right? So just to go back to my earlier question, it isn't fair to compare the historical figures of Jesus Christ and the Prophet Muhammad, because Jesus didn't slaughter anybody.
Oh my fucking god!
It's not right to compare, in my opinion.
Whether in self-defense or not, Jesus never killed anybody.
This is so irrelevant. Like, you don't look to like the kill count of the main figure of your religious text to determine the sociability and like nature of that religious. What?
It's not right to compare any religious figure, any prophet or any messenger with any other messenger. And the reason why is because I come from a theological background. I know every message has its sacrifices and has its developments. And developments, it's a nice word, but it means wars, and it means battles, and it means exile, and it means fighting, and it means struggle and striving and conquering. Every religion throughout the history of time has had that, whether it be from the founder or his family members or companions. So it's not right to compare figures. Jesus in Islam is very, very revered, very sacred. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is considered the mistress of the universe, one of the mistresses of the universe. She's very dear to Muslims, but why do they get killed and blown up in Easter, Sri Lanka? 300 people blown up, 700 injured. So there are mistresses of the universe. So she's very dear to Muslims, but why do they get killed and blown up in Easter, Sri Lanka? 300 people.
He's going to explain why. If you listen, you will hear it.
He's talking about the Easter bombings in Sri Lanka. Jesus fucking Christ.
Volume went lower again.
You could not ask for a worse representative of Muslim rights, where he's like, yeah.
What the fuck are Muslim rights? They're only property rights and religious rights. You should be allowed to practice your religion. Oh, by the way, do you know who wants to violence the rights of Muslims? You know the Islamic. Here's what I'm gonna say: if our land belongs to God, that can never not belong to God. Okay, a mosque can never not be a mosque. Okay. Then why are the communist people in South Africa want to nationalize all land, including all the lands that Muslims own and the mosque are operated in? The people who are mainly against the rights of Muslims are fucking communist left. He's never gonna attract that. So he doesn't believe in Muslims' rights. Fuck that. Fuck this guy. Like, really, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have no knowledge. And he doesn't even care about the knowledge.
Majority of so far what we got
Still quiet though.
Of Muslims are far right extremists who believe that Muhammad was virtuous in spite of him being like a genocidal, like terrorist warlord.
Yeah, and he also said that most Muslims doesn't even know and cannot read the religion because they don't understand Arabic, and the imam are just interpreting for them, which is also important detail. Yeah, that's true.
And also, the book says we revere, Jesus as well. But then I don't know, why do Muslims keep bombing Christians?
He knows why they do. He's gonna explain it to you. Like, oh my god, this guy's fucking retarded.
I don't know. Maybe we're just fucking shit. Everything this guy is saying plays into every expectation about Muslim people. It's fucking. It's so.
Yeah, which is better than your expectation of Muslims, which is like really, really, really low. They use part of a system, which is like really fucking like slurry.
So amazing.
But blown up, 700 injured. So there are contradictions with texts and applying.
Now it's completely solid. Can you hear me?
Oh no!
Okay. Still can't hear the video. Can people hear the video? What the fuck?
Have you ever heard of individualism?
I can only hear the video through your microphone.
Oh shit, I need to fix this. It wasn't important anyway, it doesn't really matter.
But there's not much lost if Walsh is speaking, but still, silence is violence.
Well, they usually say white silence and violence because they're fucking racist, but never mind, that's not news.
Or individualism, a term
That is
often.
better.
What's your thoughts on the ideology? Andy Drew, it's stupid. It means nothing. It literally means nothing. I have no thoughts on the ideology because it's not an ideology. Sargon of Akkad has no fucking like. Sargon of Akkad is
Massively smarter than you.
Yeah, but like I will say that like when it comes to individualism, I don't like it very much. The reason why is because here's a bit. I'm gonna open that kind of one right now. This is fucking relevant. Okay. If you have people in a balance with individual and collective thought, right? You don't just care about the individual, and you don't just care about groups. You want all the people to have rights, but you don't want. But that means you still care about group, right? So yeah, like I want we also have all individual rights, which is just property rights, right? Although I don't like individualist thoughts when it comes to liberalism, in any form of liberalism. The reason why I don't like it is because it always leads to more leftism. And the reason why it does that way is if you have an individualist mindset. If you only care about yourself as the individual, you don't care about any like collective or any group. You don't care about if your children suffer, or your own children, or your family, or like your friend. You only care about the individual, or you might care about individuals, but you don't care about groups, right? Then what's the point with the future? What's the point of the past? Like, what the fuck? If you basically only care, if you basically just want to be an individual for yourself, and you want to have an individual lifestyle choice, that means that you can say, I want to have this lifestyle, I want this lifestyle, and then the government is going to regulate the economy to accommodate all these various lifestyle choices, because individualism is choice is always better, right? We're just fucking retarded, right? That's why America got into such a fucking massive government, because my lifestyle choice seems I want to do this, and then the government's like, oh, you can do this if you vote for us, and then if you rally in too many lifestyles, you can get a voting base. And then you can pass a massive amount of regulation, which is going to harm the property rights of people. And if you have no government, only property rights, you have another capitalism, then you need to be very collectively minded, because an human usually doesn't survive on your own your whole life.
Like
You
if
don't
if
inter-
you
you
if you
don't-
choose that atomized lifestyle where it's only you and you only, you're the center of your own universe, I guess I can't stop anyone. I wouldn't want to stop anyone, but at least make it interesting. Don't be a
But-
basic bitch. Like,
but-
come
but-
on.
if people do that, if people do that, right? Then they will literally just they will, if they can get more easy to do that, if the government step in, like, and why would they care about what happened to other people if they can just reviolate the property rights of others so that they can have their lifestyle? Then according to individualism, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very individualist to me. Also, hey there, lady.
Hello, lady. I'm gonna say your full name. It's Lady Justice.
Lady
I love your full
Justice.
name.
It's much
Sorry.
milder around here. In these parts, it's less offensive to those who like to take some
But it would be
people
kind
like
of
to
funny
take
if
offense.
it would be kind of funny if she had her other internet name and Wash were to watch the stream. That would be fun, amazing. That I would love that.
I can imagine that he has enough, like, what's the word? Like, little enough of a life to actually watch this, but he probably wouldn't be brought to his attention anyways. But yeah, I really don't want to defend anything or everything that Sargon of Akkad says, but just by him mentioning, like, yeah, compared to you, he's a fucking genius.
But
But
that's
then
my
again,
thing.
who isn't? Like, I know 4-year-old children who are geniuses compared to Wash,
Yeah.
and they actually also want to bang other children. Not bang, but
And
you
they
know
also
what I mean.
mentally have developed.
They're like romantically interested in other children, and that's normal because they're children. It's weird when you Wash.
Yeah, but but they're also like in the same like mental understanding of reality as he is. So,
Yeah, maybe that's his issue. Maybe he gets stuck there somewhere. I don't even care what kind of trauma caused him to become this human being. I much prefer
he
that he
said
was
it was
just born
his
this way.
university.
Oh,
But,
yeah,
like,
true that. He mentioned that earlier.
like, kind of interesting him
Anyways.
buy to shit, but it's like I forgot what the point is. I'm just gonna play.
He was the same person who literally couldn't fucking define feminism at a conference.
Feminism is the belief in patriarchy theory, which is one of the most bigoted threats that ever existed. And also, Sargon also said that if you're of European descent and live in South Africa, why don't you should just leave? I'm like, oh yeah, because I don't matter the individual, because fuck demographics, am I right? And that's the reason why I don't really like
he
individualism.
has said his fair bit of weird and stupid things, but I don't think I'm pretty sure I saw that bit where he's referencing at the conference. Like, he didn't fail to define feminism. He just probably did to Wash. Like, he didn't give the definition that he wanted, because like there's 1,000 definitions out there, and actually all of them are horrible. That's quite the feat.
mine was
Like,
pretty-
normally, if you have an ideology, there's some people defining it as something that you could say, okay, I can agree with that. But with feminism, no one ever actually managed to do that, unless they say, oh, it's just equality. Yeah. How do you want to achieve? Oh, yes, with inequality. Yes. Okay, you're crazy too.
Indeed, but now I'm gonna move on. But like, that's why you have to say this about, I don't like when individualism. You said if you don't like a circumstance, just leave. Not don't move towards something. Just move away from something. Just run away until there's nowhere else to go. As I've said it again. Moving towards something that you want in another country is absolutely justified. Moving away from something that you don't like in your country is always dumb, because then people are just going to implement that to get rid of people they don't like. And that's why the more individualistic people are, the more easily that's going to work. That's why I don't like individualism very much. It's like defeatist.
I would strongly suggest you not like rely on any sort of like random shit that he throws out there and try and make sense of it. Honrod Cherry Hope for the $2. Attractive reactionaries are converting Zoomers. Yep, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to convert the thirsty ass fucking Zoomers myself.
For me, it's very easy to convert people because I am actually very, I like address how things really are in the world, right? Yeah, I wouldn't say collectivism is like inherently like a bad thing. It kind of depends on how you do it. As long as you do collectivism with property rights that are your own, it's fine. If you do other people's money, it's bad. Well, that's basically it.
Yeah, you catch more mice with the truth than with vomit, I suppose.
Yeah, and I do have actually, like some other people, I do have quite a unique perspective, I would say.
There we go. We should be back up. Are we all good? We back? Hello. Brad with the £2. Advice for someone currently radicalizing to left?
Stop being a retard. No, but honestly, it's here's basically what I was saying. Look at all the most capitalist countries in the world. There's no capitalist country in the world, but the most capitalist country have more upward mobility and less income inequality than any more socialist country. Best example of that would be the comparison between Sweden and America. If you believe that Sweden is better economically than the United States, you are to the right of the Republican Party.
I don't know. Keep going. Nothing wrong with being further left. NS Bullet 11 with the $5. Come on, Vosh. We can't believe you let Candace Owens get between you and Yena. Love you, Yena. Hyena.
Is it the ogre?
I know, I saw that earlier.
Love.
I don't know.
I can only stop fucking so many times. Ciancius with the $1. Imagine thinking that shitting out a baby makes it right. Been dealing with this for the past week, trying to fuck parents, fuck them in the ass with chainsaw. Good luck, Ciancius. Rudy.
You know what? You know who actually believes? Like, it's so fucking funny, right? If you have full property rights, you can leave your fucking parents, right? But if you don't have property rights, like, you're shackled to them. I am favor if people want to defood, they have the right to do so. Because just because I'm born in a family doesn't mean that I want to be with them forever. Like, if family members are retarded or assholes or big or retards or horrible people, the reason to even give a shit about them. They can go away. One should not be beholden to family members just because they're family. That's actually kind of lame to do. Like, imagine I only like my family members just because they're family, not because they are people I like and so. That's fucked up for real. It's like I wouldn't care about my mother and father if they weren't my mother and father. What? The reason why it's because they're good parents. If they were bad parents, I wouldn't care about them either. And if I knew them and they were good people, I would still like them. What the fuck? Even if they were not my parents.
Yeah.
You care about parents because they're good. You have a lot of kids that people will care about you, take care about you when you're old, and if you're a good parent, people want to care about you. Unless they're fucking sociopathic. That's why you have more than one kid, which people need to do for society to work. Otherwise they're gonna rely on immigration, which is gonna cause genocide, which he seems to be against people addressing because it's fucking awful and evil.
I could say a bunch about this, but I think it would be too big of a tangent and we're being very slow because he's being very slow. So I'm gonna
Serrano with the $1. Thank you.
scrap that.
Roving Pariah with the $5. Love your streams. Also, would you consider reading reactionary shit on stream, like the Doctrine of Fascism on stream, to laugh at how dumb it is? I think reading some of their bullshit is just funny by itself in the way they write their dumb bullshit. Yeah. Roving Pariah. I've actually been wanting to do that for a while. Absolutely.
Fun fact is I actually was making an examination work in high school about if people in my age understood fascism or not, which I don't actually know the result, but it was a very interesting study. And I don't like fascism, period. Well, it's the difference between fascism and anarcho-fascism, but that's another kind of worms I'm not willing to address. It's a video about that. I can use the link.
Absolutely, unquestionably. Flevier with the $1. Just want to say Jake saw Jocko last night on his stream, and I hope Jocko becomes a left-wing meme going forward. Jocko makes me happy. Wait, Flevier, are you saying that actual Jake watched my video or watched the PragerU video about Jocko? Hyena with the $5. I love you, babe. This is my first time donating on the actual site, I think. I love you, and I hope you're enjoying streaming today. I love you too, babe. I am enjoying streaming today. Non-authority with the $10. As a scholar of religious studies that specifically focuses on the Abrahamics, you're 100% correct on this. About as many Muslims read the Quran as Christians who read the Bible, aka not many. Thank you, non-authority.
that
I'll
like
have
a
you on
good
stream
thing?
sometime to discuss this. I love you, buddy. Thank you for making me feel like a big brain boy. An Archaeopteryx with the 150. Vosh Papa off topic. What's your favorite music? I think you need to try out some Limewax tracks.
I just have to answer the question. He said, do you think Muhammad Tawhidi was reformist? That's a good thing, right? Well, he is a reformer, but he's not a reformist when it comes to religion, because he thinks the religion is like static and they can't change, but you can change people and people's mindset. That's basically what he believes. Tawhidi,
It's probably right about, like, if he wanted to become like the Martin Luther of Islam, he would probably be less effective, because it's not as clear cut as Catholic Church was when Martin Luther did his thing. There's already very different interpretations of Islam out there. So appealing to those who are veering to the more secular, more logical side, like less radical, seems like a pretty good strategy to me.
Yeah, usually they're more devout if they're more secular, because if you're secular, then you're more religious and you don't take the Pascal's wager. But that's another discussion, I suppose.
Rad. Half of your words were not words, for one. For two, I mostly like video game and anime soundtracks. Dorcoris Felving with the $2. Muhammad was basically Genghis Khan. Yeah, but probably less cool, right? Hideyoshi
No, he
Lacan
was
with the
less
$7
rapey too.
Canadian. Are there sociological
not rapey at
explanations
all,
for why
depending on
men
the
commit
source.
sexual assault, or can we simply reduce the biology? Oh, trust me, there are tons of sociological explanations for why men disproportionately commit sexual assault.
That's not
There is-
true. That's a lie. They don't disproportionately more sexual assault than women. That's a lie. That's not factually incorrect, right?
I'm pretty sure that is a lie, but would have to look it up, though. Nah, probably a lie.
It's like, yeah, it is a lie, because like, no, it's a lie. It's the feminists have been just been lying about it forever, and it just keeps men that are natural, like violent and rapey, like these, means that they like have an excuse. That's the reason why they support this narrative. Oh, it's not like that they have choice. It's the system. It's the system, which like kind of like, oh, I didn't mean to rape her. It was just the system. Like, fuck that.
Nah.
It's definitely a biological element to it. There is no denying that from what I've read, because testosterone does tend to increase sexual aggression. However, I would go so far as to say,
But sexual aggression only usually doesn't result in sexual violence. It tends to result in sexual violence if you have bad gender dynamics, which feminism is pushing for. So if you care about rape, women go down, you should oppose feminists and what they're doing now. Isn't that true? Yes, it is. So technically, that's correct. Technically, there would be sociological reasons, but they're not willing to address them.
Not the ones that he means.
Exactly.
like it's like an 80-20 split, being social biological. The vast majority of it is a sociological thing.
What? No. Like, most men doesn't even commit more violence than most women. And women are usually feel that they're like entitled to it more, actually, because it seems that way, because I'm going to say, no, that's not rape, that's not sexual assault, because I'm a woman.
Double standards galore.
Breakfast time with the $10. Wow, thank you. You said earlier in the stream, this is why I shouldn't take breaks from streaming or something like that. Everyone needs a break sometime. Rest that head, king. Your crown won't slip. Breakfast time. I am entirely undeserving. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate the support. Rest that head, king. Your crown won't slip. That's really cute. Did you make that up? Probably not. That sounds really cool. You probably got that from somewhere. If you didn't, okay. Sorry. Beast Nation 2009 with the $5. Wow, I just got here 10 minutes ago and some idiot just made the list. I don't know what you mean, Beast Nation, but I love you and thank you for the $5. Aiden Allen with the $5. I have almost no doubt Vosh should be sexually attracted to me, and that helps me sleep at night. Well, good thing I have a Discord with a nude channel, buddy. Get on it. I love you. Melonius with the $2. Who would win, Ben Shapiro and Candace versus Jocko? Oh, Christ. Jocko, are we talking physically? Jocko could do the coconut thing where they take Candace and Shapiro and clock them together like in the movies, you know?
Oh my god, it's so cringe.
Bulletproof Bra with the $5. Jocko can
Yet
impregnate
it's
trans women
cringe.
because his angry face demon have discipline and also carry the
My
necessary
brain
tools to hold
hurts.
the womb. It's true. Jocko's sperm, like firing up a trans woman, like I
Oh my god,
assume
cringe.
vagina, would fire in so hard that it would actually carve out the womb inside. The cylindrical, see, Jocko's penis, very much like the barrel of a gun, is rifled. The sperm come out spiraling very quickly, you see, and they tunnel out the inside of the womb. And so disciplined is the sperm, it serves the functionality. They sort of build an egg out of the core of meat that they sort of hew out of your internal organs. It's very uncomfortable.
It's so interesting because, like, technically we could like get into more reproductive research where we can breed without using women, or would like, and also we could be able to do it now because of just hiring people. But the left don't believe in hiring because they're communists, think that all employment is fucking oppression because they're fucking retarded. That's why I despise it. I fucking do it. Awful. That's what made me turn against feminism for the first time, actually. But not gonna go into that.
Yeah.
Will J with the £2. What's your opinion on Zixi? He's a Marxist YouTuber. I'm afraid
Oh
I have
gosh,
no
he's
opinion on this,
cancer.
comrade. But maybe one day I'll learn. And Fiordev's Yoldashev with the $5. Vosh, no one in the Muslim community I grew up in believes these stupid things this fake imam is referring to. Thanks for doing a video on him. Yeah, fuck this guy. This guy's been on my radar for a really long fucking time. Thank you, comrade. Yeah, no, fuck this guy. And
It is a fucking, like, why can't these people have different interpretation on the imam? Why is that like not allow them more? It's like, oh, but they don't believe. It's like, well, okay, well, why can't Muslims disagree on stuff when it comes to their religion? What's the problem with that? And also, like, this guy, he basically just wants all the Muslims to be as their best, and he doesn't want them to be mistreated. And if he managed to convince bigoted people to not be Islamophobic, if that's even a word, right? He basically said that at least I can have like the conversation. Right, he talks to like Faith Golden, even to Tommy Robinson, even though he knows Tommy Robinson thinks the whole religion is hopeless and doesn't like it. But he still like wants to have the conversation with people, because if you do, then people who are being radicalized might see him and then be like, well, this is not the reason why the imam is doing it probably, but this is a good result. It's like, if people, but the Muslims are not all that bad. And if people could be that wouldn't that be good for tolerance? I don't understand why the left has such a problem with him.
I don't even know what he meant, what this person said. Like, so they say that no one is like secular and wants the peaceful interpretation of Islam.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like, what exactly do they disagree a bit with this? It's something say, oh, it's because he's saying that most Muslims believe in the violent interpretation, and they disagree with him on that. Gosh, it's so fucking dumb. That's not just true.
Just continue, man.
Yeah.
Ashley Gandhi with the 0.79 pounds. Thank you. An interesting denomination, but I imagine that's rounding. And Rachel Morris with the $5. Do I get credit for making Jocko a meme since I asked you to check out that PragerU video? Haha, I love you, my dude. Rachel Morris, I have not in the way of physical remediation to give you, but you may take all the credit intellectually that you like. I love you, buddy. Zexizzy or is a tanky? Oh, that's a shame. All right, let's get back to it, huh?
How is this get different from a tanky?
Hey, is the website working for everyone now? White Nervosa reset it to implement some changes. Is everything going well? Let me know down in the chat. I can see you all are having fun with your Jocko spamming.
And that seems really bizarre to me when, factually speaking, we have two entirely different individuals. And one that is admittedly violent under any interpretation of Islam. You have to acknowledge that there was violence.
Not any.
Well,
God, just literally like, what was their KD at the? Oh, you say that Islam is a religion of peace. What was Muhammad's KDA, bro? Jesus 0-2. What was your fucking KDA, bro? What was Muhammad's KDA? Oh, he had a sword. Oh, he fought people. Oh, I don't know how Islam can be a religion of peace if Muhammad killed people. Ooh, I don't know.
Most.
you said once it was in the minority community,
right?
They acknowledge that there was violence, but they view that violence as defensive. Is that correct?
No, there's a big difference between battles and violence. Battles and war in the Arabian Peninsula is completely different from terrorism. Let's not mix these together.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Yes, I agree with that. Why then did Tawhidi say that Muhammad was a terrorist?
So, okay.
I have a problem with terrorism.
Right.
I don't have a problem when I
He
read
didn't
history
say that, by the way.
and see there are two tribes
Mhm.
who both are strong and powerful,
Mhm.
want to go and settle it through violence.
Okay.
So
I'm not entirely sure if that's how they did it. Two tribes just like stare aggressively at one another. Hey. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on, you little bitch. Come on. I'm
No,
not
he just
entirely
said that
sure
they
if that's
will
how
just
the Arabian
settle and then
Peninsula
have a
sort of
war.
turned out the way it is. Is he going to characterize how exactly he believes Muhammad was a terrorist? Does Vosh have a place for fan art? Because I have some hot drawings. Yeah, the gatekeeper mate. Yeah, go to my fucking Discord. Absolutely. There's an art channel. And I'm gonna have an art stream soon. Probably this week, actually.
I don't like war at all.
Right.
I don't like violence. But when I read history 1,400 years ago, and two tribes wanted to fight.
Right.
Mhm.
They wanted, both of them. So negotiations, and they came and they formed two alliances, and then they talked, and there was no going back. And
Is this actually how they did it?
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Arabic culture.
For
he hates so
anyone in
much.
my chat who is a historian or a religious scholar, this isn't like a super important point, but if you could tell me whether or not they would actually just fucking agree to meet there and form lines and charge each other, if you could let me know. Don't feel pressured to say no just to disagree with this guy, okay? I just want to know, because if that's the case, that's fucking metal.
you know how they always speak to each other.
Mhm.
And in the laws of wars, especially in the Arabians, they presented the chiefs of each side and they speak to each other.
Okay.
Will you drop down your weapons
Right.
and go back?
There's definitely, I think, a definitive difference between terrorism, where you're
Okay, that's actually pretty cool, I guess. I mean, if you're going to do war, why not be all civilized about it, right?
slaughtering millions
Yes.
of innocents who have no means for wanting.
Slaughtering millions of innocents? Wait.
Each side and they speak to each other.
Okay.
Will you drop down your weapons
Right.
and go back?
There's definitely, I think, a definitive difference between terrorism, where you're slaughtering millions of innocents who have
Millions of innocents? Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a big difference between like a couple people fighting and then terrorism, where trillions of people die every year.
who have no means for wanting war, and
Trillions.
actual battle where two people.
Yeah,
I
but
actually really agree with that statement.
But again, I don't deny that there were massacres. Even through the minority reading, I don't deny that.
None of this has anything to do with how the religion is practiced. Literally none of this has anything to do with it.
It actually
And I
does
condemn
because it's
it.
part of the religion.
But at the end of the day, I have one reading that has 10 massacres. And it says this happened in history.
Right.
It was part, again, the development of religion. It's already developed.
That's very relevant.
And this happened in history. And it does not mean that you go out now and do it.
Right.
The majority,
Yes,
such
he's
as Bukhari and so on, they don't put a limit to their jihad. They don't put a limit to their struggle against the disbelievers and spreading the word of Allah.
Well,
Yep, there we go. He popped it right there. So right now he's saying that the extremist Muslims, which are 90% of Muslims,
He didn't say 90%.
which subscribe to a violent interpretation of Muhammad's behavior, don't believe that the jihad never ended, that the war against the apostates continues. What?
That actually sounds very logical to me.
What? No, this is not how religion works. And I've been over this again, but there are so many historical examples of periods of time in which Islam was more progressive than Christianity.
Yeah,
in
we
its
know that.
respective time period. The idea that like all Muslims are just like constantly, like they're constantly just like wringing their axe.
Nobody
and they're, like,
says that.
well, brother, the jihad never truly ended. We know. We may have integrated peacefully into American society for 60 years and commit a disproportionately low amount of crimes and grow more progressive with every generation, but we know we only do this so one day we may continue the jihad.
I just have to say that there are disproportionately less amount of crimes. If you move to America and you look at the illegals in the black community, you're always going to promote disproportionately less amount of crimes because those demographics are in your country.
Like,
Sorry, that's just a fact.
His parents must be very wealthy wheat farmers, because he has so much straw to make all these straw mans of things that nobody ever said. Ah, God.
But like, if you look at how much violence it is in America when it comes to in certain parts of America, then do you think a Muslim, like we have seen the racial categories when it comes to crime statistics in America, and Muslims are mainly white and Asian by American classification. Of course, there's going to be less violence. Kind of like doesn't. And also, you know what the cause of violence within other races in America? Single motherhood. Yeah, do the Muslims have lived single motherhoods? No.
Like what? How? Okay.
So here's the thing, too. Here's another thing I want to talk about: the differences between the Bible and the Quran. That's another thing that seems to be conflated throughout the Western education system, whereas the Quran is just the Muslim Bible. This is what people are told. Is that true?
Public education in America sucks. What a surprise.
Put the ball firmly in your court.
The Bible and the Quran, they head in different directions, and I will tell you why.
Lovingly Dole, did I miss your donation? I'm fucking sorry. Lovingly Dole, type out the donation to me right now in chat, and I'll read it to you as though I just received the donation.
Firstly, the Muslims today, all of them view the Bible that the Christians have as a book that was distorted. It's not the real Bible, according to the majority of them. I believe it is the real Bible because of the council that was formed, and the verses were clearly filtered, and they said what we have today.
Blue 45,
is
thanks
the
for the
word of
tier
God.
2 subscription, friend.
So
that's really generous of
the
you.
Muslims believe that no, the real Bible was changed, and every now and then there's one Bible in Turkey, one Bible here. The point is,
What is he talking about?
It's a literal discussion
What is
with
he
religious
talking about?
scholars. If you were not so ignorant, you would know that this is a discussion that the Bible was revised by the fucking authorities countless times. It's a legit debate. And it's oh my god. I often comment on things when I'm not a complete expert on those things. But if I ever make a statement that's only 1% as ignorant as what this guy's saying, slap me through the internet. Like, use your powers, reach out through the camera and slappity slap me until I'm unconscious. This guy knows nothing.
Dude, you know I would never slap you across the internet, because if I actually could reach you, I would definitely not slap you. That's all I say.
Sounds kind of gay.
I know, it's a joke.
No, but it's
Muslims,
a debate.
we like the Bible
It's
that
real.
says the word Ahmed, that says.
People are literally debating this. Theologists, people who study religion, they are debating, like, how much was revised? What is the original Bible? There's literally thousands of versions out there, and some people care, some people don't. Voss just doesn't know anything about all of the things that he's talking about right now. Like, literally nothing.
Exactly, he doesn't know. Because he's fucking stupid. But he also rejected it, said, that doesn't matter. And he ignored all of it. And then when they talk about it, they say, what are you talking about? Well, of course you don't know, because you fucking didn't listen. Fucking dumb bitch he is.
The word Muhammad, or a man will come after me, because then we establish the prophecy of Prophet Muhammad. You see where I'm going?
Right.
So that Bible is okay. All the new ones,
It's like bias confirmation.
the mosque has a problem with, and they don't wish to recognize. Now, one of the strongest arguments against Islam is that the Quran has taken a lot from the Bible and a lot from the Torah.
Yes,
Plagiarism?
that's true.
Is that...
It definitely
Wait, is that
true.
really... People criticize, like, yeah, here are my problems with Islam. If you take a look at pages 6 through 9 in the Quran, you can clearly see that the dictation was lifted. This is literally just Arabic. What? All religions are rooted. They're all Abrahamic religions. Fucking Christmas was a pagan holiday.
That has nothing to do
say
with
that they're
anything.
completely different is not very accurate.
Indeed.
That's why I don't say that. The Quran has a lot of similarities with the Bible.
Yeah, what? Why doesn't America just DMCA the Quran? Get rid of Islam like that.
And that's one of the main arguments against Islam, that you guys didn't bring anything new, right? But I don't believe that. I believe that because it's one God. It's an Abrahamic religion. The Torah will have similar teachings in the Bible, and the Bible will find similarities with it in the Quran. These religions all have similarities with each other. Islam takes from Judaism, all normal.
But Islam and Judaism, you can't put in the same sentence, right? So there is, and you can totally correct me if I'm wrong, but there is sort of this undercurrent of anti-Semitism that is almost written into the DNA.
Oh, Christ. This is another and it's funny. I really like this talking point because Candace Owens is a white supremacist. And so this is like the divot here, right? So white supremacists will criticize Muslims for being anti-Semitic, but then they'll turn around and be anti-Semitic themselves.
Candace, see the logo that she have down there and here had all this video? It's PragerU. She's literally working for a company that have both the word Jew in its name and is headed by a Jew.
Typical white supremacist anti-Semite.
I know,
Also,
right?
So, like, you can see how white she is.
I mean, like her family is, but she isn't.
She's basically an albino.
She's the reverse albino.
Jesus, she'd said a very stupid thing that no, there's nothing inherently anti-Semitic about Islam. That's historical context. Like, none of that is in the not even like in the Hadith. There's nothing there. But this is just recent, couple last 100 years history at best. There's nothing inherently divisive between Islam and Judaism, at least not if you're not like a Jew who thinks all people are goyim that aren't Jews, and if you're not a Muslim who thinks all people are kafir or kuffar. Like, but that's not directed at each other. That's just them being fucking the ones who believe that are fucking xenophobia is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Like, we are the chosen people versus we are the one true believers. Like, this is not inherently, Islam is not inherently anti-Semitic, not by any stretch of the definition.
Yes, it is that Islam, especially secular Islam, is actually very much against anti-Semitism because secular Quranism are the natural ally of Israel, and that's why we are taking so much in our religion from the Judaic scrolls, and we need to implement and follow all the Noahide laws. Yes, that's correct, Claire.
Oh God, your impression is getting so good.
It's like
It's like she was in the room.
I know, right? It's like whenever it's a conversation about Islam or Judaism, I'm always gonna be Claire. I'm sorry, but it's just like I can't stop. It's just too perfect. It's just too much of an opportunity to do it.
For all I care, you can do all your reactions from now on in her voice.
Oh, Lord, that's gonna be kind of fun. Oh Lord, Lord.
Oh Christ, no, this is not.
Audio went bad again.
It's just not true.
Oh shit, that used to happen when it's Claire's fault because like whenever I share, you have to like blah, blah, blah. You have to point and prick in like shares like sound, and then you can choose before. Otherwise, you're not going to share sound.
Fair enough.
Look at Candace's face.
Of the textbooks.
You can't put Muslims and Jews in the same sentence.
Correct.
And you cannot remove Islam from Judaism. Judaism is the foundation. The Kaaba, the black cube that the Muslims pray to in Mecca.
Lovingly Dole, you never typed out your fucking thing. I've been looking at chat for like 10 fucking minutes waiting for you to type out something that looks like a donation message so I can read it out loud and respond to it as though you donated. And then you never fucking said anything. I've had it on the fucking centered on you.
Kind of funny how
For like-
anti-capitalists love money
like
that much.
literally fucking 10 minutes. What is wrong? with you?
Also, like, the people still donate to him if
Abraham.
he's being treated
Abraham is a
that
Jewish
way.
prophet.
It is kind of funny. I mean, like voluntarily. Oh my god, it's
Yeah,
almost like
they
work.
must be like masochists or something.
I know, it's so weird. It's like, well, again, like you have to abide with the system as long as living it. Okay, if using a system you think is immoral, it's fine because you're in the system. It's fine. Okay, then why shouldn't we use the system of government to completely oppress you until oblivion? Not you, but the children of the light should be oppressed. At least the ones who want to violate property rights.
Yeah.
So where does this? I guess what I'm trying to ask is that I think it would be fair to say
they're
that
probably on the DVR
there is
thing.
hostility
Oh, God.
between Muslims and Jews. Is that a fair statement to make?
More than hostility, there's war.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I want to tread here carefully so I don't get myself into
There's
too much
war.
trouble. So where does that come from? Because from
So there currently being war between Muslims and Jews is not the same as there being a foundationally religious basis of antagonism between these two groups. And as I recall,
Wait, he was
the
right
current
for once.
war
What the fuck?
between
What you say?
He actually was correct for one sentence. How is that possible?
I mean, like something might be that obvious that even he gets it.
Ah, I probably fell asleep and this is just a dream. Move on.
Will do.
Muslims and Jews was started by the Jews. Jesus Christ! When Israel
Also,
slammed its fat ass down
how
into
did he get
justly
two things
Palestinian
right in a
territory.
row?
I mean, like he's not entirely right because he's ignoring the Christians who actually. A lot of the Palestinians were Christians, and actually one Christian tried to assassinate.
It was
Kennedy.
actually the Jewish settlers, the Zionists, against anyone who was living on the land that they wanted to occupy, which included a lot of Christians. But he still was kind of correct in two sentences in a row. Like this must be like a deep fake or something.
It's also like, you know, Bobby Kennedy is the guy from the Kennedy family who was so pro-Israel that a Christian Palestinian actually killed him.
Yeah, that's history, man.
It is, and we are learning from history. As these people are, he's learning from history, and she is, I guess, true. He's not. We are, because he's retarded, and all the other people here are not.
And started gobbling up settlements and out in all fucking directions, and begrudgingly gave up territory after the 7 Days War. Oh, Christ. Yeah, you know, there's just sorry, the Islamic texts just don't allow for peaceful cohabitation with with Israel. They say, well, even fucking Hamas is open to a two-state solution with Israel, and Israel isn't going to stop until they fucking genocided all the Palestinian territories.
They were no, they are not anymore.
Yeah, but like I don't want
that was in the past. Like there was when what was his name?
Arafat?
The guy that died, probably poisoned. Arafat.
But
when he was still alive, there was the Fatah and Hamas and the actual government. They all were down with peace talks and a two-state solution, but then they pretty obviously poisoned Arafat, and closely after they killed thousands of people. I don't think people are down for that two-state solution anymore because they have no trust in Israel anymore, like in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank.
But it's like kind of hard to have a two-state solution. You probably should have a three-state solution because the Gaza Strip and the West Bank aren't really connected. It's kind of hard to rule those regions like independently.
Yeah, it's very different people. Like, I think the civilians were more close to one another 20 years ago. But now, I think in the Gaza Strip, a lot of people have been radicalized because of all of the killings. I don't condone it, but I understand it very much that if some terrorist activists in your region send rockets that are intercepted by the Iron Dome, and as a retaliation so many children are killed. There's probably going to be a lot of people who sympathize with the terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
But the
It's
Israeli
actually kind of-
government knew this. That ship has sailed, but this is too big of a topic. It's just like, no, Wash, you're half right, but you can never be fully right because you're Wash.
That's actually true. But it's also like it's kind of funny because like it's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because like I actually have a video by a libertarian YouTuber who she's basically said how she became a self-hating Jew, and that's because they call it that because she's a Jew who disagree with Israel, right? I post the video in the description. It's kind of funny. He basically also this guy say Vosh just said something that made the Gorbers happy. Vosh agree. The Gorbers think that. Libertarians think that. All the Muslims think that. Normal ones and also Hamas and a lot of people, basically everyone, so many things. Oh, everybody can agree. All people disagree on everything, agree. Even red eyes, like everybody, like it's like Israel is a bit not doing a lot of bad things. Everybody's like, then everyone agree. But that's the only thing we can't discuss. The only thing we agree, everybody agree is the only thing that is like completely.
Yeah, that's the irony of the current reality. That the thing that seems obvious and non-controversial, if you mention it in the wrong circles, you're just an anti-Semite. There's no middle ground there.
Exactly, like it's so fucking it's so weird. I think that explains a lot, but I don't want to like get flagged, so I'm just gonna move on.
Literally, fucking Hamas is more willing to open up peace negotiations with Israel than Israel is with Palestine.
My understanding, it's
Not
in
anymore.
the textbooks that Islamics follow, right? It's in the textbooks that they should be hostile towards Jews. Is that correct?
They must and obliged to be hostile towards Jews. But
So
Nope. All fucking religions have their own version of fuck over apostates, okay? Literally every religion has some version of this. It's the threat of the
Christianity
externalized threat of difference that makes people convert on like a civilizational level, okay?
Buddhism doesn't.
Yeah, you can deconvert if you want. The only reason why I think that so many religions are that way is mainly because they have it's because of like various reasons. Like it's like if you do that and your religion is going to be more oppressive, it's going to make it very unpalatable. But it's also going to lead to a lot of nominal followers, which you don't really want if you believe in something. What do you want people to say they believe when they don't believe? Really bad for everyone.
This was a
I
part
only
of
know about Judaism and Islam that has that rule. That if you leave, you must be excluded, segregated, exiled, punished, killed.
I think the Amish do that too. Actually, they use like
they're probably like the Jews when it comes to that. But the Jews also don't kill the people who leave the religion. It's just like you can never talk to your family again if it's an Orthodox Jewish family. But anyways, this is not a standard trait of religion, though some religions have it.
I actually have a joke about that.
Go on.
It's a joke about the Amish are to Swiss people what ultra-Orthodox Jews are to secular Jews.
That's why we sent them away to America.
Good call.
every single fucking religion. The idea, and even if we were to subscribe to this ludicrous idea that the anti-apostate shit going on in the Quran is worse than that which goes on in the other holy texts, it doesn't change the fact that nobody practices their religion by reading the fucking book and then just doing whatever the book says. It is
a lot of Muslims I actually know they pray 5 times a day because it says so in the book, and therefore they do that. And they also know it in the direction of Mecca because the Quran says so. And they also wash their hands and their face and feet before they do that because the Quran says so. So,
again, his nobody is just wrong. If the
like,
majority of people don't, okay, that would have been a true statement, but no.
Because when I lived in South Africa, right, then because I lived in a Muslim home, right, there actually was a prayer room in the house I was living in, which is fine. It wasn't nice. I mean, all the carpets were like facing the direction of Mecca. And also when I went to a restaurant in the same area, because it was a Muslim area, 85%, then they basically had prayer rooms in the hotel that was living there, that were located there actually. Oh, and it was kind of funny because like before I moved to Book Hub, which is an 85% Muslim, me and a classmate, we went. He basically said, "Oh, look, this Book Hub. Oh, nice." He's like, "That's place like 85% Malay Muslim." I was like, "What? Oh, that's interesting." And then I moved there. Oh, when it comes to like the statistics thing, is that region is actually more safe than many other regions in the Cape Town, which is kind of interesting. But
True
let's
that.
just move on because I'm going on a tangent here.
A matter of social interpretation. And if you live in a progressive Muslim community, then you are not going to live in a community calling out for a fucking jihad against Jewish people. They're talking about school textbooks here, not the Quran. I know you aren't saying all Jewish people are shit or anything hyperbolic like that, but it's really frustrating to nuance how bad the political situation is. Oplu45, I reject that. Israel is unquestionably the aggressor in this situation, and Palestine and Hamas have every right to engage in defensive violence against the encroach of Israeli genocidal imperialism.
I'm sorry, but like, if Palestine can defend themselves, Hamas is almost basically. I mean, like Israel have been trying to increase the influence of Hamas, and I think Hamas is shit because Hamas are murdering Palestinians. That's why I don't like. I dislike Hamas because how they treat the Palestinians. That's why I dislike them.
I think we have to ignore anything further that he says about this because he paints this as a black and white picture, and it's actually even not that complicated. Like if you have to go through like 50 years of history to understand it. It's actually not that complicated, but it is complicated, and he paints it as black and white. So we have to ignore what he says about that topic because this is pointless. Like if you ever want to make a video about this issue, I'd be happy to do more research, like refreshing my memory and like point out like all of the historical points that I know about, but responding to an idiot like Walsh about Israel and Palestine, it seems like we're the idiots here, you know?
I mean, like, I linked a video when a Jewish woman, right? She's secular Ashkenazi Jew. She made a video called "How I Became a Self-Hating Jew," and she's actually critiquing Israel and opposing Hamas in a very fair, in a very, very logical, concise way. He's doing the opposite. He's making everybody who defends it, who critiques Israel, look like fucking retards, which is very problematic. I don't like that at all. It's horrible.
Yes. So let's ignore that part of it all because like he's just retarded, and we would have to debunk every other sentence he says.
Well, we debunk some of them, I suppose.
100%, unquestionably. They're talking about school textbooks. The Quran doesn't say to hate apostates. Isn't there some? Oh, okay. So they're talking about the what is it called? What is it? The Hadith?
Tawhidi doesn't like the Hadith.
It's when you interpret. Yeah. So they're talking about hadiths. Yeah. Okay. The hadith. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, the hadith. My apologies.
How about
whatever the case may be, the idea that people like derive their religiosity specifically from like the texts of the book is laughably fucking stupid. It's never worked that way in history. Lovingly Dole. First time donating. You've got to have a brain as smooth as egg whites to hold medieval people up to modern standards. Also, Moses genocided the Canaanites. That's true. I didn't even fucking think about that. Fuck, my history is so bad, and so is my theology. Thank you very much, Lovingly Dole. I love you.
Was Moses a Jew? Or
Yes.
Hebrew?
A Hebrew.
because like the
He
Hebrews
Jew?
would. I mean, the Hebrews would then they would live right, and then they would then it would spread out and becoming the Phoenicians as well as the Israelites, and then some of the Israelites would become the Jews. So like the Israel, like, but the Hebrews are Canaanites. They come from the Canaanites. They are actually.
Yeah.
I know that
Well-
because you can see my document.
Yeah. Actually, I'm in no mood to read the Old Testament again and reference the timeline. I can't really say one way or the other because I just read it when I was like, fucking 17 because it was like, what's the fuss all about? And I was like, oh, this is horrible. But yeah, Moses was no saint either. Killed more people than Jesus did because Jesus killed nobody. But according to Walsh, Christianity is just murder recipes because he hasn't read any of the texts.
Well, you said that nobody reads the text anyway, so it doesn't matter, which is like really weird. Like
He's
this is
just
kind of like
projecting, you know.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
didn't read the text, so I assume nobody read the text. Like just like he assumes everyone's a rapist and a file.
It's kind of interesting because if the Hebrews, the Phoenicians come from Hebrews, Maronite Cypriots and Lebanese and the Punics come from Hebrews, Tunisians and Sicilians and the Maltese came from the Punics, and the Israelites, both the Jews and the Samaritans came from the Israelites, and the Palestinians came from the Philistines and the Samaritans. The Sarmatians, Samaritans. Oh my God! It's almost like they're all indigenous, and the Hebrews came from the Canaanites.
Oh, it's like they all have a right to live there.
Exactly.
You can't say that.
Apparently not.
Oh, Blue 45. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I was just saying that there are a lot of Jews in Israel who are pretty much hostages to the situation the government has created at the behest of a small group of shitheads. Oh, Blue 45. The last time I checked, Israelis were pretty much majority in favor of what was going on down there. But even if that isn't the case, it doesn't really change. Like I only criticized Israel. I never said that all Jewish people in Israel or all Israelites or all Israelis are the problem or anything like that. But what you just did is exactly the conflation. First, you said, "Hey, I know you're not like painting with a broad brush, but it's more complicated than you think." And then you said, like, you implied as though I was impugning Israelites, which is not the case at all.
Because it's more complicated, and I hope you can address this more because I definitely need to go into the bathroom.
But I don't wanna.
Okay, I'm gonna try and survive one more sentence. No, one more clip. And also, like the Israelites, I said that the Palestinians were also Israelites, so.
Yes.
And Israeli is a nationality that many Palestinians hold, which they deserve to hold.
They're about like 20% of the population at this point, so.
But they don't have much feminism influence. They're probably going to be a little bit more than that.
I made a pretty clear statement about Israel and the state of Israel's political situation, and you kind of conflated that, which is a little bit weird to me. I don't think I said anything that anyone could reasonably interpret as being like anti-Israeli.
I think you kind of can, actually.
It would be kind of easy.
What? Hyena?
What the fuck is
I've
wrong with
only
this
had
one?
one Pop-Tart from here. You've had 3? She says maybe. Fucking animals. W. West, thanks for the subscription.
She
friend.
might be the
Islam
ogre.
is the religion of peace. The last Muslim Christians relentlessly engaged in missions, force coercive. Yeah. W. West, like any fucking argument that like Christians haven't been brutalizing their way through history is laughably inaccurate.
Nobody says that.
Oplu45 says this guy and Candace would think you're being anti-Israeli. No, Oplu45, they wouldn't. They wouldn't think that. They would say that because it obfuscates the issue. I don't give a fuck what these fucking degenerate subhumans think. They're both, well,
Oh.
Candace Owens is a white supremacist,
You
and
thought
this
a
guy
black person
kowtows to
was
white supremacists. I don't give a fuck about what they think. No reasonable person would interpret what I said as anti-Israeli, and Nazis will always interpret what I say as anti-Israeli. But
I don't think Nazis like Israel. Oh my god, this guy's so dumb. Oh my god.
Oh God. Nazis would call me anti-Israeli. Wash. You don't know. I'm just calling around. You don't know who lived in the region of Palestine before the English decided that it could be given, like the Jews could be given, the Zionists actually, not just the Jews, like the subgroup of Zionists, like they could be given the right to settle and occupy. You don't understand who lived there. You don't understand the history. You don't understand any of it. And while I guess it's a very basic bitch opinion that is partially true, to understand that it's horrible what happened to the people who lived in that area in the last 70 years, that doesn't make you right with all the rest of the things that you're saying, because you are unwilling to get informed. Any sensible person would always agree that the people and their descendants who lived in the area when the settlement started, even before the occupation started, that they should have the right to live on the soil that their family lived on for generations. That's a nothing burger. Everyone agrees with that except for some very misguided people who are either believing propaganda, like the stuff that they spread in Israel. Like, actually, there was no one living here. They only were sent by the Arab nations to be our enemies. There was no Palestinians in the first place. Like, nah, there's people who believe that, and they're misguided and they're misinformed. But there's not, like, internationally, these people are a massive minority. I don't know how many of them, the people living in Israel as actual citizens, believe that these days, but no. But it's not as simple as you fucking paint it. There's a lot of intricate detail of what happened with even the whole fucking side quest that the Mossad did by making sure that the most radical elements in the Gaza Strip would become popular and powerful, so they would have a viable enemy and reason to keep this fucking terrible anti-human military conflict going. Like, I don't even know if Walsh would understand if someone would, like, very slowly and understandingly and reasonably try to explain to him how it was complicated 50 years ago, and now it's so intertwined between the parties that you can't, like, of course you can see that one side using fucking self-made rockets is the weaker party, and the other side doing airstrikes is the stronger party. But, like, Walsh would not understand if you tried to explain it to him in words that 4-year-olds would understand.
It's also kind of interesting when people are mentioning, like, oh, they were sent there by the Arab nation. No, like, if that was the case, then why are there so many Palestinians living in Latin America who moved there because the Ottoman Empire weren't treating all the Christians very well? So if he cared about Palestinians, then why did he pretend that everything was hunky-dory in the Middle East before during the Ottoman Empire? He doesn't really seem to care about Palestinians like at all. He don't care about Palestinians. He really doesn't. I don't believe he does. Because if he wouldn't, then why the fuck did he defend when Muslims when they were treated badly because of their religion?
Yeah. That's why I've earlier argued that we should just try to ignore his statements about the whole issue, because I want to see the actual responses to the actual videos, and he's just a kind of asshole who spends 90% of his video responding to his fucking beta cock chat.
Yeah, fuck that. Now I'm gonna move on.
Because it allows them to paint me as an anti-Semite, which allows them to engage in some like confiscation as to their values. Can I just eat these Pop-Tarts? Ever heard about Mazdak? He's a religious prophet known for being a 500, 600 proto-socialist calling for social revolution, advocating for free love. No, Keelix Kotz, I haven't seen that.
Do you see it's a bit paradoxical to then say that, well, we got this from the Torah, but we're hostile towards Jews. So just can we make sense of that?
Yes, we can. Time difference.
Definitely.
Time. If we put everything into context, it will all be clarified. I'm a Shia Muslim. Shia Muslim means the Shia regime in Iran. They're Shia Muslim. Hezbollah are Shia Muslim. I'm a Shia Muslim. They're militants. I'm not.
Okay.
So we both believe in the same God, in the same prophet, in the same foundations. One is an Islamist. They believe in violent means to spread their religion. I don't.
But how can this be so?
That makes sense to me.
I'm pretty sure everything this guy just said is fucking stupid. What?
What?
It's true.
So he's arguing that there's some fundamental difference of interpretation, which means that he doesn't believe it's okay to violently spread Islam, but other people do?
Yeah.
Yes.
If this is the case, why is it that all the fucking Muslims in America aren't running around beheading people and like converting apostates?
Because they agree with him.
What?
They agree with the Imam, I suppose.
Why?
Because they agree with the Imam.
Everything that this guy is saying runs counter.
He's not listening
to my historical understanding of how Muslims integrate into the developed world. What's more, it seems to me like all of the violent behaviors we see from like radically Islamic states like Saudi Arabia and shit, these aren't the product of Islam. They're just a product of a like totalitarian government realizing their own political and economic interests.
And don't you think those are using religion to do that? Like the interpretation of the Sharia, which in the Quran, which it poses perfect laws to govern a society as said by God, have nothing to do with religion. He just said that. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
But he also, his understanding of history, which is apparently zero, so if you're dividing things by zero, you always get like an error.
But like holy shit, like this, it's so dumb. Like, but then he says the majority of Muslims have an interpretation that it's more violent, and that's a problem. But a sizable minority doesn't. Doesn't he think that the sizable minority would probably be overrepresented in the small Muslim population in the United States? Just FYI. And also, like if you said the majority believe in this violent interpretation, but they just read it from the leaders, they don't actually think about it, right? Which means that the majority believe that they don't actually act on it.
Yeah.
It's like really fucking simple. Holy fuck, this guy's so dumb. I actually didn't know he was this dumb, but Jesus Christ, he's dumb.
This is the longest I've ever listened to him, and it's impressive how dumb one person can be.
Yeah, he's very frustrating.
It has nothing to do with religion. It's never had anything to do with religion.
It's literally using a religious document to govern a country based on the most popular interpretation from the Bukhari that he cited as being the interpretation that they're using to enforce Sharia law. He's going to go over that, maybe not in this, but in human other ones. Why didn't he's kind of fun. He used it with Candace when he done it with Lauren Shan and with Dave Rubin. He done interview with those, by the way, too, right? And he's telling different things. He basically just go after this because he want to, because it's like because he also want to bash candidates, and I don't really care about that because like, okay, but it's really uncharitable.
Yeah,
It's like-
the bashing of Canada is like really simple. Like, I can't even disagree with like she's not the brightest light bulb in the chandelier. And yeah, the other point that they make that I disagree with is that she's a white supremacist, but it's all they all ever say. Like she's dumb and she's a white supremacist. Like one is partly true, the other one is false. But they think that repetition makes things true.
Yeah, they actually really do that. They actually believe the truth comes from authority rather than from like reality because they're fucking retarded.
Indeed.
Religion is not the guiding light of the world, okay? Religion is not why people do things. Religion is not what motivates people's behavior. It never has been and it never will be. A material economic interest is and always has been what people are motivated by. When
That's actually what all the communists believe. The communism is basically just materialism as moral absolutism. It's absolutely what it is, 100% of the time. And because they believe that, they literally believe everything. They literally believe that everything have just to do with material wealth, like the hardcore materialists. That's they're communists. They really are. 100%.
They
of the time.
probably could find an explanation when I walk down the stairs to the city and there's a cat and I pet it. They could probably frame it that I'm doing this because I'm a capitalist or something. I don't know.
But
They
like the
would
whole
find
idea,
a way.
but like this like materialist worldview is something that only they agree with. That like not many people believe. They basically don't believe. It's just material condition, just materialism. That's all they say. They never back it up. By the way, it's like, well, they might do, but it's a very bad argument that you should
I think
understand.
it's because they have no sense of meaning. Like the material goods that I own and cherish. I don't. I have actually right behind me a couple pieces of equipment, sound equipment, synthesizers and the likes that have higher value than when I bought them. I could sell them and turn a profit, but I enjoy them. These are things, possessions that I cherish. This has nothing to do with materialism. They have a sublime quality to me because I can make sounds with them when I plug a keyboard into them or a guitar that make me happy.
But
And I
exactly.
think these people don't know the joy that you can experience if you find something that makes you happy, that has meaning to you.
And also like the materialists, that's why they don't care about your people. They don't care about society. The only thing you care about is material wealth. That you don't care about anything else. I linked a video called in the chat called which is explained how communism is just materialism as moral absolutism. That's all it is. It's religious. That's why it's terrible. Material
It's
equality.
reductionist.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's like that's the reason why the most suffering is in history. That's why most people identify with this label. Are usually fucking degenerates. They don't care about like anything besides just objects. It's really weird.
That's why the line of thinking that is shared by the World Economic Forum is so dangerous. When they made that video a couple of years ago, like in 2030 you will own nothing and you will be happy. Like that can only come from someone who sees no value beyond financial value in things. That comes from the kind of people who don't even understand that there's value in human interaction.
Exactly, because that's what people communists are. Like you, for example, biological organisms are driven by the need to keep existing. That's what keeps anything going that lives, right?
Yeah.
And that's nothing to do with material condition. That's something to do with your existence, and all that with like just existing. Because if you have an instinct to keep living, cross generational, you're gonna keep living.
There's just two dimensions to this. what makes your life worthwhile? And that can apply to people who prefer an atomized life and want to live alone in the desert or something.
Which is kind of weird and unnatural, and people are literally evolved to not do that.
And then there's a dimension that is universal that some people reject, which is procreation, like intergenerational. I want to have a next generation after myself, and I want them to be well. And I think they don't understand either of these concepts. I don't even know how they keep living with this bleak outlook on life.
Well, that's why they're so angry and miserable and hate everyone. So I guess that makes sense. But also the idea that he said religion isn't the reason people do stuff. It absolutely is.
It absolutely was all of the time, like not all of the time, but like all of the history of humanity. That was always a factor.
Yes. But also, there's actually something I need to say, and that is that religion is just, you have a faith-based axiom, right? If you believe in something without seeing. Everybody have just act on rationalization and knowledge. If they don't act on rationalization and knowledge, they act on faith, and therefore they're acting on religion.
Yeah.
And when the fucking Pope or whatever, when the Church of England was sending out like fucking missionaries to convert the natives over here in the South America and North America, back when it was still the New World, they weren't doing that out of a sincere and dedicated interest in their own religious, like,
how does he know that?
Well-being. They were doing it because it served an imperialist agenda.
No, they didn't. What the fuck? How can he know that?
He can't even distinguish between the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church, so we shouldn't even read too much into that because it's literally.
It's like,
oh god.
Oh my god, this is why they did it, because like, how do you know that? If they said they did it for this reason, they know all of it is for this other reason. It's because I said so. Like, this makes fucking sense.
When we sent out the fucking Crusades down to the Arabic countries, we weren't.
It's actually kind of funny because Americans, whenever the West or Christians or America does something, or like basically the Caucasian race, they always rephrase it as "we." Why do they do that? I don't never like. Why do they say we?
They weren't even part of the Crusades.
Yeah, it's so like, why do they? I never hear people from other countries in the United States do that. They had this like collective like responsibility for what people did before they were born, and say we what? No.
Also, the Crusades weren't against Arab states. If all the conflict that happened with Jerusalem proximity territory was to fight your way through the people who currently occupied Jerusalem. It was never a fight against the Arab states, which didn't even exist at the time. It was their plight was to conquer Jerusalem again, which was a stupid fucking idea. But it has nothing to do with Arabs. It's all about religion. Oh no, the non-believers are in charge of Jerusalem.
Exactly.
Which, he has no understanding of history and nuance.
Or anything else by that matter, I might add.
Fair enough.
Doing it to convert, or like for any sort of legitimate religious reasons. We were doing it to serve the imperialist interests of the powers that be. Every single
Americans did
religiously motivated action can be more easily traced back to a social or political or an economic interest, okay?
Nope, that was a complete waste of money to conquer Jerusalem. Each time they did it.
Every last one of them. Nobody does anything for religion. Nobody.
Well, if you do something based on faith rather than based on reason, you're doing it based on religion.
He just mentioned the Crusades. That was purely based on religion. There was no resources there. There's nothing to be gained outside of the fact that there was slight overpopulation and the ruling class thought we gotta get rid of some of the young folks because we don't have the economic system to accommodate that growth. Which actually was a motivation for a lot of pointless wars. And in this case, there was nothing to be gained from conquering Jerusalem at all.
And it kind of like explains how privileged women have always been in a way.
Indeed.
Nobody believes in religion. If you're religious right now, and you're watching this, you're lying to yourself. There are so many ways that you could interpret your own holy book in a way that contradicts the principles by which you live your life. There are so many ways in which you are a hypocrite, so many ways in which you fall short of the expectations of your God. You don't do what you do out of religion. You do what you do out of convenience and to meet the social needs that you have built up around you, okay? Religion is
He's
just
like the
the
worst
medium through
atheist
which you-
ever.
But he's a real atheist. Does he believe that government is necessary?
I don't know. I'm just saying that he's the worst atheist ever because he doesn't understand religious people at all.
Well, if he believes the government is necessary, then he is religious. But his religion is statism.
Fair point. He has never talked to a legit religious person and listened. From what he's saying, he's completely oblivious to what religious people actually think, say, and do.
But like, if you are an atheist and you're still a statist, then you are religious. So therefore, if you do something because you think
It's just a different religion that doesn't call itself a religion.
yes, because it's not palatable for it to do so. But they do have faith-based axiom. They are religious 100% of the time, no exception. Unless if you do something politically, if you believe the state is necessary, you're religion. If you believe it's not necessary, then you're an atheist. You can still have political opinions because you have something, therefore you can use for this purpose. But if you believe you don't need one, you're not religious. Otherwise, you are religious. Well, unless you are religious otherwise. But if you aren't, if you're a statist, you're religious 100% all the time, no exception.
Fair enough.
You do this. I can't pretend. I know I have religious people who follow me. I don't give a fuck.
A lot of them
I
are
don't
religious.
care if you get off on it. I don't care if it makes you feel good. It's just so strange to me. It's such a weird convenience, such a strange coincidence.
Funny enough, he seems
That
to be
every religious
religiously
person
addicted
I've ever-
to Pop-Tarts.
Yeah. He also addicted to retardation.
met, and every religious action I have ever seen on an interpersonal or geopolitical level has also served broader material interests. You can
Except
be
the
a
Crusades.
conservative and be an atheist, but it is much easier to be a religious conservative because the need for hierarchy dictated by conservative principle is very easy to reinforce through religiosity. I don't
That's
think
not
you
what
should
they do.
disregard religious text to this extent. No, I disregard.
Now here's the deal, like if you are religious in politics and you are passing away you're Christian, then you don't have faith, which means you're less religious. So in that way, they're not really that religious. But technically, if they're statists, they believe government and stuff, they're still religious, use a different religion that they profess.
His statement would literally only make sense if the politicians who self-define as Christians would go to their priest, or if they're Catholic, the bishop, and make their decisions based on what the priest or the bishop says. And maybe some American politicians go to their priest. I don't know. But this is not. No. This makes. Still, it doesn't make. Even if some people do it, it makes no sense.
Yes, there is a bunch of Pascal's way you Christians.
Yeah.
Disregard it all. I disregard all this shit. It means nothing to me. And it means nothing to you people either. None of you people give a fuck about your religion. You give a fuck about this vague idea that if you behave in a way that kind of sort of lines up with the principles that you were taught about, but maybe not those principles specifically because that guy was kind of weird and the interpretation differed from this. You like this interpretation better. And if you live your life in this way, but maybe with a couple alterations, maybe
The evangelicals are the ones who get most of it right because they're using the scripture to interpret their own scripture. So that makes sense.
you can get into the pearly gates after, but maybe you're a spiritualist. You don't even believe there's a prerequisite set of behaviors you need to engage in to get into heaven. Maybe you just think we all go. No, I can't pay. I don't care. I don't. None of you care about religion. None of you are authentically religious. There's no such thing as being authentically religious. It's all about motivating the exact same social, political, and economic justifications that people have been standing behind for literal fucking millennia. Okay.
If people are using religion for political reasons, then I do believe that they are not really actually having faith. Although,
Yes.
if they are doing it for political, if they believe the government, you need the government, then they will just use that statism as a religion.
This went all the way back to the pagan days. Back when
general religious.
What?
My grandfather was generally Catholic.
Yeah, I
to the
believe you.
point where he lamented that people who weren't Catholic wouldn't go to heaven. Like people
We just
are
can't-
genuinely religious.
I mean, like, I was
very
at the-
smart people are.
I would say the Imam isn't genuinely religious because he doesn't believe in man-made things. And that's why he's usually not very political. He just said that he's like the only way you would be political as a Christian or as a Muslim is to survive as a Christian or as a Muslim, right? And that is what he does. Like, he wants to survive as a Muslim. That's why he's conservative. But before all this craziness happening, right? But because technically he was before, he used to be like extremist, used to be an Islamist, right? And he's actually more religious now because the Islamists are his Pascal's wager Muslims, right? And he's not anymore. He's actually really religious today, right? So yeah, he's actually
You can arrange that with secular worldview. It's not impossible. It's actually quite common.
it's actually more easier because then you actually require faith. Otherwise, you don't require faith, and therefore you're not really there. You don't actually believe, and he actually do believe, because he don't believe in man-made things. And because he is only in politics to survive, right? Rather than to influence. He doesn't believe in political influence. Like, he doesn't believe in man-made structures, right? Which is like very religious. Like, and all power to him. Like, he doesn't want to enforce any beliefs on other people. It's very, very respectable. I do like this guy. I really do,
Yeah.
actually.
From the little time that Walsh let him speak, he seems like his religion doesn't harm anyone, like the way he practices. So why would anyone have a problem with that unless they're a Wash?
I mean, like, they don't like because the only right wingers want to talk to him because all the leftists hate him because a bunch of Islamists said that he wasn't really an imam, which is kind of strange. But no, that makes perfect sense, actually. And he's going to explain how that makes sense later, but I'm going to...
I hope we get to the
when
point
religion
because
was
Walsh
literally
talks
just
so much.
carving totems and dancing around them in front of the fire. Exact same thing. The need for social cohesion, the need for ostracizing outsiders, the need for building family and tribal bonds. All of these things were motivated by religion, but the religion itself was not what mattered. It was just a means to an end.
That's the case of Pascal's wager religious people, but not like genuine religious people, which are a small minority, but they do exist.
Sure must suck that some of you base your entire lives around a system of belief that serves only as a means to a concrete set of political and economic goals that I could explain much more easily without the need of mysticism.
But they
You
don't really do
couldn't-
that, though. If they actually... The reason why they use the religion in politics is because they actually don't have faith. But if they have faith, they would just... Then they don't use the religion for political or economic gains. Then they believe in it for real, right? Oh my god, he's so stupid.
Oh, I'm trying to
I
grapple with
just want to
this.
answer your question.
Yeah, sorry. I
wanna
get so
answer your
interested.
question.
Go ahead.
Your question. Before 1979, we Shia, we never had a problem with the Jewish people. No problem. You know why? Because we have nothing to do with Palestine.
Right.
People in chat are so fucking mad right now.
Aren't leftists always angry? No, all but most.
So fucking mad.
We Shia, before 1979, we Shia, we never had a problem with the Jewish people. No problem. You know why? Because we have nothing to do with Palestine.
Right.
We Shia, our holy sites, Mecca, Medina, and what's in Iran and Iraq. We have nothing to do with Palestine.
That's correct.
When the revolution happened, to politicize the Muslim narrative and to get the Muslim community hyped up, we said the Quds, Jerusalem is ours. But it's not. It's
Right.
not ours. 1979 onwards, the war happened. The Islamic teachings can never separate themselves from the foundations of Judaism, monotheism, the belief in God, the prophets. We share so many prophets.
Mhm.
Jesus
So true.
was a Jew. Muslims love Jesus. Abraham, Daniel, Isaac, Habakkuk. Name me any prophet. They're all Jewish, and they are Islam's prophets. If you deny one of them, you can't be a Muslim.
So are you saying
I have to say, this is very important and relevant. Okay.
Before he said that, I just have to say that that the reason why the Ayatollah want to politicize Palestine and Jerusalem is because they actually don't have faith. They're passive wager Muslims. They're hypocrites. The Ayatollahs are all hypocrites. This guy is actually more of a Muslim than every single Ayatollah put together.
I'm just gonna say I would bet money that whatever Wash is gonna say is neither important nor relevant.
Yes, because you don't understand what he's talking about.
When Muslims with the hat do this, when they do this move, that's a very strong power move.
Muslims do all also actually.
What's that? It's
Okay,
it's the fucking like Islamic radio show thing in the Arab world where they quote mine and we have the funny memes like, by Allah, I will hit you with my shoe. You know what I mean? They do this. They do this a lot, and it's a very strong power move.
saying then that the entire argument surrounding
Memory TV, gotcha. That's some good ass shit right there.
It's actually interesting that they are the thing that this thing is actually a very Muslim thing to do. Actually, the reason why it's true is because I know Tree of Logic actually told about that. She actually have on her website. She basically have a character in a burqa who is always talking like this in a burqa, and then she's always saying, "I'm gonna replace all your love with Sharia," and then she does that all the time. It's so fucking funny.
But to assume that this is unique to their culture is just like.
But it is a very, very common thing in
They do it a lot, but it's also a
I have no problem with
European
that.
thing. It's even commonplace in Asia.
Yes,
The
especially Indonesia.
pointing the finger that always is a thing for some reason. I guess it's a very old gesture.
You see why I did that? You see what I did there? No, I said like especially just like more common in Asia, I thought, especially Indonesia because of so many Asian Muslims.
Oh no, you just say the thing.
I did.
whether or not Jerusalem belongs to the Muslims
They're literally Israeli anti.
or the Jews was just propaganda that was fueled after the 1979.
For the Shia side, yes.
Yes.
Shia side, yes. For the Sunni side, no. The Sunnis genuinely believe that's the majority. Again, the problem, Candice, with my reading is that it's the minority.
Yeah, but that is the problem. So
You see?
I think it's unfair to say, well, the minority of people believe this, right? If we acknowledge that the majority of people that follow Islam believe in this sort of violent interpretation, in this anti-Semitic interpretation.
They don't. Again, this is just a complete fucking lie.
He literally just said, the Imam literally said that the majority are follow people who believe that without reading for themselves. And that is the majority that she's talking about. And she's aware of that, and so is the Imam. So I don't know what he's bringing at.
It's like the whole video. The only person unaware of things is Wash.
He's always unaware of things. He's also unaware about stuff in his own bedroom when he's in there.
A complete fucking lie that has been pushed over the course of this interview. So again, 90%, according to this fucking guy, 90%
He didn't say
of Muslims
90.
subscribe to an interpretation of Muhammad where he was like violent. So, and that means the jihad is never ending, and that means
No, he subscribed to that. Majority of Muslims subscribe to an interpretation that is violent, right? And they are following people who tell that, but they're not the one reading into it. So they're not really being much aware of that because they don't know what they're reading because they're just repeating. But they are still following the people who have that reading, and then they act on that and they believe it. And that's the reason why they don't.
You literally explained that, like in the original video, probably 5 minutes ago. Wash interrupts so much so, but he doesn't listen when he doesn't interrupt. So why, Wash?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
means you hate Israel or something. The fuck fuck are you going on about?
right? How can we allow this to permeate into Western civilization and continue to call it the religion of peace?
Well, I don't call it the religion of peace.
You don't.
I don't.
So why do you
never.
think we do?
Because I don't know. It sounds nice.
There has to be a better reason.
No.
Is it funded? Is it?
No, it's not
Here's the reason. I'm gonna start
funded.
reason.
It just sounds nice. Obama says it.
Yeah.
That's it. He said it.
That's it.
There's no foundation for that whatsoever.
How do we end it?
Here's the reason. They don't know about the foundation because the person actually popularized the idea was actually Malcolm X.
Yeah, the
Because
American
Malcolm X-
perception of Islam is heavily slighted and skewed by Nation of Islam.
Yeah, and therefore when Malcolm X went to he actually went to Mecca, right? And then he realized that the Nation of Islam was just a bunch of fucking dumbasses, right? And that story is actually like, I do have a lot of respect for Malcolm X. I'm actually that's a guy I actually can have a lot of respect. I actually do like Malcolm X. To be honest, I do. Generally speaking, I do have a positive opinion about Malcolm X.
It's easier intellectually when you look at all of his calls for violence. Is harder.
Yes, like I do, but like it's like different depending on the situation he was in. I can understand why he would do that. It makes sense to me in a way. Like if you live in that circumstance, you would want to be more violent. It makes sense. I do actually have a lot of, but I don't want to get stuck on that.
Yeah, quite understandably so. Like both what you think.
So I
and
told you the
that
first
we
time
shouldn't.
I learned about the
What the fuck is he doing?
Lovely. Like that the religionofpeace.com is taken up by an Islamophobic fucking hate site. That's my shit. What's the origin of this term?
Malcolm X. I've been over this. Okay, you can't hear me.
So this term only came about after 9/11? Oh wait.
No.
Oh, okay. In the 1960s, Malcolm X said on multiple occasions that Islam was a religion
He
of peace.
found it.
I told you so.
Organization
I told you so.
Islamic
I told you so.
So it looks like Malcolm X kind of kicked it off. And then after 9/11, man, remember how bad George Bush was, the war criminal? Look at how fucking sane he sounds in comparison to today's political climate. George Bush said the face of terror is not the true faith of Islam. That's not what Islam is all about. Islam is peace. These terrorists don't represent peace. They represent.
You have to say something that at least, but like George Bush is also a leftist.
Evil and war. Jesus Christ. Hey, listen, you people in chat mad about my religious takes. We're not here about that today, okay? He's conflating the beliefs of people like ISIS and Nizar out with all Sunnis. That's pretty fucked.
He doesn't.
So this guy's a Shiite, right?
He doesn't do that. He literally said the majority of Shiite and Muslim have Shiite and Sunni have violent interpretation, and the minority of them doesn't. And I won't go over the details again because I've already done that like 5 times.
More like full of Shiite. Ha!
You see how angry he is?
I'm gonna shoot myself right now.
Pardon?
I want to shoot myself right now.
No, you're too pretty. I don't want that.
I forgot. Sorry.
You gay motherfucker.
Yeah, Shiite Muslim of Iraqi origin who was born in Iran. Okay. That's cool. What's the population? Wait.
God, wash.
Sunnis are way more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shia make about 10% of all Muslims. So yeah. Okay.
Find out that the guy was telling the truth.
Okay. Wait.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What'd you say?
Now he's gonna Google and he finds out that the guy was actually telling the truth, man. But he won't change his mind because he's washed.
But he's not gonna say the thing that he wants to find, so it's gonna be funny. He'd say that the majority of Shia and Sunnis have the valid interpretation, but many of them does not, because the people who do usually doesn't interpret it themselves. They follow other people who interpret. Oh my god, how much do I need to say this to him?
Non-authority. So is this literally just him pathologizing
No.
the conflict between Shiites and Sunnis?
No,
Is this
No.
is this literally it?
no.
Actually, the opposite, man. You-
Ross, when he basically says things like,
Okay,
"I'm
yeah.
so
All right, that
angry,"
makes sense.
he sounds like a lot like when people did when they
Listen,
were like in
I'm
their
not a theologian.
when they were, like,
Okay,
7,
I'm not
8
a
years
study.
old when they
I'm
get
not a
angry at
fucking
people.
scholar of Islam. Okay, I'm not qualified to make like decisions as to
I
the
am.
difference between Sunnis and Shiites or what socio-political circumstances may have led to the
Yeah,
split
then
in the
shut
religion
up.
and how they interpret blah blah blah. But now that I
One followed the daughter, I believe, or the niece, and the other one followed his follower. So therefore, the Shiites are a little bit more egalitarian because of that, but they're still kind of oppressive in a certain interpretation, especially those in Iran.
I'm lining this up along these lines, it really does seem like he's trying to paint all Sunnis as being like terrorist warmongers. So that's pretty cool, I guess.
No, he
he's
doesn't.
not.
This was in a textbook in school. So my entire upbringing through the public school system, I was told to believe this, and that if
Did you study in Saudi Arabia?
I didn't.
It
I
sounds
didn't.
like
I
you
know. I
studied in
didn't. Just
Saudi
basic. Like I literally remember the book that I read in 3rd grade, and them telling the story of the 3 kings. And it was basically just like a soft introduction to different religions. We would all celebrate, around Christmas and Hanukkah time, and we were supposed to get to know the various
Hanukkah,
various religions
Hanukkah,
in the
Hanukkah.
classroom. Very innocent, right? But what's incredible to me is that everything that you're telling me is new, right? So if you ask the average American to say, do you know this about the Quran? Do you know this about the Hadith? Am I saying that correct?
Correct.
About the Hadith, they don't. We're largely ignorant about it, and yet the
Yeah, because
second
no one gives a fuck. No, why the fuck would somebody need to familiarize themselves with a religious text in order to understand the socioeconomic consequences? What the fuck?
You're the best example why they should. Your ignorance
Because
speaks
otherwise
volumes
you
on
don't
that.
know. Like you think it's always just socioeconomic, but if people who believe, regardless if that's the truth, which is not, but if it were, if people believe in the religion, to them it is not so. To them, religion is the truth. He said, no, they don't believe in that. So I'm just gonna ignore that they do. Like, what? What the fuck? This is so fucking dumb. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh god, no.
But actually, if you look at it, it turns out the majority of Americans haven't even read past page 32 of the Quran. How do you respond to that?
anything happens that is extremist or anything that's radical, the first thing that comes out of the mouths of every single person
Religion serves as a glue that holds together people as an identity. Go fuck yourself. There are 1,000 better ways to hold people together through a central identity than fucking mysticism. Go.
I think that that's true because I actually can hold together with people who I like as friends, and also my people who share my genetics, and also like only because a group of people are tied together due to their religion. It doesn't mean they can be tied together by ancestry or your fellowship as friends.
But
Why do you
I'm pretty
need-
sure he wouldn't mean those things, and I'm pretty sure he has less than 1,000 examples too.
I think he has less than 5 examples.
Probably.
Fuck yourself.
is that it's a religion of peace, and there's almost this sadness, and not the same sadness and sympathy that is given to Christians.
No.
So why is
nowhere
that?
near. Largely because of the left and their agenda.
What is their agenda?
Their agenda is
Evil?
power. This is what it is.
Okay.
They don't care about any human being, any life.
Oof.
I have published a picture in my book of my uncle that was killed, burnt alive by ISIS.
Oh,
Why?
fuck,
Because-
it's
Oh,
horrible.
I said, wow.
No, and why?
That guy's a fucking sociopath.
I have published a picture in my book of my uncle that was killed, burnt alive by ISIS.
Oh.
Why? Because
Oh, I said, wow.
no,
Fucking sociopath, man. His uncle was burnt
why?
alive by
Because
ISIS. I'm gonna have a
left
laughing
funded
fit.
ISIS. They did. And
Really?
they've always done. The global movement of the leftists. The elite.
That's the most punchable face I've seen in
So,
years.
You should look at Willem Petzer.
guess we're gonna have to. Guess we're
He's
gonna
actually a
have
pretty
to
nice
unpack
guy,
this
but
one.
you just look at his face.
So
if you want.
let's So let's sort of compare values, okay? The left,
That's not.
anti-religious, generally, at least going by polling data.
Actually, the left is extremely religious because they are more statist than the right, because all the anarcho-capitalists are on the right. So
They just don't define their beliefs as religions.
exactly, but they are believing in faith-based actions, so they are religious. Not all, because my mother is technically to the left of me, but not in America. But she is, like, I would say anyway, because I don't think America is a good standard for who is left, because they are really far left, basically all parties in America. So basically all normal people become right-wingers by American standards. But like by normal standards, then she will be on the left, but she's still like not religious because she doesn't believe the government's necessary. She only wants to use the government for all these things because we already have it. And that's basically
Sure.
I feel the same thing, but a little bit less.
As long as we have it, we might use it.
Exactly right. We're just not religious, but they say we need it, and they're religious. 100% of them who say that.
Anti-authority,
Nope.
anti-fundamentalist,
No,
progressive, pro-women's rights, pro-gay rights.
no, they
Pro-
aren't. Why are the left the only people who want to make the legal gay men to reproduce? Because the little say that employment is exploitation because they're communists. The communists are not right wingers. They're not pro gay rights. They're only pro women's rights, by the way. And not really,
Yeah.
not pro. No, actually, no.
Not
they're
even
not.
like actual women, just the minority feminists. Anyways,
Why do they don't care about women's rights to work as a surrogate or work as a prostitute, or women's right to have full property rights to her own ownership of her land?
to be a cheerleader, to be a grid girl, to be a walk-on girl, to be a stripper, to be a prostitute, to be a model, all
To
of
be a
which
stay-at-home
are
mother?
all of which should are often completely free decisions.
And by the way, there was a progressive sterilized all the women back in the eugenics movement, so that's also that.
Yes.
So there's like complete lies. It makes no sense at all.
Multiculturalism.
No, they're not. They're pro mass genocide with erosion of all cultures. The only way I can multiculturalism, well, you can be left-wing and support it, but generally speaking, the left wants cultural extermination. Most, not all, but most.
Yeah, but only for the whiteys.
Now we have
No, really, they still want to impose anti-racism and feminism on the whole planet. And
yeah,
also,
but
like,
the first step is denounce any European culture.
and also like just put all these people in the West and then impose their own idea of how people should be, which is like voting for the degenerates, as well as draining their own country's populations of inhabitants, which makes it they're perpetually stuck in a shithole status.
ISIS, militaristic, warmongering, religious fundamentalists who vehemently oppose progressivism and multiculturalism and want to build a hierarchical, theocratic state.
Because they all pass as Uyghurs Muslim, so they don't have faith.
Yeah.
See, because what I had read was
Someone said Bushino is a commie. Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna quote Derek: "The Republican Party is and have been a communist party for decades." That's my favorite quote ever. I hope he sees it sometimes.
that ISIS came about from the power vacuum that took place after the United States of America invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, blew apart whatever fucking semblance of a government both of those states had, and
Wasn't blowing apart the symbols of Saddam Hussein's government a good thing because it was committing genocide against the Kurdish people? Yes, FYI.
That's never been their argument, though.
But still.
left open literally millions of resentful young men who felt as though their lives were fucking leaves in the wind of U.S. imperialist aggression, and
they do that to all the men that they call have white privilege, and do it to all the black men that take away the father's throne. This is the leftists doing it all the time. This is
It's
a
what they
left-wing
do.
communist, feminist thing that hates all men, right? And he doesn't really care because he dislikes MRAs because he's fucking retard. So therefore, he cannot have a if he had an issue with that, then he's a complete hypocrite, 100%, which isn't really a surprise to anyone.
Indeed.
That the only possible way they would ever be able to ensure peace for their people would be to build up a caliphate. That was my sort of take on it.
Because you're wrong.
Alongside the failure of the Arab Spring and support from Al Qaeda. Yeah, not to mention
He's
we
terrible
fucking
at response
funded the
videos, by the
Taliban
way.
and the Arab Spring. Yeah, but I'd love to see if they could talk about how the
Why
left
does he refer to America as we? It's so weird. Only Americans
left.
does that.
Not only Hillary.
Vosh doesn't read the chat. Yeah, I constantly read the chat. If I responded to all of you dumb fucks, I would have no time for the video. Are you kidding me?
It's actually kind of interesting how he's so rude to all the people who slightly disagree with him. I'm more polite to people. Actually, it's kind of interesting. It's almost like traditional people are more civilized than fucking communists.
and Obama, the elite left,
Whoa!
the global movement of the leftists, the elite left, not only Hillary and Obama.
He's so pathetic.
I take it all back, okay? All of it, all right? I don't give a fuck about politics. The only people who I would justify violence against are people who willfully conflate leftist and liberal.
Liberals are leftists. I already said how individuals thinking leads to big government in the past. If you're liberal, if you delegitimize everything that happens in your past or in your future, you only care about the self, and therefore, in order to indulge yourself in your own life, if you're rich, keep your wealth. You want big government to protect you from competition. If you're poor, you basically want the government to give you all the stuff, but that only works for your liberals. They usually lead to big governments. This is what happens.
Yeah.
The elite left have always been supportive of rebels to bring down governments and put their own socialist globalist
That
movement.
is true.
Yes.
Yes.
That's true. Oh my god, she's gonna fucking come. He starts talking her fucking language. Oh yeah, Quran, Hadith, do. So as I was saying, yeah, the left is always trying to use violence and money to prop up leftist, socialist, globalist governments. Oh, yeah? You don't say? Christ, let's listen to this again, okay? Please.
The elite left, not only Hillary and Obama, the elite left.
So, Hillary and Obama are not left anything at all.
Basically everything. They are very, very far left of me. And if they're far left of him, and he basically wants to be violent towards Muhammad Tawhidi because he conflates people on his left with people further on his left. Because if you're religious, then you're usually apolitical, but he's conservative, maybe used to survive as a religious person. So therefore, so he's completely fine with being violent towards me and Tawhidi, right? What does he say about leftists loving violence? It's the thing. And how is he different from Obama and Hillary? Because he wants more communism? What the fuck, mate?
They would be
Possibly.
considered like center conservative in Europe.
No, the Republican
no.
Party, George Bush and Donald Trump, would be because of the left wing in Sweden. Fucking Sweden. Okay?
Wash
Because-
doesn't know shit.
No, because he's fucking retarded. Like, holy fuck, he doesn't know anything. Europe? Oh my god, European Union are like horribly left wing, and so are Democrats and the Republicans, right? The Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party are both basically socialists, right? Either Democrats are even more socialist than the Republicans. That's all it is.
Left have always been supportive of rebels to bring down governments.
No, they haven't been. Traditionally, it is usually capitalists and right-leaning politicians who have supported using rebels to bring down governments. We're doing it in Venezuela right now.
Well, that's probably because they want property rights to be restored, and if a government doesn't respect property rights, it's illegitimate. Which is kind of hypocritical because their governments are also leftists who don't respect property rights either. But at least they do it more, so unless they are slightly on the right side. That's correct in every single way you can imagine the term right side being.
and put their own socialist globalist
That is
movements.
true.
Never in the history of the United States of America have we ever imposed a socialist government on a foreign country. It has literally never happened. This has literally never happened. Not once in American history have we ever used rebels to impose a socialist government.
CIA, South America, they opened the files, and other parties of what? No, he just doesn't like. We don't even have to discuss this. He's just ignorant.
Yep, he is. No, it's well. We just wrap it up, but it's interesting to laugh at.
It's never happened. We kill socialist leaders and put fascists in their place. We ended up propping up a lot of the social instability and religious extremism that goes down in the Middle East right now by taking
There was
down
no socialist
democratically
leaders
elected
in the
leaders and
Middle
propping
East.
up our own fucking religious authoritarians because it was less likely they could turn to communism.
Well, that
Now,
would be a good
100%
thing
true.
because
They want
fuck
power.
communism. let people die.
True.
And whenever something happens,
Who wants power? Wait, he said the globalist. Maybe he's right. Maybe all Muslims are secretly anti-Semitic.
the left and the extremists, and we have to speak about their unity. The left and the extremists unite to bring down characters. And
Who? In what way? Well, please.
The left are not like the left are not like. Look, it's so fucking stupid, right? The political left of today, right? The Muslims, they are not anti-Semitic at all. They really aren't. I mean, like,
Or if they are, it's not connected to their status as being Muslim.
yes, isn't that right, Claire Carr? Yes, it is very correct. It's we secular Muslims, we are not anti-Semitic. We definitely support Israel because they are also part of the people of the book. Because we need to respect the Noahide laws and use them to implement the patriarchy again, so that we can solve all the problems in the West. And secular quarterism is the way of solving it. Okay, thank you, Claire. Now move on to the video again. Oh, I know, it's so funny to have Claire on this now.
I like that you got her to voice that.
Thanks, I like it too. It's so fucking great.
Be right back. Go on.
the center right never really take advantage of chaos.
I thought you were against violence, my dude.
He is.
Even if what you said is true, which isn't, you're
It is.
literally advocating for the exact type of violence you decry Sunnis for engaging in.
He's actually advocating for defensive violence, which is acceptable in his worldview. So, which I actually agree with. It is actually acceptable. If someone wanted to say, "Hey, I want to take your property," or "I want to have communism," I'm like, "Okay, here's the gun I'm gonna shoot you with." Makes perfect sense. At least to me, I support that. I'm not saying that he wouldn't probably not support that, but like, because I don't want to like slander him, but I would be in favor of. I think communism should be illegal. So South Korea communism is illegal.
Also, ISIS is far right, and they're taking advantage of chaos. Well, they took advantage of it. ISIS has been basically crushed into the dirt.
ISIS? Oh my god! Oh my god! ISIS are fucking authoritarian. Hello, they don't believe in fucking property rights. They're not far right if you don't believe in fucking property rights.
Can be used in a very clever way and can be misused. The left uses chaos to try and bring down Candace Owens. What does she have to do?
Oh my fucking god!
But isn't that true?
Yes. In King's Landing, in the chaos, rubble flying everywhere. The city is burning. Chaos after the Christchurch shooting. The left unifies, like dimly under the thatch hut roof of a thatch roof hut of a settlement outside of town. This is our chance. We can finally use this to get her.
They charge into the city and scale the walls under the cover of night, and they see Candace Owens walking in the streets surrounded by our ministers, and then they tweet. They tweet really quickly, "Hey, Candace Owens, you were directly implicated in a white nationalist shooting that killed 50 people. How do you feel about that?" And like that, with the
And she's like,
hashtag,
LOL.
fucking blatted out. She's done. She's out. Chaos is a ladder, and that ladder, that one rung they took a step up on, was them getting retweets and likes in the post.
Doing that. Well, because in New Zealand, somewhere running in Antarctica, someone went and killed people, and so she's responsible. What did she do? She criticized Mayor of London, not even in the same country. It's bizarre. If it wasn't the same,
No. Also, you didn't
She did
criticize
critique him,
Mayor
though.
of London. You perpetuated the great replacement white nationalist theory that Europe is going to fall because of lowering white birth rates. The exact thing which motivated the shooter.
Well, if you don't want people to shoot people, then you probably shouldn't import so many people. It's kind of simple. Why do you want to take away land from innocent people? That's not acceptable. It's like really, like, if you look at the birth rates in many countries on the planet, right, we can see that European countries' birth rates are too low, right? And it's artificially low. And if you artificially lower the birth rates, then that is a crime under international law. And that is called genocide. That is just a fact. And if we can't admit facts, which but actually they don't actually want us to admit facts. If you talk about something, like, I'm sorry, but isn't like genocide a bad thing? They just want to call us white in order to make sure we can't talk about this. But I actually don't agree with that. I used to call us individual Europeans. I did call myself Danish, Greek, Cypriot, and German. Because that's why I am, racially speaking. I'm not a fucking white motherfucker. I'm not a retarded American. Because did I look like an American to you? No, I look like a pretty boy. Exactly.
say in the UK, then we could say, perhaps we could look at this, but even then it would be ridiculous. New Zealand? Have you ever been to New Zealand?
Never been to New Zealand. Never been to New Zealand. Never been anywhere close to New Zealand.
How could I have known of it? I've never been to New Zealand. What, internet words can travel across ocean? I've never heard of such a thing. What? I've never been
I don't know
New
what to
Zealand.
respond to that.
How can I?
Seems so pointless.
Anyone in New Zealand just by criticizing the mayor of London, simply by telling him that.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
We're being invaded, basically like Nazis.
Holy shit, that's so terrible. I'm so retarded. Fuck Claire. It's Claire's fault. Gosh, I hope she doesn't see that. I'm retarded.
Invaded Western Europe back in the 1940s, and that lowering white birth rates will bring about the end of Western civilization. But even if I did say that, which I totally didn't, how could the shooter have seen that when I have never been to New Zealand? But he's in New Zealand, so how could he have seen it? I can't shout that loud.
When would this stupid ass American left to stop opposing whiteness on people in Europe? Like, they used to do that because they want us to die. No, they literally do, because they call you that if they want you to die, because they say then you can't talk about issues of genocide. That's literally what it is. You said it earlier.
Left use chaos to bring down people.
I believe this.
Just
What the fuck is she doing? I honestly can't tell what level Candace Owens is on right now.
Well, better than you.
I believe this. What? That is the weirdest tone of voice I've ever heard in my life.
New Zealand.
the left use chaos to bring down people.
I believe this.
Just like the Covington High School for the
Right.
children. Anything that happens,
It
pick a
makes
target,
sense.
unite
Why would I
against them,
believe
and
that?
try to bring them down.
Right, and you're right. Bringing up the Covington is a different example, but it's true. They look for chaos, they look for craziness. We talk about the Parkland shooting, right? Something that's so horrific and so terrible and a tragedy that's felt by everyone, and yet they point to law-abiding gun owners and the NRA. And in the
Has nothing to do with Islam, and no, they didn't.
confusion, right? In the chaos, in the chaotic moment of everything.
Sorry, I didn't hear
What
what
is
he
this
said.
chaos? A national tragedy happens. The left wants to talk about why it happened. This is you just taking advantage of the chaos.
No, they want to use it to push gun control. That's not why it happened. The reason why things like that will happen and keep happening is because we don't have school choices, because American teachers unions are destroying the education system in the public school system, and because tax burden makes it hard to get children into private school, and single motherhood rates that are imposed on children due to feminist activism and anti-male laws are leading children to grow up to become school shooters, because most school shooters have all single mothers, and that's disproportionately. And single mothers also disproportionately affects Black people, and that's the reason why there are so much criminality that are exposed to Black people and why they are overrepresented in the prison population. So yeah, it's just racist feminism. The feminist suffragettes, they were very racist, I might add. So yeah. Oh, hello everyone. I'm sorry if that took a while.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, little fingers trying to ladder your way up.
Because people are so emotional, they're looking for somewhere to plug their emotions and hate in. People will go for it. I mean, I had people that were tweeting at me after this. You have blood on your hands in New Zealand, a place I've never been to.
It wasn't her fault for speaking her opinions on Twitter. Like, you cannot, if you speak online, you can just say, "Oh,
Candace
this
Owens.
motivates people to murder people, and this was your fault." Like, you don't have to agree with her, but like that's kind of like an absurd accusation. It's really unfair, actually. If I, for example, say, no, I don't even. Never mind.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Oh no! Fuck this.
Can you skip over this part? It's going to be super annoying. I've never seen this video, but I know that he's going to be doing something super annoying.
You know that people in New Zealand see your tweets too. The world travel across the ocean. They can see words you type. Be careful. Oh my god.
Okay, I don't think she knew. I think it'd be kind of ableist of me to continue picking on her when she's clearly suffering from some sort of like developmental.
I think that applies more to me and what I'm doing
But now
right
she
now
knows,
than to you.
so
But
she won't make this mistake again in the future.
Because I said that the mayor of London sucks, and I believe that. I stand by that statement.
Let's go over
That's
one more
true.
time. I criticize the mayor of London. Oh yeah, according to white birth rate, Europe will fall and become a Muslim majority country. Literally, white nationalist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, great replacement theory propagated by people like Stefan Molyneux and Lawrence Southern. By the way, just criticize.
Stefan Molyneux is an anarcho-capitalist, and she didn't say white birth rates. She said birth rates in Europe, which includes a lot of Black people. And
Also, this is not like this. There's statistics about this that are just made by normie university. What's the word? What they study? Like even completely normie professors and students. All the projections point toward that. Like it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a projection. It's a model.
I can show before. I can show it again. Estonia, Finland, France, French Polynesia, Germany. You see, it's below replacement level. Greece, you see there. It's not just. It's also Hong Kong,
Yeah,
Hungary, Iceland.
The thing is, like people who
Ireland,
make no
Ireland.
value judgment project that this might be the case in 2050. Like
Exactly.
it's not a white supremacist conspiracy theory, even though the white supremacists actually make this a talking point. It's still just math. It's statistics. It's projections. Are scientists now racist because they project into the future?
Like, I think it's actually from a dataworldbank.org indicator. It says Italy, right? Italy, Japan, right? North Korea, especially Korea, they're like abysmal. They have low birth rates. Why is it a problem to point out just when it comes to Europe? And why do they have to racialize it? Because these birth rates doesn't really seem to be different with Black people living in Europe.
If anything, it's a result of the high price living situation, where having even one child is financially hard if you don't have a good job. If right now in Switzerland, it's both partners need to have a well-paying job to even afford one child. It's not a like, and that would happen to anyone who comes to live here. Like, if anyone moves here and actually does work, I mean, there's a whole shenanigans going on with the social system. But if you're just moving into Switzerland and you want to earn your wage, you probably will struggle to afford to have one child, let alone two.
And then you have
yeah.
And then you have people coming in on welfare, mainly from Islamic countries, right? Like, and also, if you basically have tax, it's also not just have some living; it's also the tax pressure. And if you keep expropriating the taxes from the country to the rest of the world or to immigrations that doesn't contribute, then that is, objectively speaking, genocide. And if you're black native to France, then you are also the victim of that. And she doesn't signal out based on race; he does it, and then says that she does it. It's so fucking retarded. I can't understand how people take it seriously. How anybody can believe this bullshit. This so what he's saying. He's so fucking dumb. Look, even Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Macau, Maldives. You see, this is, how is the problem? Malta, Mauritius.
And to assume that anyone who looks at these numbers and says, "Okay, this is kind of weird," to assume that they're white supremacists or anything, it's just stupid. I mean, I've always said since I first laid my eyes on, like, not even these numbers, like an article talking about it when I was like 14, 15, like, good. We have way too dense population, too high population density in Europe. So if people don't have too many children, the population density will go down, and we are among the people who waste a lot of resources, produce a lot of exhaust gas, CO2, whatever. I thought it was like, oh, that's a process of like natural reduction after an expansion period. And when I then learned, oh, actually there's this big plan to, if every country that has too low birth rates, we gotta bring in so many people so the population will keep growing. Like, but I thought that was the problem.
Yeah, but if you basically have that as the problem, right? If you have too many people and you want to reduce it, and then you want other people to come in, then you are, according to the UN's own measurements, promoting genocide. It is a genocide of all ethnic groups that are native there. And a lot of ethnic groups that are native in Europe are actually black people, because they came to Europe during the imperial colonial era, and their ethnogenesis took part in Europe.
I like to quote Bernie Sanders from the early 90s when he said, like, mass migration is just a Koch brothers scheme to depress wages. Because he was kind of right then. I don't know what the scheme is right now, but if everyone on the fucking planet agrees that the people in Europe and in North America are most polluting, most damaging to the planet, why would anyone want to increase the population of those regions if they're naturally going down? Like, this has nothing to do with replacement or my any kind of fear that my people would die. This is just basic logic. If we all agree that it's bad to live in those regions en masse and have all of that pollution, why would you want to make the population grow every year? Well, if everyone agrees it's a bad thing for the environment, why would anyone advocate for that? It's insane.
I know why. That's because they want more compliant voters, right? It's big, and therefore the only thing. And if they say, but if they do this, then these people that live there, the indigenous people, is going to die out, right? And if they say yes, and if they're doing willingly, then they are advocating for genocide, because then they're doing it deliberately, right? And here's what Seagull said. What is with leftists thinking that any non-white people who disagree with them must have something wrong with them? I know why. It's because they're racist. They think that all the other people are like inferior to them.
They hold a lot of racist thoughts in what they
100%.
speak.
Yes.
As the mayor, by the way, comparing Muslims to Nazis invading.
Volume went down again.
Oh shit! I need to fix that. That always happens. It's just like I always forget to like include that extra thing whenever I share. So now we can move on.
He does. All the Muslims say that.
Yeah, right.
I had an interview where I was asked, "What do you think of him?" And I said, "I would not have him manager of McDonald's, let alone mayor of London." I'm telling you seriously, no one takes him seriously. He could not walk into certain Muslim mosques.
Right.
That's how disgusted they are by
Right,
him.
and I'm
Wait,
kinda like
you just said that 90%.
No,
Wait, hold
he
on.
didn't say that.
The irony here. So Tawhidi right there just said like, oh yes, the mayor of London, so bad, not even a real Muslim. They're disgusted.
He
there.
didn't say that.
My dude, you just said that 90% of Muslims follow a radical sect that promote violence.
No, he
and
didn't say that
You aren't
either.
even a fucking imam. You got your privileges stripped, bitch. So you are not one to talk about acceptance from the Muslim community, but
He is an imam there where he lives, and he lives in a Muslim community, and he's the imam living there. He has imam status challenged because you can strip an imam status from an imam. Doesn't make any sense. By a bunch of Islamists who doesn't like that he's exposing them. Because if the violent people that wants the violent Sharia to be spread, they are actually the ones who would take away his imam status because he's exposing the extremists. And the left are supporting him. We see this. It's like evidence of what he's saying. That the left is supporting the extremists.
Vosh just keeps responding to a straw man that he built up earlier. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, he actually has so much wheat that it would actually be drier than a sandwich you can buy in Sweden.
marrying a Brit, so
Oh,
you know,
there you go.
so I know what's going on in London. I actually pay very close attention to British politics
Right.
because I'm marrying someone. So he actually is just a terrible mayor, and that's the common consensus.
It's got nothing to do with his
But why
religion.
did they say, for some reason, if you critique someone, nothing to do with religion, nothing to do, that's not saying every Muslim politician is terrible.
Right.
It's saying that you specifically
You-
suck, and it's got nothing to do with you being Muslim.
Because
I love this. This is, by the way, this is basically like watching an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. You guys realize that, right? This is literally just the Joe Rogan Experience, where basically Joe Rogan invites on some far-right figure, and then they bro out for like 10 minutes, and then they spend the next...
It's kind of funny that he basically want to demonize all the people that are friends with people that he doesn't like. I hope that works with people demonizing his friends for being associated with him. Should we do that? I'm fine with that.
Nah, we don't lower ourselves to that level.
No, I'm just gonna say that they're retarded and not associated with them. That's kind of simple. That's what I would do.
Fair enough.
next hour and a half talking about, yeah, man, people just get so offended these days, you know? Like, yeah, they just, like, their feelings get hurt and they take it out on you, you know? Like, all I did was, like, I just said some little stuff, and then you Google it, and it turns out they were, like literally fucking, like, promoting a Nazi agenda. I just said some little stuff. People...
Here's actually what he's saying. He basically, if an ethnic group is white and being opposed to a genocide makes you a Nazi. He's literally saying that he's like saying that if you consider my people, also like Greek, Cypriot, Danish, and German, to be white, and he basically thinks that he wants us to die, which is genocidal. And despite it, he's terrible. He's a terrible person. He should. That's why white is a derogatory term. I'm gonna make a video about that more clearly later.
lost their fucking minds. This is literally the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm glad Candace Owens is broaching out into the Candace Owens show. What is it with dipshits and naming their shows after themselves? You know, the Candace Owens show, the Joe Rogan Experience, the Ben Shapiro show. Fucking.
It's called branding.
Oh no, fucking missing one. Oh yeah, Dave Rubin Report.
Indeed.
The Rubin Report.
Okay. Dave Rubin said that I
Why
don't
do
like
these
the guy,
right
so
wingers
it's
never
kinda
bring
funny
on
that they go
mainstream
off each
SUNY
other.
shit
I
scholars? Because they
agree
would rather
with
have an
you.
Uncle Tom come on to reinforce all of their conspiracy theories and biases.
It's kind of funny that he basically called people an Uncle Tom.
was the I
It's
think
so
it's the
fucking
Home Affairs Minister, Sajid Javid. I think he's banning terrorist groups
The Vosh Pit isn't a show, you dipshits. Jesus Christ.
front,
Nobody
left, right,
works,
center.
however.
But you
Yeah, and
called it
Vosh
after
isn't even my
yourself, you
fucking real name.
hypocrite.
You're wrong on 2 levels. Get out of here.
He's doing a good job.
Right, exactly.
But it's not because of his religion.
Right.
It's because Sadiq Khan and his upbringing, this Pakistani mentality.
Right.
And look, I sound racist, whatever. People, I don't care. Look, Pakistani mentality.
I like this
you know,
about. I like this
bomb
guy.
here, stabbing there. It's all normal. A big city.
But that's my point about him is
Yeah.
that you
Part and
know that
parcel of
increasing
living in
it
a big
night
city.
Yeah, I think he's Arab Persian or he's Persian. So
Jesus Christ.
murders has gone up into the city, and it's actually tragic. You know, look at the numbers of what's happening in London, and yet rather than address that, he's critiquing Donald Trump. And I'm just thinking,
What?
the numbers of what's happening in London, and yet rather than address that, he's critiquing Donald Trump.
He's doing both. What the fuck? This is the stupidest fucking equivalency.
When, like,
how can he?
Sadiq Khan is responsible for a lot of those problems, so he's not addressing them. He's like
Oh,
causing them.
There's a long list of things that he's personally responsible for.
Yes, fuck Sadiq Khan.
Be fixing
Sadiq
problem in
Khan.
country if he tweet at
Mhm.
Donald Trump? How can he? How no one have that much time in day say bad word about president man and also be mayor of London? No way. Impossible. Not no time.
And I'm just thinking, where are your priorities?
yeah.
Where do your priorities lie? You're a horrible leader, and I don't think that you should be in office. It's got nothing to do with you being Muslim. And similarly, there's this belief, or the left has this belief in America.
I mean, you say it has nothing to do with him being Muslim, but then you let the fucking fake imam over there talking about how like the mosques won't even have him. So I feel like the only reason you guys
It's
are
very
talking about him right now in
disrespectful
this
to call him fake when he's actually got education and he literally works as an imam. He's not gonna, like, shout
He's
the
only
extremists
been rejected by more radical mosques.
Exactly, he's using them as the source, right? He's literally, and therefore he's saying. Then he said, "No, the left aren't pro-Islamists, aren't pro the extremists," but he's literally doing exactly what Tawhidi is accusing the left of doing. He's
He
literally.
literally is doing the same thing. Oh my gosh. I don't know why he can't respect where he's coming from as an expert in what he's talking about. I mean, Bausch isn't an expert in Islamic studies by any means, so I don't. So stupid.
Exactly. Like Tawhidi, he even used to be an extremist, right? And then he stopped being an extremist, and then he was discommunicated by a lot of these extremists. And then Vosh and all the leftists, they're like, all but most, they're like, oh, look, he's been then they go with extremists again.
Yeah,
What
like all of those radical Muslims disavow him. We must disavow him too. Like, no. That's actually a good sign. If the radicals disavow you, that means that you're not a radical.
Well, technically, but technically, Tawhidi, he is a conservative because he believes in national security, right? So therefore, they need to hate him because of that. They're rather the Islamists than the conservative because the left only wants power, which is exactly what Tawhidi said in his interview. And this motherfucker here, he's confirming that. He doesn't even. He's not
He's
even aware of
proving
it.
him right with each sentence.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
discussion, which is ostensibly about Islam, is because he's Muslim. Did you just get on to like London mayoral politics for like fucking absolutely no reason?
America that people can't critique Ilhan Omar, which you do a lot.
Oh no! I'm such a big fan of Ilhan Omar. I'm ready to get fucking triggered. Hold on, I need to get my triggered pants. This is the pants that I wear.
Guys, this is gonna be very funny. Trust me.
Let's do it.
A lot of critiquing of her, and
I'm in love with her.
yeah, yeah, right. And the second you
Oh, did I not need to get my triggered pants on? Okay, let me take them off. No.
say anything about her, they say that you're Islamophobic. No, she's anti-American.
Oh no. Oh god. Nothing she said is oh god. There's nothing Islamophobic about fucking critiquing Ilhan Omar. There is something Islamophobic about critiquing Ilhan Omar next to a front page spread of the fucking 9/11 towers falling and putting up billboard posters of like her face
That's
being
more
like
funny.
next to the 9/11 towers saying like the day we said we would never forget. Now we have forgotten. I'm anti-American. Ilhan Omar is not.
It's kind of funny that he basically Ilhan Omar is not an anti-American, but I'm an anti-American and I like Ilhan Omar. Isn't that kind of like what Kenneth was referring to here? Just FYI.
I don't want any person that is anti-American to be in any leadership roles in America. That should be common sense across the board. If
She's not anti-American.
Somebody is hostile to your country, why would you want them in a leadership position?
She's not.
I have that critique of other people that are not Muslim, right? People that are running as Democrat candidates for president that can't say anything nice about America. Well, if your consensus is that
So wait, not being only saying mean things about a country means you can't lead it? It's fucking
America-
stupid. I feel like past this point, we're actually just going to enter the feels brigade. Like I feel like I've covered basically everything here. Imam
You covered
Mohammed
nothing.
Tawhidi is
And he's all using the Islamists as a source for removing the status of Imam from Tawhidi, and then he just, which proves the claim that he made that the left of America are just supporting the extremists, which is literally what is proven in this video.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
a Uncle Tom little fucking cuckboy who bends over
Wow.
to lick the fucking shit-laden anus of any white supremacist who begs him to come onto the show so they can mutually discuss their fucking Islamophobic conspiracy theory.
No, he's not a conspiracy theory. He knows it because he's living in a Muslim, been extremist, he even fled fucking Iran, right? And he also, and the right wing is the only one that wants to have him on. He doesn't. The left never invites him because they hate him, right? And they hate him because they don't agree with him. And
he was so mild-mannered and milquetoast about all of the Muslim Islam topics. How can you even hate the guy? Like he said nothing outrageous at all.
You mentioned this earlier, I think, but why does he keep calling him Uncle Tom? I don't understand what.
I think he
throwing that
called Candace Owens Uncle Tom,
Oh,
but I
I-
they
might,
call
I might be
Tawhidi that
wrong.
too, but I don't know why. I don't understand.
I don't understand that either.
It's like really stupid, which
Not
is
the
very
right context for that anyway. I don't.
right. But he's stupid. I guess that makes sense.
Mm.
But it's like he has been proving Tawhidi's points all the time about the left, like over and over again. It's so fucking funny that it is to me.
He often preemptively proved what he was then gonna say when he kept playing the video, which is
Exactly.
quite amazing to prove someone right that you interrupted, and then when you let him speak more, like, oh, you are exactly the person that he was talking about.
And he proves it by saying you're not an imam because fucking extremists say you weren't. And the left all agree with extremists, which is exactly what Tawhidi said in this video. He's it's fucking so self-defeating extreme this is. Not for us, but for him.
But I suppose
Candace
if,
Owens is in the running for worst human being on earth.
but I suppose if Walsh meant that the Imam was an Uncle Tom, what could be the logic behind that? Like maybe that he is the kind of Muslim that Western civilization can work with, like that don't hate the West. Like he said nothing to indicate that he wants to get rid or suppress the kafir.
Exactly, because he actually don't have hatred for people. Because most religious people's function in politics is mainly used to survive as a religious person, otherwise they use practical wagers. And that's just what he do. He basically just wants peace, he just wants to be left alone, he just wants to have his religion alone. Like he doesn't want the extremists to come and oppressing him, which they will do, and he knows that because he's a fucking imam. Well, he knows for several reasons, but I guess we have been over that already.
I just don't know what would be the ideal Western society in the eyes of Walsh. Like I've
He doesn't
been
like it.
invited by an old friend from 2005 actually into his Discord server that has a lot of people that I knew back then in the forum, and by sheer accident they all started talking about how they find it so obnoxious that it's hard to get sterilized. Like that the doctors, they ask questions like, are you sure about this? Don't you want to freeze some sperm or freeze some eggs? Are you really sure about this? And like,
Wait,
it's so annoying that the doctors ask me if I'm sure about getting sterilized. Like, oh my god, I stumbled into an antinatalist server.
Oh lord, but I basically think it's kind of interesting because those people, they're going to make themselves extinct in one generation in a way. Like their ideas are doomed to fail.
Yeah, but that's a sad thing because I actually liked those people. I liked them back then. I still like them, and I think out of all the people that I know, they are probably more better suited to procreate than people that I know that already have like 2 children.
Well, I would say that if they're like that, and they are literally the stupidest of humanity, um, they are literally like the I mean, like there's like no one is dumber than those. Like, I mean, like it kind of makes sense that people might not repeat. A lot of people might go through their life and say, you know what, I'm not gonna go through the hassle of having a family, right? A lot of men might say that, which is okay, I suppose. But these people are fucking crazy. Or if they're antinatally served and they're like the dumbest of the dumb, I'm sorry, but
They just all like subscribe to this idea that life is the worst. But
well, then
not
let
to
them
the point
suffer
where
and
they kill
die.
themselves. Like, what if your children might have a different outlook on that? Maybe your children aren't. Like, I know these people. They all claim to have had the most terrible childhoods ever, terrible parents. But yeah, but you can see this as a positive. Like, you can be good parents to your children, and like, nah, I'm gonna be a terrible parent. Like, what?
I can't think of anything intelligible to say because I'm laughing so hard at you two.
Well, there's not much intelligent to say because, like, we are talking about like the dumbest people in biological nature. Like, that's like they basically make like a crow who basically gets so startled when people are around that she's like flipping her own nest so that all her eggs die. That animal is smarter than these people. You know that, right? From a bioevolutionary standpoint.
I just don't get them. Like, I don't have any children of my own right now, but I still like to think that in the future I might have some children. I don't think that it's a bad thing to have children. Like, when I was younger, I used to think like these people, oh, this is such a terrible world. It would be cruel to bring children into this world. But I actually spent some more time in this world, and like, actually, it probably would be better if more people like the people that in that server or myself would have children, because the people who have a lot of children aren't really, and I'm not even talking about migrants or anything. I'm just talking about like idiocracy, like dimensions, like people who really probably shouldn't have more than one child, having 4 or more. Like, the only way to counteract to keep this in balance is for people who aren't fucking idiocracy level idiots to take over the world, is for normal people to have children. And so many people in my generation and a little bit older and much younger have been indoctrinated into thinking that it's actually a bad thing to have children. Like, why is that a bad thing?
Isn't promoting that to population genocide? I'd say so. You're literally trying to make sure a population go extinct, and that's a lot. And I do believe that this is eugenics happening. Like, these people are the worst of, like, they're like the dumbest. Like, I don't say that everyone who don't breed are dumb. I'm saying that these people who deliberately try not to breed. Like, is it an anti-natal survey? Like, why even care about these people? I love me. And the reason why I love myself so much is that I actually have very good of moving on from people. I'm very bad at keeping friends, but I can't let those people
I
go.
literally want everyone that I like, that includes YouTube. If they want to have children, I want them to have children. Like, I think if I think someone is a cool person, there's a high chance that the children will also be cool people. So I would like a world in the future where cool people exist, therefore cool people need to have children. No pressure, but like, if anyone wants to, go for it. If anyone thinks like, oh no, this world is so cruel and We're all gonna die in 12 years anyways because of climate change. If that's the
Doesn't
reason why
matter.
you don't want to have children, then you're a fucking retard. I'm sorry.
Well, then it's less retards in the future, I suppose. But I have
Like,
one question about all these people
yes.
who don't want to breed, right? Are any of these people German?
They're all Germans.
What?
It's from a German forum I used to be in.
Oh, fuck, that's horrible. That's the most upsetting thing about it. Jesus Christ. These people are, oh, fuck, I hate these motherfuckers.
The weirdest thing is the one guy that I actually most of these people I've never met, but one of those people I hung out with him at a festival like in 2007. He's actually married, and he already got a vasectomy, and he's like, it's so hard for my wife to get like sterilized as well. Like, if you already got a vasectomy and you're married, why would you need your wife to get sterilized?
Because he's evil?
No, I mean, if they're married and they both don't want no children,
well,
and he already had a vasectomy, there's no chance of her getting pregnant unless he's what's the word that rhymes with? Yeah. And I kind of hope he isn't, because that would be sad.
No, I kind of hope he is, because at least then she get pregnant.
you and your outlook on like the life of the Europeans. You could see the positive in some guy being a cuck.
Well, I basically see this: as long as my people breed, it's good. As long as they don't, it's bad. Kind of for me. But
yeah,
at least,
actually, you're right. He would actually be a good father, I think. Even though he doesn't understand that it would also be okay if his genes would be in the child.
But here's the problem I have with it. Like, basically, whenever one of your people don't breed, then mentally you need to breed more to compensate, right? That's why I need to have 5 kids in fucking Africa. So therefore, if any of my kids suffer anything, all these stupid people, they are actually directly responsible. I 100% believe that. I 100% believe that.
If they keep going at this rate, I'm gonna have to have 10 families.
I know, right? I need to breed like a fucking bunny. It's terrible. And I might have to have a 6th kid for this. Like, really? But if another race of people don't want to breed, I have no issue with it. Because that's not going to hurt me. Unless they are a people group.
Oh, that's where we differ. I just like good people to breed.
I think it's kind of like, the people with my genes should breed. If other people don't breed, then okay. But like, I like diversity. I want other people to breed as well. But I mainly care about my own people breeding because they're my genes.
But you were the one who brought it to my attention. Like, I literally have a priority for any of my gay friends who want to have children to have the right to have a surrogate.
Yes,
because
and I
think that I love those people. I really appreciate them, and if they want to have children, they should have the legal right to have a child through surrogacy.
Yes, I agree with that. But I do agree also that my friends, all my friends who want kids, should have the right to, and I want them to have kids. I definitely think that as well. I used to have a lot of other things that I think as well. It doesn't contradict that, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
And I think we need to end the stream because we are past 5 hours, so like we need to go now.
Damn, so long.
Yes.
Shit.
So we see. Bye,
Lars
everyone.
is very annoying.
He is.
Have fun, you people.